digital night. Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Saw dudes, welcome back. Here we are once again, another day, just a Monday. Alcohol free Corona Sun Brew, little lime in it. There you go, for your health, right? Some carbs and some vitamin D. Tastes pretty fucking good. Anybody that wants a non-alcoholic brew, these are actually not that bad. They're actually my partners. I just stole one. Yeah, they actually taste pretty fucking close to an actual Corona. Welcome everybody. Bone, Space, Pambo. Yes, this evening. Oh, spicy meat. It's coming. Any day now. It'll be here. Maybe it's today. Finally. So, big deal. Skywatcher. It's to release actual images of craft they've captured, supposedly, tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, which is in about 3 hours. So we'll be reacting to that live, I guess. It's a video, so we'll watch it when it comes out then and talk about it, meme on it, you know, and whatnot. So yeah, golf. Anyone who wants an alcohol-free beer, which is no one with anything resembling a functional brain. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I do hate myself for it. But if you don't have any actual beer and you're just raiding the fridge and taking your partner's groceries, not bad. It was either that or bone broth. And I said, you know what? I can't handle any more bone broth. Not right now. So, other than the Skywatcher shit tonight, obviously I'm going to kind of go over a little bit the whole tariff situation, I guess. Just following that this morning. Fun times. And direwolves. Fuck. We were just rewatching actually Jurassic Park on Netflix. There you go. Soon it'll be fucking stegosaurs and T-Rex and velociraptors and brother, listen, it's coming soon. This music's a little bit different. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, so big memes, right? Trump steps off golf course to lecture America. Take your medicine. As I've got up here, let's turn that music down just a little bit. The boys make these like chill kind of vibe, copyright free tunes in the background. Sometimes they're kind of, anyway, it's not take your medicine, brothers, pick your poison, I guess, because that's exactly what's happening here as other nations fight back. This happened, this is not completely accurate. This was actually announced a couple days ago, but China to restrict exports of 7 rare earth metals to all countries. Xi Jinping. Fuck, he's not going to let Trump slap his nuts around for too long, you know? The next thing I think JD Vance said they're going to do is they're going to start fucking taking away all that land they bought up in the U.S. Oh, things might get spicy. Undoubtedly they will. So, you know, I kind of wanted to break down, you know, I'm not a fucking economist, you know, I don't need fucking money. Let's be real here, right? Like, or at least, you know, no substantial sums that are going to be impacted by the crashes that have been happening globally on all the different stock exchanges. China really fucking, holy shit, they had the worst crash, I think, since 1997 today. Real bad. Big bad. So I go on ChatGPT to kind of go over this situation and just be like, you know, what the fuck's going on with this? Like, and what's ChatGPT's opinion of these tariffs? I think across the board, everyone's like, this is a bad idea. Some people think he's, again, playing like 5D chess. I don't, there's going to be some miraculous outcome at the end of all this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on that one. So as of April 7th, yes, he initiated a series of aggressive tariff measures, and obviously a lot of it, the kind of panic really kicked in today with the open of all the different stock exchanges. Yeah. The reciprocal tariffs. In addition to reciprocal tariffs were announced targeting specific countries with higher rates based on perceived trade imbalances. For instance, China faces a cumulative tariff rate of 54% due to an additional 34% tariff atop an existing 20% levy. Escalation with China. Yeah, so things got spicy there. This could elevate total U.S. tariffs on China imports to 104%. He threatened an additional 50% unless China withdraws its 34% retaliatory tariffs by April 8th. They're just kicking each other in the nuts, like back and forth. And I don't know, like, when does this stop? When both of their nuts just explode or implode? But TikTok gets a pass and has another extension. Does it actually? Old Jeff Bezos tried to buy that recently, Bones. I saw that on the news. Fuck. Hendrix, welcome, man. Global market impact. The stock market has reacted negatively with the S&P 500 dropping into bear market territory and broader economic downturn feared. Yes. They were down by, I think in total, they went down by like 1,600 points, which people were predicting it'd be worse. Then it's gone up. It's gone up because Europe had announced something to do, zero interest rates on something to do with the tariffs. That just happened like, I don't know, 35 minutes ago. Anyway, yes. Ted Cruz has expressed concern that these tariffs could lead to a Republican bloodbath in 2026 midterm elections due to potential economic fallout. Yeah, and there's still some fallout that could still be coming, which is price hikes on a lot of goods. People in the U.S. are going to get hit with this pretty hard, potentially, if this continues. Assuming the strategy, so this is really, because I think people are trying to understand what he's doing here. Like, he's playing hardball, but anyway, assuming the strategy aims to rectify trade imbalances through economic pressure, the approach appears overly aggressive and risks significant economic and political consequences. The broad application of tariffs may harm domestic consumers and industries, potentially leading to increased prices and strained international relations. So this is actionable solutions. Yeah. Engage in targeted discussions with trade partners to address specific trade imbalances and unfair practices. So instead of being diplomatic, I guess Don just went in and just said, go fuck yourself. You're going to do what I tell you to do. He's playing a hardball game. Invest in domestic industries and workforce development to enhance competitiveness without relying on protectionist measures. Yeah, that's the other problem too, I think, is that they want everything brought back into the U.S., but they've kind of developed that, and they're still relying on a lot of these other countries to, well, China specifically. And, you know, obviously it sounds great. You know, we're going to bring all the jobs back to the States. Like, that philosophy sounds great, but then when you look at it on paper, it's like, yeah, we're going to bring all the phone manufacturing back to the States. And then you look at the price hikes on the phones, you're going to be like, oh, now the iPhone costs $10,000. You're like, what the fuck? Like, because we were paying those other people pennies to make it. Crazy shit. Anyway. In summary, the current tariff strategy may be counterproductive, leading to economic instability and political repercussions. A more measured and diplomatic approach could achieve trade objectives without the adverse side effects. This was a plan of his. I forgot to pull this up, but this was a plan of his going back, oh my God, a decade and a half. He had told an audience this, that essentially what he would do to negotiate with these other countries and strike a fairer deal is he would threaten them with these tariffs. And in the presentation, he was going on about how you can't just implement it and be like, okay, we're gonna put these tariffs on you now. He's like, you're gonna pay this motherfucker. That's literally what he said in the fucking presentation. Although he hasn't been quite that assertive. Just playing golf, saying, you're taking your medicine. Okay. Oh, fuck. Fuck, brother. Phone manufacturing, as far as I know, all Android phones, which software comes from Google, is made in non-US countries. I think they all are, man. I think, like, I know the Apple, I've gone over that, which is horrifying shit. Like, I just pulled that up. I think it was this year or the year before. Maybe it's 2024. But they had to install suicide nets all around the iPhone facility, like one of the big hubs in China. I forget which city it's in. But because there were so many people the year prior jumping out of the fucking building, killing themselves. Like, dystopian shit. And then we're like, oh my God, got the new iPhone 16 Pro Max. Like, oh my God, you know. Fuck, people, what was it? It was a couple years before this, but more people were like finding notes and shit stuffed inside the devices. Like, it's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked. Anyway, my open letter to President Trump. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. This is just trending on here. So this is him pushing back against this tariff idea. There's a lot of people who were like pro-Trump who were like, oh, hold on. And, you know, probably some of these people, business owners and maybe have a lot of money and are like, oh, this is starting to really hit where it hurts, Don. The frustrating part is that I was on board for a reset, truly. I've said it publicly. I've written about it in this very feed. I understood the need for a detox. For decades, the U.S. economy played the part of the rich guy at the table, picking up the check for a global order that no longer worked in our favor. We hollowed out our industrial base. We enabled unfair trade imbalances under the illusion of diplomacy. We subsidized demand for cheap imports while outsourcing the hard questions about how our domestic workforce could adapt. Eventually, that had to stop. It was unsustainable, financially, politically, and morally. We couldn't keep pretending that a consumption-led economy held together by zero interest rates and global fragility was a long-term solution. I wanted a rebalancing. I welcomed the idea of a harder, smarter America First policy that pushed for fair treatment, reciprocal agreements, and a real industrial strategy rooted in technological superiority, national security, and capital formation. That would have been leadership. But that's not what this is. What you've rolled out isn't detox, it's whiplash. Oh, shit. This isn't strategic decoupling. It's scattershot retaliation dressed up as reform. There's no roadmap. There's no operational playbook. There's no clear articulation of where this ends or what the metrics of success even are. It's not an attempt to responsibly unwind America's role as a global shock absorber. It's a brute force attempt to disorder the existing system with no viable alternative in place. You can't replace a fragile supply chain with chaos and call it resilience. You can't build American industry by torching the scaffolding that underpins capital flows, labor mobility, and global coordination, especially when the U.S. itself no longer has the domestic capacity to meet its own industrial needs. Yeah. You talk about bringing jobs home, but the U.S. doesn't have the labor force, permitting structure, or wage flexibility to stand up to full-scale manufacturing at speed. And now, after years of deportation policies and underinvestment in vocalization training, you've made the labor gap even wider. Capital isn't going to rush to fill that void because you raise tariffs. It's going to wait. It's going to sit on the sidelines and preserve optionality. Because right now, no CEO can confidently model a 5-year CapEx plan. No board can greenlight supply chain onshoring when they don't know whether a tariff rate will double next quarter based on your Twitter account or some arbitrary trade deficit formula. Oh, fuck. That's the issue. This wasn't rolled out as part of a comprehensive American renewal strategy. It wasn't coordinated with the Fed. It wasn't communicated clearly to Treasury. It wasn't backed by a labor reskilling program or any form of public-private manufacturing incentive beyond empty slogans. It was dropped like a bomb, seemingly designed more to shock than to build. And in the absence of credible structure, capital is retreating, not realigning. I was ready to endure the pain of a thoughtful, structured reset. Most long-term investors were. We lived through tightening cycles. We understood that globalization as it stood had reached a breaking point. But this isn't a correction of imbalances. This is a rupture without scaffolding. What we've created isn't reindustrialization. It's an intentional sabotage of capital planning. No executive is going to build a factory with 4-year political horizon risk, a floating tariff regime, and no labor certainty. No investor is going to fund expansion in a market where the basic cost of imports can change weekly based on what country has a current account surplus that week. The system you've launched isn't designed for certainty, it's designed for control. And the irony is we're not even punishing bad actors. We're punishing everyone, allies, poor countries, long-standing partners. Israel gets slapped with 70% tariffs while dismantling their own to support American imports. Vietnam gets hit with 46% because it's become too productive. Fuck, yeah, I heard about that. Lesotho, though, I don't know what the fucking country is, one of the poorest countries on earth, never even fucking heard of it. Faces a 50% tariff because it doesn't buy enough U.S. goods. Thought you're poor now? Just wait. As if that were a sign of unfairness rather than poverty, it's incoherent, it's cruel, and it undermines any claim to moral high ground. You say this is about protecting American workers, but no worker is helped by policies so erratic that no employer wants to hire. Well, we're all going AI soon, bud. Fuck, there aren't going to be people doing work anymore. We're just going to be plugged in. No consumer is helped when import costs rise and domestic capacity doesn't exist to replace them. No investor is helped when the cost of capital spikes in the face of weaponized uncertainty. This is not a plan to make America stronger. It's a gamble that markets and allies will blink first. It's brinkmanship with no floor. And the most maddening part, there was a path, a real one, a version of this policy that could have worked, not in headlines or sound bites, but in practice. A path that applied pressure with purpose, that aligned economic forces with long-term national interests, that sent a clear message to adversaries and partners alike without destabilizing global commerce or blindsiding capital allocators. You could have gone after China hard and had the backing of nearly every serious investor and strategist on the street, not just because of trade deficits or currency suppression, but because China has been actively undermining our economy and our people. Yeah, well, I mean, fucking American companies have been outsourcing everything to China. I mean, I would have supported a 4-year plan to end all dependence on Chinese manufacturing unless they stop stealing American IP, DeepSeek. No more games. Stealing, sorry, yeah. Make it explicit. If they don't comply, we'll back Taiwanese independence and bring the entire global semiconductor economy with us. No ambiguity. All that will go over well. No half threats. As I see it, China is at war with us, and our policy should reflect that. This is some, geez, this guy's ready to fucking go throw a bunch of young people on into the meat grinder. What's up, Rowan? What's up? Oh, this is some pretty strong rhetoric here. With the EU, you could have played it clean, match auto tariffs percent for percent. That's fair, and then leave the rest alone, especially goods and services. We run a huge surplus on services with the EU. It props up some of our biggest competitive advantages: enterprise software, consulting, cloud, defense tech, streaming, media, IP. Tariffing the EU outside of autos would be like shooting your own foot for balance. What about Canada, brother? We're not in a trade war with Europe. We're in competition for global enterprise dominance. Right now, the U.S. is winning. That's what real strategy would have looked like. That's what an American first trade doctrine could have achieved. You'd be rebuilding the system from the inside out, not just throwing bricks through the windows and calling it a redesign. Investors would have backed it. CEOs would have planned around it. Global partners would have respected it. And even if they didn't like it, and capital would have flowed toward American resilience instead of retreating from American unpredictability. But instead of that, you went with chaos, and now confidence is shattered, not because the numbers are bad, but because no one knows what the numbers mean anymore. That's a cost of burning down the rules without building new ones. Oh, without a building, yeah, okay, yeah. So no, this is not the detox we needed. It's not strategic decoupling. It's not a path to renewal. It's a slow, loud dismantling of the very foundation that's allowed American capital, innovation, and enterprise to dominate for decades. And it didn't have to be this way. But now we're here, and the market is reacting accordingly, not to the fundamentals, but to the sense that the future may no longer be modelable. That's not a trade, it's an exit. I don't want this post to be hyper-political. This isn't about red or blue. It's about the 2024 election cycle. It's not about ideology. It's about strategy. It's about execution. It's about understanding that when you're in the United States, you sit at the helm of the global economic engine. Every policy rollout reverberates through capital markets, supply chains, boardrooms, etc. And I hope for the sake of the markets, for the sake of business, trying to plan for the future we're all investing into, that it's not too late to recalibrate. We had a plan, brother. Fuck the plan. Yeah. He moved to Australia. Fuck. It's not a bad idea, actually. New Zealand. I'd move to New Zealand. Look at this. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Don used to be on The Apprentice. He was into hotels. I mean, that kind of crashed in the early to mid 90s. Don't know. Fly by the seat of your pants and fuck it. He's only going to be 80 soon. I mean, another couple of years he'll fuck off into the sunset. Does anybody give a shit? I don't know. I wish they did. The spiders aren't that violent. Oh god. Yeah, it's an interesting place. The water sound is like giving me motion sickness in the background. There we go. That's a little bit more tolerable. There we go. I can handle the cackle of a fire. Yeah. It's 6:26 a.m. Holy shit. God damn. Anyway, man, fuck yeah. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I mean, I know on Drudge, I've just been watching this all play out, so I don't know, man. It's just fucking... It is what it is. It is what it is. So much fun. So much fun. Not so much fun. I think I already talked about this. I'm going to talk about it. Yeah. It's pretty fucked, though. I've been hearing this. And this is local stuff. But I saw this article here. Hospital responds after multiple nurses in the same unit reporting brain tumors. I know someone, I don't really know him that well, but he's kind of in my family, who was diagnosed terminal with brain tumor. And I've heard this has been going on, not just with brain tumors, but with cancers more broadly. Very concerning stuff. Yeah, you see that? Yeah, Rowan. Yeah, it's very concerning shit. So, anyway, look after your health, I guess. Right? That's all you can do. Your immune systems, vitamin D. There you go. That's one thing that might help with this. I suspect this is to do with a flu and some of the medicines employed. This was predicted by some people, oh my God, 5 years ago now. So anyway, I just hope people get their shit together. I went over this, oh my God, last week, the week before. Fuck, I should really get his name. What's his name again? If anybody happens to get diagnosed with something like this or knows someone, there is a therapy. Let's see here. His name is Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, is his name. And he is a multi-billionaire. He was a surgeon in California, but he's since been involved with therapeutics. And he was on Tucker, actually, recently. Which is funny. I was never really a fan of Tucker. But he's provided a platform where people like Patrick can come on and speak without being ostracized and criticized. He's South African, is he actually? Okay. But he lives in the States. You can check out, it's in trial right now, but it's a therapeutic that instead starts targeting people's immune systems directly and it helps them. And it's a pretty big deal. So I don't really know the guy well enough, unfortunately, who this big diagnosed with the tumor, so I wouldn't. But if that happened to me, this would be something to check out. So yeah, Shadows, what's up, man? But anyway, concerning shit for your health, all for the best. Here, this is much more lighthearted. There you go. Direwolves. This is pretty crazy. Thought I'd just pull this up. There's a video with it too. It's kind of cool. I would love dinosaurs as a kid. I was like a huge dinosaur kid. I grew up at Jurassic Park. Like it came out when I was 4 or 5. Like I remember going to see it. And what the fuck, my parents probably terrified of T-Rexes and had countless nightmares around fucking dinosaurs. But anyway, this is pretty crazy. Now this is a company that I think this guy just went on Joe Rogan yesterday. But this is, I had heard about them a couple of years ago because they were the company that is actually going to try to bring the woolly mammoth back from the dead. And it mentions this here in this article I see. So the direwolf returns after more than 10,000 years of being extinct. The company looking to de-extinct the woolly mammoth has brought back the direwolf that's been extinct for 13,000 years. Colossal Biosciences, a genetic engineering company working to bring back the woolly mammoth. It already brought this guy back. Romulus and Remus, which are the two wolves from Rome that supposedly like started. They were the two guys or whatever. There's a picture in Rome where they're both sucking on the fucking teeth together. The two brothers. So they named them after that. I think it was two men that were raised by a wolf, right? If I got that correct, I think that's the case. So anyway, they named the two direwolf brothers after Romulus and Remus. They're genetically engineered modern wolves with around 20 gene edits to successfully mimic direwolf traits, which is really interesting. So they aren't actually, we could say, direwolves. They are modern wolves that have the same genes that direwolves had, the same mutations, I guess. It's kind of like in Jurassic Park where like the dinosaurs they made weren't actually real dinosaurs. They were some kind of an experiment. They were modified. And like they gave them genes from frogs and shit and all this stuff. But here's a video. I was just going to play it quickly because it is kind of fucking interesting. It's interesting. This is where we're at right now. Now, one of the concerns I know some people have had, this isn't necessarily to do with wolves or woolly mammoths, but there was another group who were playing around with these viruses that go back to the Ice Age. There was one that they found in Siberia, which is actually really dangerous, that they were fucking around with. So that's another concern. They're doing that right now. Another concern, really. But, you know, maybe if they were actually able to successfully bring back like a mammoth or something, who knows? Maybe there could be something that comes along with it we don't anticipate. Maybe it could have some kind of a virus. Maybe it could spread something that would kill off a bunch of other local wildlife. I mean, then you get the other problem of reintroducing them back into the wild, like playing God here. I think they'll probably just stay in the zoo, but...
Everyone likes to talk about the climate crisis, but we are actually in a biodiversity crisis, and that's absolutely critical to our way of life. So if all of these species go extinct, then we'll have full ecosystem collapse.
Some scientists have estimated that by 2050, half of all species that are alive today will be extinct. The truth is that extinction happens. Extinctions have happened throughout evolutionary history. But right now, the rate of extinction is estimated to be 1,000 to 10,000 times faster than the base rate in the fossil
Jesus,
record.
Shadow, that's
and
terrifying.
A lot of that is our fault.
Oh my
we
God.
need a solution.
I bet he went to McDonald's right after. This big super spreader event, some ancient fucking virus.
Colossal is the world's first de-extinction company, and we combine de-extinction with species preservation, and our goal is to make extinction a thing of the past.
Colossal
Biosciences
develops cutting-edge technology to protect biodiversity and reverse climate extinction.
People think it's a scary word, de-extinction. They immediately put us with Jurassic Park, and it's not.
Yeah.
We're trying to develop these new techniques in order to save animals, in order to bring back animals that, in some cases, were our fault that we don't have them any longer. It wasn't a climate problem, it was a human problem.
I think we all share the deep concern about what's happening to biodiversity, what's happening to the planet, what's happening to people whose lives have been intertwined with wild nature since before time began. And so coming together is so exciting because I think that's how we can really drive change.
We're finding solutions to restore a species back to the wild. The purpose of that is to serve an ecological function. As we lose species within an ecosystem, if you think of a Jenga puzzle, you're sort of pulling blocks out of there. Those blocks that are creating the instability in the ecosystem is literally the function that animal plays. If we can find ways to restore animals that provide that specific function, we can create more stability within an ecosystem.
Might be a bit of hubris involved there, but anyway. I mean, again, during the end of the last ice age, oh my God, there were dozens of species, like megafauna, like big species, stuff like the size of us and larger that all died off. So, you know, but I guess ideally, maybe that wasn't a good idea, but it wasn't the best thing for the environment. And maybe it would be better if we could maintain some of these species that have died off because of our intervention directly. Maybe, I don't know.
We've announced 3 species, the woolly mammoth, the thylacine, and the dodo. But one of the things that's absolutely critical to ecosystems is predators, as we've seen with what's happened in Yellowstone with the reintroduction of wolves back into the park. They've shown that they've even reshaped the river systems. They've brought back beavers, they've brought back songbirds. And so we felt that it was very important for us to bring back the dire wolf.
The dire wolf is the...
What? Like... So the dire wolf was one of those megafauna species that died off at the end of the last ice age. So where's the logic in inserting that back into the food chain now? It's been edited for 13,000 years. Everything's evolved around not having dire wolves. I thought they were going to stay zoo animals.
The first species that we're bringing back at Colossal.
The dire wolf, which most people think is just a mythical creature, was actually a keystone species that was not only endemic to the United States and mostly Americas, but it was actually culturally important to some of the biggest indigenous early tribes in America. So we thought if we could use it as an opportunity where we can also develop technologies that can help wolves, we thought it was the right first project given how important wolves are to ecosystems.
Well, it's just going to fuck all the other wolves up. Would it not?
One of the challenges when we started working on the direwolf was that we knew of only 2 direwolf specimens in the world that contained some usable DNA. One of our direwolf samples was a single tooth, and then another was a 72,000-year-old skull.
Whoa.
So we were able to use these specimens and isolate this ancient DNA out of them.
For the dire wolf, there was a massive study that did many samples across multiple institutions, and Colossal took 2 of those samples and was able to generate whole genome sequences from each. And so this is incredible for any species, let alone species that have been extinct. So what you can do is you can map that to its closest living relative. So at Colossal, we're using the gray wolf, and we've been able to generate such a high quality genome that we can map back to create our own dire wolf reference genome.
When we edit different lines of genetically diverse gray wolves, we'll create a set of genetically diverse dire wolves with similar edits, but the basis of their diversity already existed within the gray wolf.
Gray wolves are on the endangered species list, and that means you can't just go in and collect the samples that we want.
Typically, people have to take a ear punch or a skin biopsy, and sometimes it's a very invasive process for the animal. We've developed a technology where you can take a simple blood draw, isolate these specific cells in the blood, and then clone from it.
We're changing the genome of this living animal partially into
it very well
the
might have
genome
been
of the
Will,
extinct animal for those genes that matter for the traits and characteristics that we want to see in that animal.
Discovering which parts of the genome make an animal look and act like that animal is one of the hardest problems in biology. It is unsolved and something that we have to solve if we want to know which parts of the genome we want to edit to make a gray wolf more like a dire wolf.
Oh, sorry. Like my whole meme, Ixie, would be like, what don't we know? That's usually the problem when you get into stuff like this. How much don't we know? And what are the potential consequences of that? So we genetically engineer a new wolf to look and act like an older wolf. And then maybe there's some unintended consequences of that. Maybe that new wolf then gets sick, and then whatever it gets sick with gets passed to these other wolves, and they can't deal with it, and then it kills off the gray wolf, which is endangered. Then it starts killing off all the wolves. You know, I don't know if that's even possible or not, but yeah, I would imagine there's a lot of guesswork that goes on in this. Yeah, Mike, I don't think they brought back the dire wolf. It's still a gray wolf, but just close to the dire wolf. That's exactly what they said, Mike. Yeah, it's essentially what Jurassic Park did with the dinosaurs in the movie, where they weren't technically dinosaurs. They were like kind of a mishmash of things based on like an archetype of a dinosaur, but they had to fill a lot of gaps. Yeah. So this is kind of the same meme where it's like, look, honey, the dire wolf's like in a zoo, but it's like, this is kind of like the archetype. We use the archetype of the wolf, dire wolf, and then we filled in the bits and pieces we needed to fill in to get it to look and act like it. So it's for show. It's not actually, they'll do the same thing with the mammoth too. Like at that point, why wouldn't you make it like look even crazier? Like, you know, give it some, what's that fucking myostatin gene all the crazy bodybuilders have, like that cow has, where it's just muscular as fuck? Make some super beasts. Like, why not make it crazy? You know what I mean? Like, why? Just probably because they're not allowed to, but.
To analyze our genomes, to compare dire wolves with gray wolf genomes.
This guy's been playing around his own DNA by the looks of things here, fucking, or his hormones maybe. But
we use our tools on a platform built by FormBio. It's a bioinformatics company that spun out of Colossal. They built this whole suite of analysis tools and algorithms that allow us to find the differences between the dire wolf genome and the gray wolf genome and filter out these differences that we actually want to edit. And so we aligned our dire wolf reads to the gray wolf genome. That allowed us to know exactly where the gray wolf differed from the dire wolf. One of the most exciting differences that we found in the dire wolf genome is that there is a change in the L-coral gene. And L-coral is a key regulator of animal size.
Next, we have to use gene editing technologies. We have cells growing in a dish in a lab that belong to a gray wolf. And so these have gray wolf genomes. Now we've decided which part of that genome we want to change. So one at a time, we take our gene editing tools and we go into that cell and we cut out the bit of DNA that looks like a gray wolf and paste in its place the DNA that looks like a dire wolf.
Each time you edit the gene in a cell, you put a lot of stress on that cell because you have to get your gene editing tools in these cells, and then these changes are made. So what we do instead is we try to make dozens or hundreds of changes.
We could fucking bring back Homo florentes. We could have the Hobbit people back. We could bring back Homo florentes. We could have like a whole place set up, maybe in New Zealand, where like the Hobbit people live. Oh, just imagine it. We can bring back the fucking Neanderthals. They'd be the dwarves. We'd be like the wizards. And then we'll bring back the giants. And we'll have like a whole fucking fantasy. See, we don't need Amazon to do the next fucking season of Lord of the Rings. We can do this ourselves here, technology, right? Like, brother Mike, it's the giants. Man, listen, we can do it. We believe in it. We can do this. This is, for all we know, the dire wolf will end up being 15 feet long with the gene edit. It could be a complete, literal monster. I love Monster Hunter. I mean, listen, IRL Monster Hunter. Fuck it. We could edit ourselves to have super strength, to wield the hammer and the greatsword and shit. Yeah. When I heard the regulator size of the gene, I thought, okay, so we can have Hulks walking around. Maybe.
That ones. It's called multiplex gene editing.
So now we have cells growing in a dish in a lab that have DNA that makes them a little bit more dire wolf-like than gray wolf-like. We have to transform these living cells into actual pups. And for that, we use a process called cloning, or somatic cell nuclear transfer. This is the same process that most famously brought us Dolly the sheep.
You take an egg, an oocyte, from a wolf or a dog, you take out its own DNA and you stick that direwolf cell in it.
That cell becomes an embryo that's a direwolf. It's no longer a domestic dog, which sounds totally science fiction. And with the help of a vet team, we then are able to surgically put this embryo back inside to the surrogate dog.
We have to find an appropriate dog that can carry our direwolf.
Oh, Jesus.
Everyone is thinking very critically about each step.
Find a
so
person.
That when that pup is finally...
Go to some furry convention, find a fucking furry. Fuck, they might carry it for you. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's crazy. Suddenly we start living in a world with monsters that need hunting. There can be an adventurer guild that oh fuck, dude, give out the quest, man. Yeah, fuck. This could be crazy. Yeah, we could save the bees if needed in the future. Stuff like this would be nice. Well, that's probably actually a really good point, Mike. Because yeah, we're definitely killing the bees, so that'd probably be a good one to bring back. Look, she's got a woolly mammoth on her shirt. Man, I mean, a bunch of mutated woolly mammoths could be as bad as Jurassic Park when you really think about it, because they're about the size of a fucking dinosaur. So if they get these giant, jacked up, freakazoid mammoths, that could be really bad. A whole park full of them, like it could be like a Jurassic Park 3 or whatever. Like you think it could be bad. It could be fucked.
We know there aren't any issues.
The safety of all
Ice
of our
Age Jurassic
surrogates for
Park.
any of our species is the highest priority. We have an overemphasis on our animal husbandry team to secure their safety, as well as are pursuing on the science side our own exogenous development team so that one day we won't have to use surrogates.
The most exciting part is when the vet team comes in, they do their ultrasound and they say, yeah, congrats, you're gonna be a puppy mom, or you're gonna have a cub on the ground in a couple weeks.
Who's funding all
After
this?
the pups are delivered, there's a care team in place. They're there to make sure that our direwolf pups are happy and healthy, and that mom has gone through delivery without any problems. And then we have another team that will ensure that our pups have the right dynamics. They have the right social structures.
We're working actively right now with partners today to make sure that there are solutions and places for these animals to go in the future. And it's really important to say that all of this is done in this massive network.
It's critical to work with private landowners, local governments, indigenous people groups, and the public at large to do that in a way that's safe and publicly accepted, but also it's good for the ecosystem and the animals themselves.
What we're doing is having all of this
Interesting.
collaboration in place well before we have these animals. And this is absolutely critical to making this work successful.
We're a part of the evolutionary stream of the planet. We're kin to every other species out there. And so because we have the ability to shape the world, I think we have a responsibility to correct our mistakes from the past.
What we do today is, I think, what the hope for the future is for biodiversity and for nature. And so to be on sort of the ground floor of creating a tool that will be the solution for our biodiversity crisis is the most motivating thought that I could ever have.
What we're doing at Colossal has never been done before.
I hope everyone around the world is leveraging the technologies that we develop here, and I hope that biodiversity loss and extinction is just a thing of the past.
The idea of being able to have direwolves again is tremendously, personally exciting. And I think it's going to be exciting to a lot of people.
The first time I see a direwolf, oh my God.
Direwolf's a big fluffy dog that I probably wouldn't pet.
I think it's going to be
Here's the videos of them.
amazing in a lot of ways.
I'm really excited to see the birth of this direwolf pup. And
So this happened
all the
last
hard
year.
work that all of the teams have contributed
But they just
to.
announced it now, like because they've
There's
grown
so
up.
many people that have had their hand in this that it's just fulfilling for us to see, okay, we did it. We produced something that is magnificent and science fiction at its finest.
Oh, there they are. Oh my, some cute. Wow. Jesus. Oh, there they are. Wow, look at them. Funny that they're white. They're completely white. Kind of lonely though. It's just the two of them. That's the only shitty thing, right? Like they got two boys. What are the boys gonna do for fun? That's the only shitty thing. Fuck. You're just kind of like stuck, just broing out. Like there's no girls, I guess. Side note, I really want to figure out how to generate music like this in Suno. That's a good question, man. Maybe there is a way. I honestly, like, ask ChatGPT. Get ChatGPT to try and create a prompt for it. That's what I would do. See if it could successfully create a prompt to generate it. I was trying to get ChatGPT to actually listen to an MP3 today and generate a guitar tab. And it can do guitar tabs, which is fucking crazy. I couldn't even fucking believe, but it didn't actually listen to the request. It just hallucinated that it did, as per usual. But like it was literally doing guitar tabs for me right here. And it had chords, it gave me what the chords are too. Like it did all. I was like, holy fucking Christ. Like, I mean, once it can actually listen to music, like, man, and I'm sure there's a way you can get it to, it'll just transcribe music. Because I was going to play the guitar today at the end, like the intro song, but I got to figure the chords out. I just did it quickly before I came on. But anyway, crazy shit. Yeah. You need to describe it really well. Yeah. I might be able to. Anyway, this is crazy shit. I mean, what are the implications of this? I don't fucking know, right? I mean, it's who knows? I mean, I think it'd be really exciting when we start getting like bigger animals. They're pretty big. Like, where's fucking direwolf size comparison? Like how big they would actually be. I mean, this would all be great and all, but until you run into one in the fucking woods, and you'd be like, why did we bring this back? So they're pretty big. Okay. But they don't look radically different. They're just physically bigger. Okay. Oh God, yeah, that'd be pretty terrifying to run into in the middle of the night. Probably not good, especially if you get a pack of them too. Now, what I really want is the fucking saber-toothed tiger. That'd be the fucking creme de la creme. Bring that motherfucker back. Bring the giant ground sloth back. That's a proper monster hunter monster. Give me some dual blades and we'll fucking go at it, you know? Last all of 3 seconds. Anyway. Fuck me. Speaking of Monster Hunter, I've seen people fucking around with this, man. This ChatGPT image generation. It's fucking insane. It's a Cantor from Freedom Unite and from the other games. But look at, like, it looks like real fucking Lego. Like, it just made this. Like, what? You watch the Skywatcher Ranch show? Did they say they found a direwolf skull or something? Yes, Mike. Yeah, I have. So what happened on Skywatcher Ranch is they went to I don't know if he's a paleontologist. I don't know what his background was, but a fairly accredited guy in Las Vegas. They had I think it was a deer bone or something, or a deer skull, but there was some kind of incident on the ranch, and I don't know what brought them I don't know why they thought it was anomalous, but they brought the remains of this deer to this guy, and he looked at it and he said, oh, because they wanted to know what animal killed it, I think. Because I think it looked like it was killed, looked like there was a predator in the area. And I think the only predator around there are like coyotes or some shit. There's no wolves. And so they brought it to this guy, and he did an analysis of like the bite mark. And he said the only thing that matches this bite mark is a fucking direwolf skull. And he showed them the size of the tooth and the bite, because he had a skull there of a direwolf with him. And they were like, what? Yeah. And so that was, you know, Maybe that was a 4TV meme. They're not supposed to be doing any of that stuff in the show like that. It's supposed to be an actual investigation that fucking Brandon Fugel's paying for. So hopefully that wasn't the case. If it wasn't, I mean, the whole thing with Skinwalker Ranch, as you probably know, Mike, and other people who have watched the show and heard the stories, is that that's what people have seen on the ranch. But it's kind of like Bigfoot, where it's this giant wolf that they see. Sometimes it stands on two legs as well, like a werewolf. But that's what a skinwalker looks like, supposedly, is it kind of looks like a wolf. It looks like a wolf man or a wolf. And we were talking about this, I think, last night with Galen TV, but the prior owners, so the original owners from the 90s, they had seen it a couple times, supposedly. It attacked their cattle twice, I think. And then Jay Stratton, the guy who made up the designation UAP, Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena, who changed the terminology from UFO, who ran ATIP, he saw it supposedly at Skinwalker Ranch. He saw it up on the top of the mesa while he was out there. So, whatever the fuck that means. Is this actually real? Oh, it is. Oh, that's why. Oh, he just did the background with, that makes more sense. Okay, that's kind of cool. So I can't even fucking tell now. I was like, is this fucking AI or is this actually real? This is all AI in the back. This is an actually real thing that he did. Oh, fuck. We're in strange times now. They ever try to shoot a rocket at it? Holy fuck, man. Yeah, I can't even watch the show. I don't think I finished the last season. We were watching it, me and my partner. But I don't think I can fucking... If there's any more rocket experiments, they got to do something a little bit different. Maybe it can be even wackier. It can do more metaphysical shit where they bring in a shaman or something. And because they brought the rabbi in that time, and that was an interesting episode. I mean, this is for fucking TV at the end of the day, right? Like, if they just every episode they're firing more rockets off. And what people really want to see are images of the craft, which for people tuning in is what supposedly we might see tonight. So this is a pretty big deal. I should really have this as the headline of the title, but I mean, anyway, it's in there. But Skywatcher, Jake Barber's organization, he runs with other people. They're going to be dropping this part 2 tonight, which supposedly is going to have a catalog of all these different craft shapes that they've captured. So get hyped or fucking huff some hopium, I guess. We're huffing the hopium and then we'll be on the copium after. So yeah, I was talking to the wife and just came back. When does that show start back up? Throw in the title in your pen. Yeah, it is in there. It is in there. It's not like the first thing. It's Skywatcher to release actual images of craft. Yeah, I'll probably put like I should probably just put Skywatcher watch party or some fucking shit. I don't know. Whatever. I'll fix it. Yeah. Yeah. I hope they get some radar data or something like that. Yeah, they desperately need it, Mike. They need fucking. They have the tools to do it. So I don't know. We were going over their post last night. Let me see if I can pull it back up quickly. But essentially, right here, this discovery framework here, the white paper they released. So they released this ahead of the video, the documentation of these incidents that happened recently. You can see some of the people involved. So there's some fairly accredited people in there. So this is what we're going to be anticipating going forward. So they were using 2 methods to collect this data that we might be seeing. So the 2 methods they were using, if I can find it here, was neuromeditative interaction, which is essentially hire a psychic to try and connect psychically with the aliens. It's a nice way of putting it. And electromechanical signaling. So the neuromeditative interactions aren't really definitive and it still needs more work. But supposedly, using electromechanical signaling, they were able to facilitate some kind of a interaction with these craft, whatever that turns out to be. If it's a blurry light in the distance, I mean, if they can show definitively that it's like not a satellite, an airplane, you know, ice crystals, whatever, then okay. But fuck, I'm well beyond blurry lights at this point. Personally, I don't know about anybody else, but I think we're all probably right about there. But anyway, so why this is interesting is because supposedly, according to them, this worked. So now they're moving from, here's their little framework they've got up here. Using this, I'm remembering neuromeditative signaling. It is the electromechanical signaling. Using the electromechanical signaling, they worked from level 3 to level 4. So what they've done is they've done in-depth scientific analysis of collected data. So they have collected high-quality data. They measured characteristics, speed, trajectory, light spectrum, and test hypotheses against known phenomena. They use multiple data sources, if available, visual and infrared radar. So they've done this already. This has been done. Where they're moving to now is they're going to formally put out this data in a paper and subject it to peer review. So people are going to go through experts in radar, right? And whatever the fuck, infrared. They're going to go through and they're going to subject their data to peer review. They're going to scrutinize it. They're going to pick it apart, see if they can. And if it holds up, then this data that they've collected will move on to some form of public disclosure. Because if it holds up and this is truly anomalous, then this could move forward to some level of disclosure where we've got a truly anomalous phenomena that's been analyzed, scrutinized, that exists, that is not human. And it appears to be intelligently controlled. So we could say then that it's NHI. And that's where this will go. Yeah. All I expect is a white pixel moving in the dark. I don't have a lot of hope, Pambo, for me personally either, brother. I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm betting, this is just where I'm placing my bet, we're in a playpen or a fucking zoo. So, or it's a combination of the two. If they haven't just landed or made themselves more obvious to your everyday person, I'm skeptical that anything's going to come of this. Unless maybe the powers that be out in the galaxy have decided this is a great opportunity. These are good people. Let's throw them a bone, right? Let's throw some bread out to them, like little pigeons, right? Little bird brain fucking, we'll throw you some bread, right? So maybe they'll give them something. I don't fucking know. That could be, maybe that's what's going to happen. We're going to be shocked. We'll be like, oh my God, this is incredible. This is an actual high resolution image of a fucking egg flying in the sky. Actual egg flying, brother. Right? Not scrambled, just actual egg. Maybe we'll scramble our brains. That's going to be what happens. I don't fucking know. So, yeah, that's what we're to anticipate this evening is some fairly high quality data, or at least an analysis, a video of them collecting this data. But part of that data is, as they say here, visual. So it's videos of these craft. And then they're going to go over all the different shapes and sizes that they've documented. And I really hope it's not like 5 or 6 pixels for each shape. You know what I mean? Like some blurry ass fucking thing. Oh, this is a boomerang. It's like fucking 5 pixels, just like in the shape of a boomerang. I'm like, then I want to see a high quality, fucking high resolution boomerang. That's what I'd love to see. Again, we'll find out later. I'll leave this up. I'll leave this open and leave it up for when this goes live. In the meantime, here is what they have put out this afternoon. Skywatcher Part 2 will launch at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight, featuring an initial taxonomy of 9 UAP classes, along with photos and videos from our ongoing data collection efforts. Note, Skywatcher's media is not validated science and has not yet undergone independent scientific review. No, that's fine. The release of these materials is entirely separate from our upcoming verification process. Skywatcher remains at level 3 analyses and hypotheses testing in our discovery framework. An additional independent scientific validation will follow in the near future. Our intention with this video is to help the community understand the experiences our team is having in the field. Oh, okay. So not to present finalized scientific conclusions, but we're going to be seeing some of this data i.e. these videos. Maybe some of these infrared videos and photographs and whatnot. I just hope it's not the boys flying around in like fucking Top Gun, style helicopter shots. That's all it fucking is. It's just they're doing barrel rolls in the helicopter for like fucking 50 minutes. I'm like, holy fuck. When they show up, we'll be ready. No, I don't want to see that. I want to see actual Skinny Bob in this fucking craft, y'all. Hanging out of that egg, scrambled. I mean, like, I'm coming. Anyway, so we'll be watching for this in T-minus 2 hours. It should be launching. So this was part 1, which we went over before. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'm not going to watch the thing, but this is essentially, this was the trailer introducing everybody. So this is kind of what we can expect.
Many people would consider.
There's one of the psionics.
Yeah, let me tell you a very short story.
There's Jake Barber.
And there's 2. Look at
this was getting people acclimated to the team. There's some of the footage we had
While
before.
This was happening, Fred went up to see if he could see anything with his naked eye.
Which, I mean, to us is like, interdasting. Anyway, so that's kind of what I'm anticipating, is a little bit more. I'm hoping that they've actually been able to capture stuff. For people that have been following ufology for a long time, if they can actually capture these 9 different shapes and sizes of UAPs with some level of clarity, that'll be a big deal. I mean, they're still going to have some data that goes along with it to prove or show definitively this wasn't just some airplane at a weird angle, right? But that'll be a pretty big deal. Because, I mean, nobody has really done a project like this on this scale, out in the general public at least. Maybe the military has. People in the military-industrial complex have. Supposedly, they have been literally fucking pulling these things out of the desert. So, when we think about it in that way, they've been recovering these crafts. They could take pictures of them. So, why is it such a problem for us to take a picture when it's not crashed? I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, I got some other shit up here that I was going to go over in the meantime, kind of pertaining to some of this. This is something else that got posted a couple days ago, which is very interesting. So Ryan Graves, who was the one of the pilots involved with it's known as the gimbal footage, which was essentially this anomalous craft they saw that it was hanging out over the ocean during a training exercise. Anyway, so Ryan's gone through a lot of different, he's talked to a bunch of different famous podcasters. He's been around in the podcast circle, that is. And now he's got this organization that he set up, which I forget the name of it's called actually, but he's been getting data and he's been getting reports. He's been getting all of this data in from pilots all around the world. So they've encouraged people, and I believe they did this in the Congress too. They mentioned his organization, where I think it may even be one of these official outlets that people may turn to submit reports to. It's not the official one, but it's one of these important offshoots that a lot of pilots have been going to. So he's been given some important stuff supposedly. So here's a little clip of him. This is a talk recently he was at.
Very large black rectangles, if you will, look almost, two-dimensional. I mean, your classic saucer shape, all sorts, stuff that's, harder to describe. There's kind of a category that looked like a barbell, like a T with an extra head. I have some very high resolution photos of those. I've been seeing across the world very large black rectangles, if you will, look almost, two-dimensional.
Oh, just restarted. Well, we'd love to see those, Ryan. I don't know. Like, do you fucking have them? I mean, Uncertain Vector is his name. Can we see the photos? Well, yeah. Why can't we see the photos? He hasn't posted in a while on here. So anyway, that's very interesting. Where are the photos at? I mean, is it behind a fucking paywall. Like, do I have to pay you $20, brother? Listen, it's tough out there. The price of fucking chicken is about to skyrocket again. Undoubtedly. Not just chicken, literally everything, thanks to Don's whole fucking tariff situation. So I get it. It's hard out there. We need to be compensated for our fucking photos of UFOs or whatever. I'll pay the fucking $5 or $20 or whatever you want to adjust inflation with inflation. But we just want to get to this shit. Like, just stop playing with our balls. Just give it to us. You know, that's all I want. Yeah. Send them to my location. I'll check them out. Hit them up. Shoot them a fucking DM. Be like, brother, where's this stuff? Yeah. While drinking Guinness. Are you having a Guinness? Oh God, I'm jealous. I'm not doing liquor through the week anymore. I said no. I will have a couple drinks in the weekend, but I had a fucking non-alcoholic beer. I'm just trying to hold it out here, you know. Brother, I'm just trying to hold out here. Now, here's a question. Do we have video of actual UFOs? I brought this up just yesterday again because we were talking and we watched Bob Lazar's new documentary. It's going to be coming out soon, actually, the summer, I think, 2025. Who this team from Montreal has done a brilliant job in recreating supposedly the environment at S4 that Bob worked at. Bob's story is very interesting. I've followed Bob's story since I was a young lad. One of the most interesting stories in all of ufology, really. Still, even sifting through all the more recent horseshit that they dug up about his past. I think it's still one of the most compelling incidents, honestly. And one of the reasons for that is because Bob brought out multiple people on multiple occasions to Papoose Lake, which sits just outside of S4, to literally watch the craft he worked on fly around at night. And he caught this all on video back in 1989, on March 22nd. Now, the problem is video back in March 22nd, 1989 wasn't of the highest resolution, especially at night. So this has been one of the issues with the footage that people, detractors, say, oh, it's probably faked or blah, 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 blah. Anyway, he's multiple witnesses out there, one of whom was John Lear, who in the end wasn't really... He kind of started picking Bob apart a little bit before he died. So, but John had saw it. John was out there. This is what convinced John to go talk to George Knapp and tell him about him at the end of the day. So this is a video. It showed up. His story's consistent too, Bones. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is very consistent. Yeah. He's consistently denied. He's consistently asserted that he does have a degree in physics, which might not be the case, but every other bit and piece, every other piece to his story has been incredibly consistent. Yeah. And there's other videos too. There's videos of them interviewing Ed Teller, who was the father of the hydrogen bomb, talking to him about Bob, and he refuses to comment on him, which is pretty telling. If he didn't know who Bob was and never seen him before, he would say, who's Bob Lazar? He refused to comment on him. It was something happened there, right? So, and the story goes that Ed Teller is the one who got Bob the job because he gave a talk at Los Alamos where Bob was currently working, not as a physicist, but as a technician. But still, he was on the front page of the paper out there because he put a jet engine in his Honda, his hatchback Honda. And Ed Teller was reading the paper and Bob approached him because he was about to give a talk to the physicists at the lab. And he ended up reaching out to Ed Teller years later and saying, I'm looking for a job. You know, I want to get back into the scientific community. And so then the story goes that people think Ed just kind of threw him at it and said, listen, maybe this guy is bullshit. You know, he's fabricated his educational background here, you know, whatever. We'll throw him at the program and see what he can do, see what we can figure out. Because it's one of those things, right? At the end of the day, when it comes to become accredited with universities, to some degree, there can be a superficial element to it, right? Where it's not that like, you know, brain surgeons aren't educated people or it's all superficial. It's not the case, right? Like if someone's about to fucking go into your brain with a scalpel, you're going to be like, you went to school and got really good grades, right? Like, so there's an important element there, but at the same time, some people are brilliant, irregardless if they become accredited physicists in university or not. I mean, some people can be self-learned and there's tons of examples of people from multiple different disciplines that excelled without ever actually having a formal education because they were smart enough to teach themselves, right? And, you know, even back in the 80s, there were tons of resources out there to learn. So maybe Ed just knew talking to Bob, this guy's really fucking smart. Doesn't matter that he, you know, fucked around and maybe didn't do well in high school and didn't have the grades good enough to get into MIT, but, you know, whatever. So I'm going to play the video because I was talking about this last night and it's hard to find the video. This actually isn't a lot of it, unfortunately, but this kind of just gives people an idea of what the video looks like. And at the end of the day, we'll go through this. If you had a UFO and you wanted to test fly it for the boys and it was in the distance, or this is another hypothetical scenario that isn't really relevant to this video per se, but it just looks like a ball light in the distance, right? It's really what one is up close and personal. Well, we'll play the video.
Just about 8 miles.
This is John Lear here.
Lake Nevada, the super government secret test site. And just a few minutes ago, we saw one of the government extraterrestrial UFOs fly over there. We all watched it for about 7 or 8 minutes. Right here I have my Celestron scope. It's 8 inches. And I had it focused in for about 15 seconds and saw for myself that in fact it was a disc. We're going to stay here for another couple hours here to see if we can show you folks an actual extraterrestrial flying saucer being flown by the government. So if you just stand by, and we'll be looking over that mountain, which is where they are. They also come over here, which is over at Bald Mountain.
So context for people that don't know, because probably most people here do know, but whatever, people may watch the VOD or whatever, stumble across this. So John Lear had been camping out. So what happened back in the 80s, today the perimeter they set up around these sites is way broader. Like it's vast. You were never able to get close, but back then you could get pretty close. And John Lear with some of his buddies would camp out at some of these points that, you know, the perimeter is like curves around. So there's these points they would camp out at to try and get visuals on stealth fighters, things of that nature. So John Lear had been doing this for a long time. And he had been working with George Knapp in Las Vegas, and he had given him some details on some of the new spy planes because he literally saw them camping out there. So what Bob brought to the table, Bob, when he was working out there, supposedly saw the test flight schedule for this craft, which he wasn't always privy to. So he would go out there sporadically. Bob would go out sporadically. So Bob saw, while he was working on the craft one day, this test flight schedule. And it was always on Wednesday nights at a particular time. I think early in the morning or something. Although it says it's 9. It might just be the time of the camera recorder. It says 9 p.m. there, actually. I thought he said it was early in the morning. Anyway, whatever. It's interesting that Bob had, from the people there, and this is what impressed the people there, like John Lear, Bob had said, at this time, on this day, we're going to go out and we're going to see a disc flying around over the site. And they did. So, Aaron, what's up?
There's some lights over there which you can't see, but there are a number of trucks. We don't know whether they're looking down here or what they're doing up there, but we managed to get in here. We're standing on public land. It's completely legal where we are. And if you'd like to come here later in the show, we'll tell you exactly how to get here.
Well, you can mention who's with you, John.
We have Bob Lazar, and we have Jackie Lazar, Bob's wife, and we have Gene Huff. And this mission was organized tonight by Bob Lazar, who is a theoretical physicist who works at Groom Lake.
And is also a dead man at this point. We're having this on film that he brought
Yeah, right. I'm happy.
You want your name on there that you're a
Yeah.
This home videotape was recorded during one of the trips to the Groom Mountains.
This is what we can see. This is what we're hoping we don't see tonight with the fucking Skywatcher.
Well, how bright it's getting. Look at it now. Getting bright. Not bright enough for me to get the son of a bitch.
Here, hold on, right here.
Are you there? No.
quiet right now. Admittedly, the tape proves very little by itself because with the distance and darkness, there are no reference points.
No, but there's a longer video of it. That's just a clip of it, yeah. Different Armors, what's up? So if he was working on and touching the craft, why did he care so much about seeing from a distance in the dark? To show it to others, they wanted to capture it on camera, Different Armors, because he wanted proof. Because at the time when this was happening in Bob's story, they stopped calling him in. So Bob was usually involved at the site, maybe during these tests, supposedly, according to his story, of course. They stopped calling him in because his wife, who was mentioned in the film, was having an affair with her flight instructor because Bob couldn't tell her what he was doing, so she thought he was cheating on her. So she started cheating on him with her flight instructor. Little did she know Bob was actually working out here, and then he ended up revealing this to her now. But Bob feared for his life. They stopped calling him in because he no longer had a stable family life. In the interim, he thought they weren't just going to let him walk away. They're probably going to kill him or something because this is pretty serious. So he wanted to go and get stuff on film to prove that this was happening. So he brought people out there and he wanted to get this on film, and the off chance he needed to go and blow the whistle, which he ended up having to do because they got caught is what happened. And then he absolutely, because John Lear was trying to convince him to go to George Knapp, because after the first time they went out, John Lear went to George and said, "Oh my God, this guy's, told me he was we're kind of buddies before." He said, "Oh my God, this guy has been working on craft. We went and saw them. You won't believe this." And Bob didn't want to come forward. It wasn't until he got caught. The third time they went out, Bob got caught by the security there, and they arrested them all. And then he got hauled in front of his old boss, and they essentially threatened him. They put a gun in his face. They threatened to kill him, and then Bob got freaked the fuck out. Then he went to George Knapp, and that's when he went and appeared as Dennis. And, his face blacked out and said that there's craft out there. And then they started this process of releasing all this footage. So he was trying to document and prove that this was actually something he was working on. And this is one of the ways he thought he could do it, but it wasn't good enough. So Swampcast. Didn't Jeremy Corbell hang out with John Lear? Yes, he did, Mike. Yeah, John just died a couple years ago. He kind of went off the deep end a bit. He was always kind of off the deep end to begin with, actually. But John was, he was involved with the CIA and shit, and supposedly had talked with people internally and heard stuff. I don't fucking know, right? I mean, it's some more he said, she said kind of shit with John, but Bob brought a little bit more. But this is, you can find it online. It's kind of hard to find it. There was a video of a guy analyzing it, actually, that was on YouTube for years. Just documenting its movement. There's another video where it shows it moving around, but like, what's it worth at the end of the day? I mean, it's just a light in the distance, right? From 1989, a video camera. I mean, listen, there's probably, there's very likely tons of videos like this that actually are real, that are actual real anomalous objects. The problem is like, where do we go with that? What is that data objectively worth? And unfortunately, unless it's like up close and personal, right, with Skinny Bob hanging outside of the fucking window, even then, I mean, we don't have our hands on it, right? Like, how do we prove that this is actually real, right? It's compelling, but with all video evidence, it's like, we're going to need a little bit more than that. I mean, you can say like in a court case, if you saw that someone murder somebody, blow their brains out on camera, you'd be like, holy shit, convict this guy. You could send someone to death with that. But when it comes to this topic, these lights in the distance, which is almost always what they are, it's just not enough to really, with complete conviction, know. But it definitely, it gets piled on that massive pile of anecdotal evidence, which is why I think this is still something's going on. There's too much of it. But anyway, I thought I'd pull this up. This is very fucking interesting.
Just about 8 miles.
I'm going to start it again. But anyway, I'm hoping that we get more than this this evening. I'm hoping that it's more than this. With all of our advancements in technology over the last fucking 36 years, I would hope that we could maybe have a bit more clarity with some of these objects. Supposedly, Skywatcher and Jake Barber and co are viewing. But time will tell here soon within, well, they say in an hour and a half. So Anyway, I thought this is yeah. Then I met George and my life changed. I found a sucker for my story. I don't know. It's one of those things. I don't believe in Bob, right? Like, you look through the data, you look through the story, you look through all the bits and pieces that have been collected. I mean, I'd say that his story is fairly compelling, even with all the problems in it. Still, right? So, like, I don't just believe him because I don't know the guy personally, and we don't have a lot of hard data, but we do have a lot of very interesting anecdotes, and there's some form of data. I don't know what quality it is, but Jim, you know it's going to be more slop, don't you? We don't, though. That's the thing, brother. We don't know. We don't know how much it's been chewed and how it's going to go down. My hope is that it's not. I'm hopeful with this kind of stuff. You know, it's kind of like the pyramid shit, which I didn't anticipate, honestly. As that moves along, that's going to be another proper meme. I'm hoping at some point somebody just gets something and it's like, what the fuck? And if there was ever an opportunity, and if there's any of these NHI actually paying attention to what's going on, like, guys, this would be the opportunity to finally allow somebody to get some high quality footage, right? This would be brilliant. If maybe they're waiting for the right people to come up who have the right intentions, that aren't just going to go and, you know, grift their way through it like Stephen Greer. They're going to get somebody who actually is after this truth. And listen, that's what we're contending with too. I do not think that what we're dealing with here is just some kind of like, ooh, like, you know, whatever we're dealing with, which I think it is NHI. I don't know that with complete conviction. I think they're probably paying very close attention to literally everything everyone's doing, thinking, saying at all times, potentially, depending upon how advanced they are. So if that's the case, maybe they're going to wait for an opportunity like this. Maybe they'll take advantage of it. So yeah, stayed the same throughout. Yeah. Did you watch Jay's interview with the two from the pyramid? I did yesterday, Will. Yeah, I did earlier on yesterday. We went through the whole thing. Yeah. Very good. Filippo Bionde was the SAR expert, but he did 200 separate experiments corroborating the find. So supposedly, according to him, till we see the paper, we don't know, but 200 separate experiments over a year using different satellites, different sensors, and they all brought back the same anomaly under the pyramid. Now, the issue is that he was using the same technique, but that's pretty rigorous. So the peer review will also have to be just as rigorous. It can't be like, oh, it's technique's bullshit. Like, no. That's not fucking worth anything. It has to be just as rigorous as what he set up. And now the biggest problem we're going to have is that the Egyptian government isn't going to let somebody dig like that on there. So then we'll just have to have more peer review. And at some point, a bunch of experts may just call it and say, yeah, fuck, those structures are underneath there and they're artificial. This technique works. And if that happens, then there may be a lot of pressure internationally on the Egyptian government to be like, we're coming in there with the diggers. Yeah. In reply to the post you're reading right now, Daz says, DM me. Oh, I wanted to play this little clip. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with Ross on this, but I wanted to play this clip. This is from his podcast. It just came out over the weekend. On what, Saturday? Whatever the fuck. Anyway, I'll play this clip here. He's still going over the drones and shit. So you check your DMs to be exact. Yeah, Daz, I saw the thing you posted, Will, the experiment that they did. Yeah. Interesting. A lot of people have gotten anomalous shit with these drones or what the drones were involved with. This is obviously remote viewing for people that don't know. So, not completely definitive, but it's intriguing. I mean, really, it's the only thing that we have available to us to get any kind of a fucking framework of maybe what's going on. At least to ask the right questions as to what's fucking going on here. So, we've gone over this before. I haven't played that video actually from Daz, but that was his test group, I think, right? Well, the people learning did it. But I know John Vivanco did a session with his team, and there was another lady who did a session that was a little bit even more out there, spectrum of remote viewing. So John's was definitely interesting. John's had a lot of interesting shit that his team's found. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, and he's pretty transparent about this. It's like, well, what is it worth objectively? It's like, well, it can maybe get us asking the right questions, orient us in the right direction, whether it's with the COVID virus or it's with fucking these drones. Let's just hope what John found wasn't real. I think John was probably sitting in the same boat there. Let's just hope this isn't fucking correct. But essentially, John, before we listen to what Ross has to say about the drone situation, John Vivanco, who's a fairly well-known remote viewer, he has a team of remote viewers he uses to task on these topics, and he tasks them on this drone situation. And he found what was going on. This is in New Jersey specifically, not in the UK and Lakenheath or anywhere else. He found that in New Jersey, their team found blind that there was a U.S. military presence there. These were U.S. military drones. And they were picking up a strange signal that in the end, these devices were giving off that are implanted around the area. And now I don't know. This is the thing about remote viewing. We have and when you get into stuff like this where there's no way to corroborate it, John's team found that the devices weren't human. They were ET. And the devices were sending back data to these crafts, these orbs, which people have seen actually. And there was a report of one while this was ongoing that a pilot, a commercial pilot had put in. And the data they then remote viewed is pertaining to Earth changes, a global cataclysm, and if it's beginning, finally. That was the data. Now, you just take that with a fucking truckload of salt, right? And anyway, so the drones weren't alien, they were military. The drones picked up a weird signal. The signal turned out not to be human. And then from there, now it's interesting to note, there's another remote viewer who pretty much picked up the same narrative, that there's this signal the government's analyzing right now, and it is to do with something, the sun or stuff by and around the sun, and it has to do with some kind of an issue or cataclysm. And so anyway, that's if you want to ruin your day or you just want to, humor those kinds of scenarios, you can go fucking look at what the remote viewers found. Anyway, we really have no idea concretely what's going on. So he himself was tasked on. Oh, was it? Okay. All right. Okay. The Hellfire group is usually okay. I'll have to, maybe I'll play the whole video for people. Well, yeah. Let's listen to what Ross said.
Okay, I'm calling it. I think the drones are anomalous. I think they may potentially be NHI. I've had people from the intelligence community who have asserted flatly to me that they are Chinese or Russian drones. Bullshit.
Yeah,
I don't believe it. And I'm calling that out. Nobody, and I've really milked all my sources, nobody I can find has any evidence at all to prove that these are foreign adversary drones. I don't even think they're drones. Whatever they are, I've spoken now to multiple people who've told me they've seen these objects morphing. I can't verify the authenticity of it, but I tweeted recently about one that was hovering over a house that somebody videoed, and it was literally, it looked like two aeroplane cockpits a little bit apart from each other. It looked like whatever the hologram was that was being generated, it hadn't quite worked. And it was hovering over a house and drifting very slowly in a particular direction. And whatever that is, it's not a conventional aircraft.
It was real.
And it's interesting because I asked somebody about this at a relatively high level in the defense community just this week. And they said to me, Ross, if you were the US Air Force and the White House, would you want to admit that there are objects operating with total impunity over the continental United States that we can't track, we can't detect, we don't know where they're coming from or where they're going to, we don't know who's responsible for them, and more importantly, we cannot bring them down? Would you want to admit that? And the answer is no. And it's interesting because more and more, I think it's a bunch of A-type males in the US military who just can't bring themselves to admit that despite the expenditure of trillions of dollars, the security and defence and integrity of the national airspace of the United States cannot be guaranteed. That's the issue behind the drones. Whatever they are, I suspect, yes, there have been some drones going up, and that's a matter of public record. Skywatcher, for example, reported that some of the objects that they saw...
Yeah, but, I mean, again, we mean about this, but you've got these type A males involved in the military. I think this goes back personally to the military-industrial complex. And I think it goes back to maybe something a little bit more nefarious, but I think these people want to maintain the illusion that they have control. I mean, if you're in a position of authority, you absolutely don't want to go and show your hand to the general public and say, yeah, we can't protect you from anything. We can't protect you from this, right? And it's a huge point of anxiety thanks to, well, it's not just thanks to Hollywood, it's thanks to even people that have gone through these stories like the abduction phenomena. I really think that's what's holding the whole show back, is because there have been instances where people have been taken, probably it might happen all the fucking time, and there's nothing we can really do about it, or maybe they perceive there's nothing they can do about it, right? And so that will create, if they were to acknowledge this phenomena officially, a massive amount of anxiety in the general population. And I genuinely think it would as well. I would have to agree. I think it absolutely would cause a destabilizing amount of anxiety, where we would start to see people, first and foremost, become unraveled, who haven't contended with any of this stuff. Many of us here who watch this or hang out or watch these videos, I mean, you know, we show courage, although some of us just maybe enjoy the punishment, but when you show courage in contending with these potential realities, there's a lot of people, a vast majority, that just don't. And not because they won't, it's because they can't. Because entertaining some of these ideas is very disturbing to them, right? And, you know, I'm glad a lot of people don't. Because when you go to the hospital and you fucking snap your arm off, right, at the gym, fucking doing bench press or whatever, you want your doctor to be focused in on, like, healing people. And you don't want him to spend every fucking day in some existential crisis about what the fucking what are they doing here? What do the aliens want? You know, what the fuck's going on? Like, so we need those people to be locked in. What will happen is, I really think this will cause deeply in people a level of ontological shock, specifically with the abduction phenomena, and just general fear and uncertainty that the government will not be able to quell. They will not be able to reassure people that they'll be able to deal with this force, especially if they fully acknowledged how advanced it was, right? It would just be a sense of helplessness that would just run rampant. Anyway.
Were indeed sort of commercial drones that somebody was putting up. But they've also, as Jake told me yesterday, made it very clear that the objects that they were seeing included highly anomalous objects. And this is something that John and Jerry Tedesco have picked up with their Nightcrawler research laboratory. They've gone out and they've actually looked at these objects through their hyperspectral cameras and their other optical and sensor devices. And what they are recording is anomalous. So the big issue to me is not that these objects are anomalous. It's why is the United States government, notably the Trump White House, putting out a statement that is egregiously false and misleading and completely unsustainable in light of what Jake Barber has said and in light of what New Jersey police and other military continue to say to me, that these objects are anomalous, they're still there, they're still hovering, and whatever they are not normal terrestrial vehicles.
Yeah, and you know, personally, I think the drones are quite clearly just U.S. military, and they were clearly drones. So it's differentiating between those and some of the more anomalous objects that have been reported, right? And it gets very confusing where everyone thinks all the drones are UFOs or alien craft mimicking planes. I don't think that's the case.
Okay, I'm calling it.
And I think, you know, and not that remote viewing is necessarily something we're going to really use to argue this definitively, but I think there's too many anecdotes from people that, and people have heard this, that these were fixed wing, like drones with propellers on them. Like this is not some kind of black helicopter UFO scenario here. So, anyway, I think there's a psyop going on around this. Clearly, they're going to try it, specifically in the States, blame this on like China or Russia. Anyone who thinks for a couple seconds about this as we have will come to the conclusion that just cannot be the case. They would not put up with a foreign adversary making a display like that. It would have to be the U.S. military, at least within New Jersey, with how prolific it was. And there were far too many people that saw this and reported this activity. So then we go on to what the fuck were they doing? And that's where we don't know. We're not going to know. You would go and you'd roll the dice and you'd say, well, let's talk to the remote viewers. What did they see? And then they say, well, the aliens are anticipating the end of the world. And you're like, okay, all right. That's enough of that for today. It's like, okay. You just go right down the bottom of the fucking rabbit hole. Yeah. How else could we provide a fleet of UFOs at the time we said, over the hotel, we said,
Then he asked
oh my
if I
heavens.
could ask
Atlanta
Meridian,
Denon. I never even, oh, you've talked about her before,
geology,
haven't you, Aaron?
if he could do an air show in the sky
Footage compilation, 1,000
on
witnesses.
Friday, the 27th of October, between 8:30, 9:30 p.m. above.
She's in contact with the Galactic Federation. Interesting. And they did this display. I have no idea. Listen, I mean, here's a display. Interesting. God, I would love it though. Like, next time we talk to a Layu, whoever the fuck's picking up the phone on the other side, I'd be like, guys, like, just bring the thing in, like, just like 50 feet closer, even 100 feet closer, just a little bit closer. Jesus Christ! Like, even maybe if what I saw was actually fucking UFO aliens, I'd be like, guys, like, although they weren't there for me probably, but just fucking come down a little bit closer for Christ's sake. Like, we're done with the blurry lights and shit. But at the end of the day, right? As crazy as this might sound to some people, we have no idea. It could turn out that some of these people were actually in contact with them. If it turns out that they have this ability, or that the main method of communication up there is through telepathy or psionics, however you want to describe it, they could have been talking to people for forever. And people could say, oh, well, they don't want to prove any mathematical equations, or like, it's just cope. It's like, well, maybe they weren't allowed to. I don't know. It's this could all something we might have to contend with at some point. You know, the problem for me always is there's just no way to independently validate this. I mean, maybe this is an incident. People can say, well, she said the lights are going to happen here at this time. And yeah, I mean, maybe, right? Yeah, why is this footage always shit though? Insert cat Y meme here. Yeah. There's some better footage in here, by the way. Skip back a bit. Okay. Like, skip back. Is it like right here? She shows it. Oh, that. Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, right? That's a big question that would be, if we're thinking about this like critically, it's like, why is the footage always shit? And I've been through this song and dance before with people who are channelers or just get cuneiform on a tattoo on her chest there. And I mean, Nancy Leader. I've emailed Nancy. Oh my God. She doesn't know who the fuck I am, but I mean, I wouldn't like argue with her or anything, because she just would stop responding to you or send some nasty email back. She runs a cult on zetatalk.com. She's one of these people too, who's in communication with a specific group, supposedly. And the question always, I don't approach things too ignorantly. I'm like, well, I mean, you're talking to them. What are they saying? What are they saying? I mean, why can't they come down closer? And the explanation given by almost all of them universally is, well, there's a protocol they must follow set by the Galactic Federation of Light, or however you want to call it, Council of Worlds, however you want to refer to this entity that governs interactions in the galaxy. And there must be maintained an element of doubt, because the general population, they know with conviction, we don't, because they're fucking governing things from the other side of reality, supposedly. They know that this would be too shocking for people. So people who are skeptical of this and want proof would say, well, I just want high quality footage that's undeniable. That would prove it definitively. Now, yes, it would. What would be the consequences of that? And now when you think about this, as much as that is a cope, and I think it is to some degree, I can understand, I guess, maybe where they're coming from, if this is true, that the element of doubt would wane. People wouldn't have a choice but to just know that we're dealing with aliens here. Still, now, right now, there is an element of doubt around this phenomena where people can choose to disengage with it if they want. Right? Mainstream opinion of this is that it's still woo, it's ridiculous, blah, 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 right? It's objectively not, but there is an out for people around this kind of stuff still. If they don't want to contend with it, if they don't want to hear about it, they don't have to. They can go and they can go on this other camp and they say, well, there's no physical evidence of it. Okay, well, I'm safe. I don't have to worry about getting abducted in the middle of the night, whatever fucking people's concerns are. If you were to get high quality, undeniable footage of fucking aliens coming down, getting out, that would wane that element of doubt to the point where people would no longer have that out. And that could maybe lead to the scenario we're talking before. The military comes out and says, yeah, they're here. We can't do anything about it. Good luck. Cause panic in people. It would unsettle people deeply. Ontologically, it would their beliefs about, reality, metaphysical beliefs. It would just unsettle them to a degree that maybe we don't want. Because again, like talking about before, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, you broke your leg or your arm, and they're like, oh, sorry, yeah, the surgeon, he's called in sick the last fucking couple weeks ever since this whole UFO thing. I think he's going through some kind of existential meltdown. You're like, fuck, no, my arm's broken. Right? It would unsettle the fabric of our society to some degree. I don't think anybody knows, honestly, the consequences of that. That's the problem. People may think, oh, they'd be okay. No one fucking knows. No monkey in this fucking jungle anywhere, not one of us, has any understanding of what the long-term consequences, ramifications of something like that would actually be on everyone. It could be bad. As time has gone on, and after COVID, my opinion changed. I before was the person saying, oh, fuck that. No. Just tell everybody. After COVID, I was like, oh shit. Fuck. No. I'm still scared. It's still trauma from that. Yeah. Anyway, we need hero martyr ETs, damn the non-interference and the connected karma with affecting human development and come right overhead. Well, Varginha, Brazil, right, brother? 1996. Somebody's ship caught on fire and fucking crashed. And those motherfuckers were running around the city. That's James Fox's best documentary ever, is documenting that event. The whole fucking town saw that shit happen. So it's happened already. But again, it's far away, non-English speaking country for people here in the West, right? It's like, they're like, oh, well, those people, they're in the woods down there in the jungle, fucking, there's a cope we can have, right? Where it's far away. It happened 30 years ago, blah, 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 right? Like night vision with a laser pointer must be forwarded. Oh, is it? Oh, right here. This is it here, Aaron. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it looks weird. Not a satellite because it's moving around. It could be birds in formation. Time of year. I don't know. You'd have to have someone analyze the video, right? Like, if it's them showing themselves, it's like crazy. I've seen birds look like this before, but hard to say. Yeah, it was planned by her under contact. Yeah, you'd have to have it independently verified, right? Like, I learned recently that Elena is an archaeologist and many years ago worked with Hawass in Egypt, but sometime before he started being super gatekeeper, I believe. Is she actually? She's like a trained archaeologist, Will? Interesting. Now she's a channel. Rewind this and analyze the green bit. There's a fleet. Was this like your sighting? No. It was much brighter than that. Yeah. Please. It was planned by her. Oh, she said to expect it and it happened. Okay. Elena Denon gifted us a flyover organized by Off Planet. GFW military. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to that one's a bit more weird. Like a triangle like that on their own is a bit more weird. Boom pretty quick too. Yeah, who knows, right? There's a guy on YouTube. No, I mean on him, but Eliu777 is his name. He claims he's a Pleiadian here. He's not. He's from fucking Germany. He's a musician in Germany, but supposedly people have gone out with him. This is like, oh my God, this is like 15 years ago. I remember reading these stories that they went out with him and he did the same thing where he said there was going to be some lights appearing and there was some weird shit happened. And there were some people there who were like, you know, who the fuck is this guy? Like he was on like Hawaii, he went all over the world and who the fuck knows, right? Like, yeah, not a channeler. She is an implant. She was abducted by Greys when she was 9 and saved by the Galactic Federation of Light and given an implant to communicate with them. Holy shit. I mean, you know, did she had that studied, the implant? I've never even heard of her before. Holy fuck. Rabbit, what's up, man? I mean, you know, I don't fucking know. Yeah. Interesting. Is this where we're going? Listen, I'll talk to them. I'll be our emissary. I'll give myself to them. I've said that every single night. I'm like, where the fuck are they? I'm ready and willing. You know? What do you miss? Well, just same old shit, you know? Same old stuff. We're just kind of getting ready this evening for people that are tuning in here. As I should probably change the title now. I'm going to change the title. Just give me a second. The Skywatcher, Jake Barber and his team are going to be releasing a video, potentially with, we're hoping, high-resolution images and videos of UFOs that they've captured with this technique, this magnetic or fucking signaling. So they're able to summon these UFOs to them using technology, and they're capturing them on film and documenting them. So we're going to watch that at 8 o'clock or 7 p.m. Eastern, which is an hour from now, which would be 8 o'clock for me here because I'm Atlantic. Skywatcher watch party, come see a UFO. Bait people in here, fucking Skywatcher. Hold on. Clickbait. Skywatcher watch party, come see real UFOs. 7 p.m. EST. See, Jake, that's the thing about people like me streaming this is we'll just leech off of all of it, right? Isn't that what streamers do? We're just terrible fucking leeches. All right? We'll comment over your content. Literally what this is. It's the woo, but after tonight, this ain't woo anymore. Just prepping your brother. Get your swamp boots on, brother. Listen, I've drank from the waters. I've drank from the waters. My belly's been filled from the waters, right? I just keep throwing it up. If I can just keep it down. Maybe tonight is the night, though. That's the thing. That's the meme. I mean, maybe this is the moment for us to finally fucking settle down with the woo. I don't know. We're just going to have to hold on. See. I was going to just grab my food, actually, and eat. Holy fuck. What the fuck is it? I saw this guy on Danny Jones. I don't know if we want to fucking play this, honestly, in the meantime. Oh my God. Who the fuck is this guy? Anyway, this was interesting too. This is the Jesse Michaels interview that he did. I guess Jesse's had a couple experiences. I've watched a lot of content of his. I probably should have just done the clip, actually, not the whole fucking thing. But that might even be more interesting. Although those are two podcasters, I don't know who the fuck this guy is and what the fuck he's talking about. But He talks about all kinds of shit. Anyway, just getting ourselves prepared for this, I guess. And this Skywatcher meme. Yeah. Bring your best UFO clips. Let's see them. Yeah. Let me go throw my food in the microwave and then maybe I'll fucking, I don't know. Maybe I'll see what this guy's saying. This is kind of relevant. This is all disclosure, alien talk. Evidence the moon is hollow. Evidence the moon was man-made. Oh, Jesus Christ. Boys are starting to reach the fucking... All right. I'll be back in 2 seconds. So dudes. Yeah. Fucking right. The Phoenix Lights went what they don't want you to know on YouTube. I haven't seen that, Mike. So you're talking to Aaron there. Interesting. Oh God. This guy just sounds like he's fucking completely at lunch. Like, what the fuck is all this? Oh God. The pending information cataclysm. Some of these guests, man, I was just looking for something else to throw up here. I really don't know. There's info you didn't know about. Okay, well, is it new or something, or is it an older documentary? What's it called? The Phoenix. It does sound familiar though. Lights. What they don't want you to know. That's what it's called. Oh, 2 days ago. Oh, okay. Well, let me put that on just for a little bit. It's kind of relevant to this, which obviously this crazy fucking incident. I'm also 100% in on this being something anomalous that had happened. And then the military went and tried to cover it up after the fact. Interesting.
This is the light. They appeared without warning. Silent. Still. Watching. March 13th, 1997. It was a night like any other. But for the people of Arizona, everything changed in a matter of minutes.
Last night, people all over Arizona say they saw a UFO.
Folks who witnessed this strange sighting are calling it simply unexplainable.
They called them the Phoenix Lights. Strange orbs, bright as fire, moving in perfect formation across the Arizona sky for hours.
Hey, Sue, take a look at this.
Whoa, look at them! There's a swarm of them!
I got that one on video. Major sighting here.
Oh my God, get your mother.
Mom, come here.
It wasn't just one or two people. It wasn't a handful of conspiracy theorists or UFO hunters. This was seen by thousands across multiple states.
The craft was moving very slowly, the most dramatic sighting in Arizona this decade.
Pilots saw it.
This thing shot straight up and vanished right in front of my eyes.
Police saw it.
It was nothing that we could have built.
Doctors, teachers, truck drivers, they all saw it.
My God, how big is this thing? We got out of our car.
The left side was a couple blocks over. It scared the heck out of me.
For months, witnesses kept asking one question. What was it?
It was a spaceship.
They're not from here. There's no question that was an alien object.
That's why 2 months later, the governor of Arizona, Fife Symington, called a press conference promising to reveal who was actually behind the Phoenix Lights.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please.
And the people became angry.
Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
Because they felt like they were told they were crazy and should stop talking about the little green men from outer space.
I think it's a pitiful stunt. I think it was a stupid joke. I think the governor is a complete idiot.
But what the world didn't know at the time is that even he saw it.
March 13th, 1997. What did you see?
Well, I saw a huge craft come right over Squaw Peak.
A confession he'd make over a decade later, leaving the actual witnesses of the event with an empty feeling that only somewhat resembled closure.
I can definitively say that this craft did not resemble any man-made object that I'd ever seen.
Since before his confession, the government tried their hardest to convince the people that what they actually saw were just flares. For one night, the skies above Phoenix, Arizona became a stage for something we still can't explain. No radar blips, no official story that makes any sense. They say if you stare into the void long enough, it stares back. On March 13th, 1997, something stared back. Don't look up. They might still be watching.
Big deal. Probably the biggest sighting in fucking human history, really, if you think about it.
It was a night like any other. Rush hour was dying down, and Richard Curtis, a retired vet living in downtown Phoenix, was engaged in his nightly routine of using his CB radio to listen to what truckers on the highway were talking about. And on this night, according to the radio chatter, there was apparently a very large, triangular-shaped UFO hovering right above the ground and heading south right towards downtown Phoenix. Now, Richard, being former military, didn't really believe in UFOs from outer space, but he certainly wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to see one. And luckily, he lived at the Westward Ho, which happened to be the tallest building in Phoenix at the time. So he grabbed his brand new video camera, put a blank tape inside, headed to the roof, and waited. And less than 30 minutes later, just as he'd been expecting, the large craft slowly came into view. He then pressed record and watched as it slowly passed over his head. Now, Richard had no idea, but the video that he would go on to record would become a small yet controversial part of the larger Phoenix Lights story, because he wouldn't be the only one to record something strange in the skies that night. At the exact same time, about 100 miles north in Paulden, Arizona, a former police officer named Terry Proctor was with his wife when they both saw a very strange and very large formation of 5 lights heading towards Phoenix.
You see it? I don't know what it is yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Was this the same craft that Richard saw? It's unlikely, because around the same time of about 8:15 to 8:30, a woman named Patty was with her husband just south of Phoenix in a suburb called Ahwatukee.
Autumn Mouse. Thank you. Welcome, guys.
Where were you at?
I'm just
What
eating my
time
dinner
was
here
it?
right now,
What were you
but
doing?
Okay.
we're going to be tuning in here
Pretty
at
interesting
8
theory.
p.m.
However,
to the Jake Barber Skywatcher special, which supposedly, according to Jake, is going to include video and photographs of UFOs. So, should be fun. Thank you for the follow, Mouse.
My name is Patty Ensign. It was March 13th, 1997. I live right at the base of South Mountain. Most people know South Mountain because they can see the antennas with the red flickering lights. As we turned onto the little road we live on, I'm looking and I go, do you see that? And what we're seeing are 7 lights flying in formation.
A sight so breathtaking that without thinking, they pulled over and got out of the car just to watch.
And as it's coming by us, my husband said, I think those are planes just flying in formation. I said, Danny, it can't be planes flying in formation because look, between the lights, it's blocking out all of the stars. And as it gets about right here to me, it kind of shifted a little bit. And that's when we saw it was a massive triangular object. It was massive.
It was very low to the ground, and everything around them became noticeably silent.
It becomes so quiet. It was a calmness that came over us. We didn't say anything. We didn't move. We just stood there in awe. And then all of a sudden, we looked at each other and we said, whoa, did you see that? And we were both like, oh my gosh, I can't believe did you see that? I mean, we couldn't say those words enough. And then suddenly we realized that we're standing in the middle of the road, the car doors are open, and now we're starting to laugh and we're just in awe of what we felt together.
Just out of pure curiosity, I asked her after our interview if she could draw for me what the UFO that she saw looked like, and this is the picture she sent me.
So what you saw was a black triangle.
Huge black triangle floating silently.
A very interesting detail that stood out to me because of the next witness named David Parker, who ironically, at the exact same time that Patty was seeing this over South Mountain, had a sighting of his own that was much different.
Hey, my name's David Parker. At the time I was working hospice. Normally I would get off about 7:30 at night, but the night nurse was a little bit late, so I probably didn't get off closer till 8 o'clock, which ended up put me in the absolute best position I could have been to see the Phoenix Lights.
And he was driving down I-60, which at the time was under construction, so most of it was a dirt road. You were driving on top of dirt.
Because of the construction, the whole freeway was dirt. And then on the overpass, there was a mound of construction dirt. I ended up going on top of it. And because I was now up on top of the overpass and on a mound of construction debris, I'm up in the air. I'm over rooftop high.
And that's where you saw the craft?
So I'm in my little truck, and I'm looking out the window, and there's all these lights coming towards me. And it looked like liquid fire coming out of the sky, like pools.
That was the first thing you noticed?
That's what I saw.
Fire.
And I got out of my truck, and then there's this magnificent, I'm going to guess a mile-wide craft floating gently in the sky coming towards me. Had the craft fallen down, I could take 2 steps and I could have kicked the very tip of it.
Roughly how far away you think, if you had to guess?
I felt confident I could hit it with a rock.
So that was really low to the ground.
That was real low. Where I was, at least, it was very, very low.
Definitely not a plane height.
No.
Okay.
And With the ambient light of Phoenix, the city lights kind of shining up, there's like a glow on the bottom of the craft. And I know so many other people saw a V. To me, it looked like a boomerang.
You were about eye level with it.
Yes, and just inside the tip of the left wing, I could see just a little bit up into the opening of the craft. It was like a canister. And out of that came this lava, and it was pouring down and glowing, and it would form like drips.
I think I've heard this before.
And it would stop, and then the drip would go back up. And the glow on the ground, the glow on me, the glow everywhere was orange. And my focus was mostly on the one closest to me because that stuff looked hot. But there was not one bit of heat. There was no odor. There was no tingling on my face. My hair didn't singe. Totally silent. Absolute total silence.
Then as this craft slowly drifted away into the distance, he noticed what looked
This
like
isn't the video
ribbons
game
of
TV, but it's coming up at 8
rainbow-colored
p.m.
mist
Yeah.
coming off the back of this craft.
As it comes and flies over my head, it was like a rainbow flag waving like a fishtail behind it. But it was like a colorful mist, and it was sparkly. And behind each light was this mist. And when the mist went over my head, it was like something in my brain clicked. And I just had this incredible, overwhelming feeling of love. It was like the best friends you ever had just drop by to say, I love you, I'm checking in on you. I don't know who was sitting in the driver's seat. I felt an instant connection, and it was just an absolutely wonderful feeling of gratitude. That's the closest I can come to it. Just pure, unadulterated gratitude.
What about the experience makes you associate that feeling of gratitude with the mist?
I haven't heard this version before, but fuck, brother, listen. If they touched you somewhere special, I mean, you're lucky. I've been hoping for that for years, but yeah. Mr. Mayor, are there any open seats in the cinema?
Specifically.
Just a couple.
That's when I felt it.
When you saw it?
Yes. As it went over my head.
Buddy.
It's so pretty, I can see it right now. It just meandered, just floated in the sky.
Now, if you haven't noticed already, around the same time, all over Arizona, people everywhere were seeing something in the skies that night.
About what time?
It would have been a little after 8.
Approximately what time?
8:15, 8:30, something like that.
8:15, that's about exactly what we decided that we saw this craft.
But hardly anybody could necessarily agree to seeing the same thing.
I'm looking out my window, and here comes this massive boomerang-shaped craft.
It had the point on the front.
And it was rounded. It wasn't pointed like this.
It was in this V pattern of the 5 lights.
There were 7 lights. It was massive.
And it was this disparity in eyewitness reports that would not only add to the mystery of the entire situation, but would also lead people to conclude that whatever flew over Arizona was not just one large craft, but rather was most likely a wave of many different crafts spotted at specifically 8:15 to 8:30 p.m.
Now, whether it was one craft that could morph into looking different, or the perspective from where the person was standing, or a parade. And ultimately, that was the conclusion, because it wasn't just 1 or 2 events, as you would hear in the media. In reality, on March 13th, 1997, the mass sighting began at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and the sightings continued until 5:30 the next morning.
Which leads me to this man right here, Peter Davenport.
The Phoenix Lights event started up near Las Vegas, and specifically over Henderson, Nevada.
Peter is the director of the National UFO Reporting Center based out of Seattle, Washington, or NUFORC for short.
To the best of our knowledge, the objects passed over all of these communities that you see shown here: Paulden, Sedona, Prescott, Chino Valley, Prescott Valley, Dewey, Cordes Junction, and Kingman. Very busy night.
And all you need to know about him is that pre-internet, if you happen to see a UFO anywhere in the US, his phone number was the number that you called to report the sighting.
My suspicion is we're dealing with at least 5, possibly 6 triangular craft. Also, a huge disc was reported over Phoenix the night of the Phoenix Lights.
I've not heard that either. I've always kind of functioned under the fucking meme that there was just the one craft that was seen. I never heard that. I don't think I've ever heard that there was stuff dripping out of it either. But interesting. Some of these new witnesses, I guess.
So possibly as many as 7 craft, but that is an estimate.
But on March 13th, 1997, when he got that first call around 8:30 p.m., it was from a former police officer named Terry in Paulden, Arizona. Yes, the same Terry that we met earlier who took this video.
Unfortunately, the video is very grainy. The objects in the formation are so small, they're very difficult to see.
And it was that call that made Peter feel like something big was about to be happening in Arizona.
Tonight includes some rather strange occurrences in Arizona. Here is Peter Davenport. Peter.
Good evening, Art.
Hi. What in the world is going on?
Well, I'm not sure myself, but it's been a very busy night in the skies above Arizona tonight. Just about 3 hours ago, we started taking calls all over Arizona. The first call came in from a retired police officer who lives in Paulden, Arizona. Well, that's, I guess, about 150 or 200 miles straight north of Phoenix.
And in the weeks that would follow, he'd get hundreds of reports that would allow him to start piecing together the series of events that really happened on March 13th. And some of these reports even included photos and videos too, which is exactly why Peter reached out to one of his buddies named Jim Delatoso, who ran a lab based out of Tempe, Arizona called Village Labs.
Village Labs is a computer visual effects design firm operated by Michael Tanner and Jim Delatoso.
Village Labs creates computer software for aerospace and the film industry.
Jim Delatoso has been researching UFOs for 20 years.
Can you outline for me what role Village Labs played in the Phoenix Lights incident?
Before the Phoenix Lights, I had been in the business of renting out scientific equipment, audio, video equipment. So I had all this equipment. And since the late
fucking
70s,
OG word drinker, what's up?
I could use my own gear to satisfy my personal interest in claims of the paranormal. So we analyzed the claims and started building a database. So we could reorganize them in a linear timeline, or we could look at the ones that were similar. How many lights? Did the lights move separate of each other? Did they move together? And all the things that people said.
And much to Peter's surprise, Jim himself had already been investigating the Phoenix Lights prior to March 13th because, believe it or not, these mothership-sized UFOs had already been getting seen by people for weeks leading up to the grand finale.
So approximately when did the reports start and then when did they end?
One video started months before, looked just like the Phoenix Lights. I already had that in our library.
One of these people who'd been seeing these lights was a woman named Dr. Lynn Kitai, who 2 months before the Phoenix Lights, she took these series of photos while standing on her balcony at her home in Paradise Valley, north of Phoenix.
2 months before the mass sighting, I noticed at a distance a line of 6 lights that were huge. I grabbed my camera, got pictures of them. Didn't sleep well that night. Next morning, I called around. I found air traffic controllers at Sky Harbor International Airport. Saw the same thing at the same time. And one of them was a meteorologist and said there were 6 points of light totally equidistant from each other, massive span over a mile wide. It seemed to be attached to something. They couldn't quite see what these lights were attached to, but he said the entire thing turned as a unit against the wind, elevated slowly, and in synchrony moved behind South Mountain, which is south of the airport. So I said, so what was it? There was silence. And then he said, beats me. I said, you're an air traffic controller. You're supposed to know what's in our airspace.
And she wasn't the only one. On March 12th, a Navajo ranger named Jonathan Dover was in Loop, Arizona,
Did he see it too?
700 miles
I've seen John. John's been all over
basically the entire
History
town
Channel.
saw a large and strange formation of lights in the distance that was there for so long they were able to get out lawn chairs and video cameras and tripods and record these things. I need to ask you about the sightings that happened in Loop, Arizona, about 2 weeks prior to the Phoenix Lights incident. What happened with that? What's that all about?
Well, believe it or not, it wasn't 2 weeks before.
Okay.
What actually happened here happened the night before the Phoenix Lights. What happened is we're sitting here at the house and my brother-in-law comes running in and he says a triangle-shaped craft went over the house and it was silent. So we went outside and we watched these craft. There's 6 or 7 of them circling our community in a counterclockwise direction. And we just sat out there and watched them. They were totally silent. We watched these for a while. At the end, when these things flew off to the north toward the Grand Canyon, nobody said a word about this. They didn't ask each other, did you see what I saw? You know, they just all quietly pulled up their chairs, went back in their houses, turned their lights back on, and went on with life. And the next night, the Phoenix Lights occurred.
It was the literal next day.
Yeah, the very next day, and totally eclipsed everything that we saw.
But this next one really blows my mind.
A month before the Phoenix Lights, a guy named Roy Haddix, who was a retired military officer, would come in and tell me, Jim, you gotta look at this video. I shot this video way up in Paulden, Arizona. Something comes up and I see it and it's lit and then it lands. Goes away.
Because when I talked to Jim Delatoso of Village Labs, he told me about a guy named Colonel Roy Haddix, who had apparently recorded one of these craft from the Phoenix Lights several days before as well.
I still have those videos from Roy Haddix. He was a Green Beret colonel, by the way. He wasn't just a military officer.
And yes, I did ask him off camera if he was able to send me the video since he said that he still has it. He didn't really respond to that question, but he did the next best thing.
This is Jim Delatoso. I just talked to Monty Haddix, and Monty came in with his dad a couple times when his dad brought me the tape. And he confirmed that he has vivid memories of being in the car a number of times with his dad. So Monty could be very good to give an in-person interview about what he saw.
Does he have
himself.
the fucking tape though? Like, does he have the fucking tape, bro?
Hi, I'm Monty Haddix, son of Roy Haddix. I came here today. I was asked to come and talk a little bit about the relationship that my father had with me, and also the night when everyone saw the lights in Phoenix over South Mountain.
Now, according to Monty, his dad Roy was somewhat of a UFO whisperer.
Roy was searching for extraterrestrial ships based on the fact that he had felt like he had some connection with either the technology of the craft or with maybe ETs themselves.
And on a regular basis would schedule these Skywatches to go out into the middle of nowhere to apparently try to summon these UFOs using meditation and consciousness practices.
He used to do a trip where he would go up around Vegas and Kingman and Parker, and he would make like a loop and he would drive out there. Sometimes he would camp out overnight and stay, and he was just stargazing. He was looking at the sky.
Was he like channeling them or something?
No, he inevitably became part of the project that the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats was part of, remote viewing.
My father felt like that if you could just meditate and get yourself to a specific vibration, that now you can see things that are in a different vibration that maybe other people can't see.
And he took video of this a few days before?
Every day. He took video of it every day.
So he was going up to Parker just to get video of this?
Yeah.
So he literally went to Parker just to do this meditation?
Right.
Wow.
Hold on. Are they saying this fucking guy psionically summoned the fucking Phoenix Lights? That's what Dr. Greer claims that he did. Stephen Greer claims he was on a plane flying into Arizona and that Stephen did CE5 and summoned the Phoenix Lights, if I can say it properly. So this guy was maybe the OG that actually summoned the Phoenix Lights. Shit.
Yeah, I could see him sitting out on a blanket, on
I feel the same, Astor Mayor. They don't want to talk with me.
In a meditation
Whatever
position.
I don't know why.
And it was during one of these Skywatches that Colonel Roy Haddix, former Green Beret, recorded video of a very large mothership hovering right over his head.
5 or 6 days before the lights actually showed up, he was just frantic about the fact that he had seen a ship that was not like a Suburban or an SUV big. It was something that covered the entire sky, and it blacked out the stars as you looked up from the bottom and saw it. He had like a camcorder, one of the old style camcorders, and he had managed to get a video of it, which I saw.
At least once, Roy came back and said, Jim, you gotta come with me. I go, Roy, I can't take 10, 12 hours out to do a round trip with you to drive around the state looking at these giant lights. And he was polite. He'd say, well, okay, but they're getting ready. I always remember him saying that. They're getting ready.
He told us quite literally
Jesus,
that this ship was coming, that it was on the way to Phoenix, like the direction that it was going in
This is
was
crazy.
on the way to Phoenix.
Man,
but several.
This guy doing this fucking little mini docuseries must have just literally shit his pants when he ran across this. So it's like, holy fuck. You know, again, tonight we're anticipating that Jake Barber and his team of psionics and his team of scientists are trying to summon crafts themselves to take photos and videos of them. And here we've got this guy back in 1997 who's an ex-Green Beret who claimed that that's what he was doing the months leading up to this incident. That's pretty crazy. So, fuck. Greer filled with fear rode his bike into a deer. Feel like you'd flirt with them, Jim. That's why they're scared. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they're inside my head psionically. Maybe they know like all the things that are fucking seriously wrong. And they're like, we're not going anywhere near that fucking guy again. Right. We went and met with them once years ago and just a lot of weird questions. And they said, we're not doing that again.
Days passed, if I remember. And I had forgotten about it. You know what I mean? And then it was all over the news.
And then when the Phoenix lights happened and the reports were that we knew the flight plan, that it came from the northwest diagonally all the way down to Tucson, turned around and came back. And that's when I was thinking, man, that's just what Roy said was going to happen. They're coming.
Can you describe for the camera like what the video would look like if we were watching it right now?
Yeah, like lights the size of this, not this big, but lights that look similar to this big round light that's right here in front of me right now, spread out in a semicircle. And then as it went over, you can just tell, like you can see the shadow of the craft as the lights go past. It's because it's low enough to the ground that you can still see the body of the craft itself. A lot of people said that it was like a big triangle.
Where the
but
fuck's the
from
video?
my observation, with the video that I saw, it seemed like it was
This guy just
more
wants to
rounded.
get paid for Christ's sake.
Fortunately, Monty informed me that a few years back when his dad had passed, they ended up throwing away a lot of his dad's old stuff, which did include a lot of these tapes that he was taking during his Skywatches.
How many lights were on this craft? Do you recall?
The part of the video that I saw, as my dad went up into the sky, you could see the front of it, and then there's like 3 lights on that side.
Interesting,
So I
Mike,
would say
okay.
6 lights, 7 lights,
And what the
maybe
fuck?
to look at the other side.
But he did say that he does remember his dad specifically giving one of these copies to Jim Delatoso at Village Labs.
And then that was later given to a friend of ours named Jim, and I'm not sure exactly I'm sure he has it somewhere, that documentation somewhere.
Monty said that he thinks that all the tapes that his dad had were lost after he died. Did you say you had a copy of one of those tapes sitting around?
Well, it's not sitting around, but I mean, it's yeah, I have it. I've seen it in the last 10 years in one of my boxes as I was going through them.
I felt in a way like meeting Jim was almost not an accident.
Bro, that's a big deal.
People were paying attention to the things that my father was saying about UFOs.
Which brings us back to the Village Labs investigation of the Phoenix Lights.
When I first met Jim Delatoso, he had rented out an entire big resort just so he could talk to my father about UFOs, and they had the whole place. Like, I don't know how you do that. I don't want to speculate on, which taxpayers paid for that, but...
Believe it or not, after March 13th, aside from a few local news stations briefly mentioning it, the national news didn't want to touch the story with a 10-foot pole.
I was really angry or frustrated. When are you guys going to investigate this? I mean, it was hardly even in the news for, 3 or 4 months.
And since Village Labs already had a reputation
What do I do?
for
Can't I find a
analyzing
Spaceman
photos and
Park in
videos
it?
of the paranormal, most of these witnesses who were
What do you mean by
desperately looking
Spaceman
for an
Park?
outlet for someone to understand what they went through and what they witnessed, they naturally started gravitating towards Village Labs.
There was a great place we had back then called Village Labs, where we had town hall meetings with witnesses.
Thanks for coming to the Phoenix Lights briefing number 4.
Village Labs was kind of a watering hub and a meeting hole where people could exchange stories and talk to television reporters.
I went to some of the very first meetings because they wanted to find out who saw whatever we saw on the 13th.
It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before.
It wasn't doing any of this. It wasn't doing any of that. It was like locked.
There were 5 because I distinctly counted them to make sure that there were 5 lights.
What they mainly had was software none of us could get our hands on. I mean, back in 97, I remember they had software that cost $16,000. So that's a lot of money today.
We had state-of-the-art equipment, and my staff were very knowledgeable and very skilled in various analysis.
I get it now,
we
brother.
analyzed the Phoenix lights.
And in the process of doing this, 4 main videos would emerge. The Mike Crinston video, taken from the north side of the valley, pointing towards South Mountain, showing a large, rounded formation of lights ominously hovering over the city.
The time is about 10 o'clock, Sue?
Yes.
10 o'clock, March 13th, Thursday night.
I don't know what the opinion is on this video.
Taken way east of
If it's
South
the flare
Mountain.
video
This
or
is
not.
a videotape shot by Chuck Reardon, who lives in the far east part of the valley. At this point, the lights have been on, and now they're going off one at a time.
The Tom King video, taken from Chandler, just a few miles east of South Mountain.
Oh, look at all! This is fun!
The first video in the timeline that we were aware of was Tom King.
What are the odds that you would be skywatching for UFOs on the night of the biggest mass UFO sighting in history?
1 in millions.
Holy shit. I got that.
Meant to be.
I was out that night.
Yeah,
we
we're
actually
30
had an
minutes.
appointment at this guy's house. The man's name is Steve Blonder.
This is the location.
Check
This is
in
Steve
here.
right here.
He was
Make sure it's
filming
not posted
UFOs
early.
every night. He said, guaranteed if you come over, you'll see something. So my job was to show up and document everything that happened. And that's exactly what I did.
No. That's weird. They're lined up in a pattern, man. There's geometry behind this.
I knew immediately from my experience, which was only a couple of years of skywatching at that time, that this was highly unusual. I anticipated that we weren't the only ones seeing this.
Bill, over here, there's 4. Major sighting here.
So I thought when it said this is a major sighting, good possibility others were seeing it. I had no idea it was as massive as it turned out.
Which brings me to Dr. Lynn Kitai's video showing a formation of 3 lights taken over South Mountain.
Whatever this was popped up over Class B restricted airspace, about 1,000 feet altitude. There's a 30-mile radius around the center of the airport. Anything that comes into that airspace must call into the tower, and no one did.
Now, according to Mike, Chuck, and Tom, their videos came from around 10 p.m., at least 90 minutes after the majority of the sightings,
which
from
I think
witnesses
were the
that we were just
flares.
talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And Dr. Lynn is the
They probably do explain this at some point in the documentary, but there were flares deployed and there were flares videotaped, but the flares were not the crafts that people saw. The military went and did this afterwards, as the theory goes, to try and discredit the sightings, to say, oh, you just saw flares. So
the only one of the 4 videos
If
where
Jay
she
Chris is
claims
sitting
that
there watching it
hers
again,
was
brother, yeah,
taken
we're all
prior to the
waiting
10 p.m.
anxiously.
sightings, indicating that what she recorded is distinctly different than what's shown in the other videos.
There was a whole group of air traffic controllers that saw this and that ruled out every conventional aircraft, balloons, Chinese lanterns, flares, even skydivers with lights.
For me, we were dealing with it as, let's build the trajectory now of where the object started and what's its flight path. We could fill in, although we didn't have a witness at 8:51, we knew where it had been, so that's the trajectory. And Michael Tanner headed that team.
We established this formation came in somewhere around 8 o'clock and left in the direction that it came somewhere around 10:30 that night. So we had a general timeline we were able to construct and a general flight path.
But this is where the waters start to get muddy.
Even a commercial airline pilot here at Sky Harbor Airport reported seeing the lights last night. The object was directly above him. That means that air traffic controllers in the tower should have picked the object up on their radar screens. And yet they say they saw nothing.
If you remember, Peter Davenport from New Fork was basically spending the whole night of March 13th taking calls and writing down everything he possibly could from what the witnesses were telling him.
I had been working from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. that night, the night of the Phoenix Lights event. I was exhausted. There were papers everywhere. People were calling every 2 minutes, and all I had time to do was scribble a few handwritten notes of what they had just seen, allegedly.
Well, one of the witnesses, her name was Sue Watson. Sue Watson was near Camelback Mountain when she was with her children, and they saw some large craft that was so big it
Get the whole
virtually
breakfast.
blocked out the sky.
Does that mean the sausage is going to be next?
Came running in and said, "You guys have got to come see
sighting.
It's coming over Camelback Mountain. And so we all went running out, and we ended up staying out there a while because it took quite a while to come over the mountain.
Relative to Camelback Mountain from your vantage point, was it about as wide or wider than Camelback Mountain?
It probably was way wider.
Whoa.
I want to just do a little shout out to Sue on just how high quality a witness she is. She's probably the first report I received.
It was a huge aircraft, so we were under it for quite a while.
How long would you say, if you had to guess?
From the first time we saw it, it was over 10 minutes, I'm sure. It was extremely slow. It had to be going like a mile an hour or something. And it slowly went over my house. And we were fascinated that anything that big could fly without sound.
That is an artist's rendition of what passed directly over Sue Watson. There's her original handwritten drawing. She faxed this to me on Sunday the 16th.
And could you make out the craft structure between the lights?
Yeah, it was totally solid because you couldn't see anything through it. It had 7 lights in front, and they were amber, and you could tell the shape of it. It was like a boomerang. And we all agreed on the shape, because we were under it.
When that craft that had hovered over her home started moving to the south, it then accelerated suddenly, and I did not know this until she said
King,
it
I'm an expert on Skywatcher Ranch.
To fold backwards.
I've seen every episode of the TV show.
Streamlined. That's the first I'd ever heard of that.
It was so weird because we were all watching it. And it folded up and it shot off.
Huh.
It folded up in the back and shot off. And then that's when I heard Erin yell, "Oh my God." And the boys go, "Yeah, where did it go?" And she said, "Mom, it folded up and went." And that's
really
what made me call.
Folded up.
Really fast.
Like
it was gone.
Like it just blinked to another part of the sky, basically?
Like I felt like it was approaching where the airport would have seen it.
A Boeing crew was coming into Sky Harbor International Airport and reported one of these craft was hovering over their tarmac.
The craft.
I do actually. I don't wear any underpants to bed.
Sky Harbor and airline pilots who were at Sky Harbor Airport refused to leave the gate when they saw this huge object hovering over the airport.
We called the airport because I knew it had gone over the airport.
What did they say to you?
They said they didn't know what I was talking about, and they gave me Peter Davenport's phone number as the place in the country where you report UFO sightings.
That's crazy.
And I went, "How do you know this was a UFO?"
So as soon as Peter got off the phone with Sue, the first thing he did was call Luke Air Force Base to see what, if anything, they might know about all these UFOs that he's been hearing about over the skies of Arizona.
I called Luke Air Force Base. I was directed to the switchboard. They're the ones who answered. I said, "I'm Peter Davenport. I'm the director of the National UFO Reporting Center. I have reports of very unusual events over Phoenix tonight, and
he's the only guy there too, by the way.
Please put me in touch with the officer of the day."
He's the guy.
And that's when he met a gatekeeper. So he immediately knew something was off.
And he said, "Well, I'm Staff Sergeant so-and-so." And I said, "Well, I'd like to speak to the officer of the day." And he said, "Mr. Davenport, I am the commander of Luke Air Force Base tonight." Now, any of you who've been in the military or have experience in that venue know that they don't put a sergeant in charge of a major Air Force base.
So once he realized he was gonna get nowhere with his military guy, he would go on to take calls for a few more hours, and right before he was gonna go to bed for the day, he got one last call.
Do you know if there was a military response to the Phoenix lights?
Well, most people have no idea that at 3 a.m., an alleged crewman called Peter Davenport.
He said that he received a phone call that same night from an airman from Luke Air Force Base
to report that one of these craft was hovering right over central Phoenix. And he said jets were sent off to intercept and get gun camera film.
I went to bed at about 0300 Friday morning. Thank heavens, I think the Lord intervened on my behalf. I forgot to turn the ringer off on the telephone as I usually do at night when I go to bed.
He almost didn't pick it up, but then reluctantly, he did.
So I picked it up. This very bright sounding voice said, "Mr. Davenport," he said, "my name is such and such." He said, "You don't know me, but I know you. I am a U.S. Air Force airman at Luke Air Force Base. I have information that I would like to share with you, and the only reason I'm able to share it with you is because I have not yet been ordered not to tell you what happened.
And over the course of this conversation, he learned that not only was the military taking this very seriously, but Sue and her kids might have potentially witnessed firsthand the actual encounter that the military had with one of these craft.
And we have civilians that saw military jets take off from Luke Air Force Base.
All of this comes from the airman. He was on duty that night. He helped scramble those two F-15s.
The airman told him they had scrambled 2 fighter jets.
All hell broke loose, basically. From my understanding, at approximately 8:32, they encountered something over Phoenix, Arizona. They don't know what it was.
You said it was around 8:30?
8:30ish, yeah. The planes were in the north part of the city going east.
And it was 2 planes right next to each other?
Yeah, it was definitely more than one. It was a couple of planes.
My understanding is that she, or perhaps her 4 children, were witness to 2 airplanes coming from the north that were approaching the craft above her.
But it wasn't like I was looking, where did the planes go or anything.
Yeah.
When you've got this UFO that you realize is probably miles long.
Isn't that kind of weird how, like, I feel like it's rare that you see 2 planes flying next to each other, no?
Oh, I don't even know. I do know we have Luke Air Force Base, so I didn't see, I wouldn't have even thought about that.
His statement was that they followed this aircraft over the area of 7th Avenue and Indian School Road. It went on a straight line course heading towards Sky Harbor Airport, crossed the pattern of the outbound runways.
Didn't they send someone out?
Well, the Air Force says 7th Avenue and Indian School Road is where they intercepted it.
Oh my God, isn't that funny? And I'm on 60th Street, right below Indian School. And we're looking at it, thinking, oh, it's just over the mountain. But Peter's the one who told me, he said, Sue, it wasn't just over the mountain. It was over half the city.
Are you familiar with the term white noise, blanking out radar? My understanding is that's what they got, was strictly white noise. His statement was that they followed this aircraft at approximately 18,000 feet, descending to 10,005. When it got to Angels 10, it completely went dark.
They encountered this craft at, in military jargon, they say Angels 10.
Angels 10 is aviation terminology that means on the high side of 10,000 feet. That's what gives us the estimate of the altitude of this object.
And that apparently a blue beam of light was shot in front of them.
10,000 feet up.
10,000 feet.
One of the things we heard Sue talk about was the fact that she witnessed the object fire down a bolt of light that I believe she says struck the ground. Very interesting phenomenon.
You had mentioned something about like a blue beam getting fired at the ground or something like that.
Yeah, there was I remember that. It was like a laser. It went toward downtown Phoenix. And it was so weird because it was coming slowly over the mountain. And
who wasn't really flying that craft?
Yeah. That's when we saw the beam go west.
I have evidence that suggests that at this moment, 2 F-15, U.S. Air Force F-15 fighters were approaching this object just as this object fired a bolt of light down that I
saw that so weird.com.
The beam, it was silent?
Yeah, it didn't have any noise.
Huh.
The whole thing didn't have any noise.
And it came out of the craft?
Yeah, it came from the right side.
Whoa.
Several of us saw it. And I was like, that's different. If the kids go, did you see that? And it was still coming over us, you know?
Whoa.
My suspicion is that that may have been an indicator from this object to the F-15s that they were not to fire on it, that it was an armed craft. They'd better be careful.
The pilots took that as standoff or stand back. And, you know, so they turned their planes and went back to base. One of the pilots was so shook up that, according to the airmen, they had to pick him up and carry him out of the cockpit.
The pilots were very
that would have been around when Independence Day came out, wasn't it?
At least by what had been encountered.
Fucking Christ.
I've never seen this man scared. After they landed, we had a complete lockdown.
The 2 pilots must have had an unrivaled view of that object that they were flying.
It could have been, man. Yeah, like in your own
Peter
experience,
thinks
right?
that footage of this encounter might exist somewhere in the military's possession, potentially taken by the onboard equipment of the F-15.
The 2 F-15s had Lantern 2 pods. A Lantern 2 pod has optical devices that allow the pilot to visually capture a target and identify it visually.
It scared the hell out of them. They have no radar tape of it. They have gun camera film of it.
Which brings up the question, has anybody actually seen this footage?
We only knew the name of one pilot, Mel Wilder. In my one conversation with him, which was a meeting at
I wonder just quickly, like, Has anybody actually like remote viewed this incident? I think they have. I'd be curious as to what they got back for data by doing that. If there was anything, I feel like someone has, and I've seen it before, and it was corroborative that it wasn't actual craft. But anyway,
he's a restaurant. He brought a small video player with him,
Danny's,
and we watched it down below.
Good old Danny's.
The table, looking at it, and he was telling me what it was.
So he showed you the actual video from the craft that he was flying in approach to the whatever is above the sky?
He showed me a video that it was probably a copy of the video that he had made.
Yep, according to Jim Delatoso, the pilot's name was Mel Wilder, and using the help of Peter Davenport, he was able to arrange a meeting with this guy at a local diner.
And this is the same guy who you said had to be lifted out of the cockpit that Peter Davenport was talking about?
Peter Davenport thought that this was the same guy, yeah. Peter was the one that gave me the name, and I knew people that were contractors that were able to help me get in touch with him. He didn't know I was gonna come to the restaurant and see him.
So really, you had to find this guy. He wasn't seeking you out.
That is correct.
And apparently during that conversation, the pilot showed Jim under the table this exact video in question.
Under the table.
He referred to coming in at an angle where he could see two lights, like the side of an object. He didn't say that. He saw two lights. And he went for the closest one, coming in diagonally. He came up close to it, and as he got close enough that he was going to bank and go, that it accelerated it much faster than he did and disappeared.
So the lights went off as he approached it.
It moved a little bit and then went off.
But little did everyone know at the time, this video would just be the tip of the iceberg, because the media, which had stayed silent for months, would finally break its silence when the government decided to make a statement of its own.
Jim Delatoso, president of Village Labs in Tempe, says he thinks the federal government should do research with the local government.
We're reaching a point where there needs to be a consolidated effort and an open swapping of information.
On the morning of Friday, May 9th, Jim Delatoso was talking to a reporter who asked his opinion on why the government hasn't said anything about what was in the sky that night. And jokingly, he said to the reporter that if they had any hope of trying to get the government involved, their best bet would be to corner one of the politicians on their way to one of the city council meetings.
I had a friend in from out of town that was a news segment producer, and I knew that there was going to be a city council meeting. So I suggested that she go down and find this person, this one, or this one. So she waited outside of the city hall building. She saw Frances coming up and walked up to her.
Enter Councilwoman Frances Emma Barwood, who during 1997 was the vice mayor of Phoenix.
My name is Frances Emma Barwood.
Holy shit, this guy got everybody.
I was driving north when it was going south, so I didn't know anything about it until after the event happened.
And on the morning of May 9th, a reporter approached her as she was on her way to the city council meeting that morning.
I was going to the next council meeting, and the reporter came up to me and said that I would be the one to talk to. And I said, about what? And she said about the object that flew over Phoenix on March 13th. That was kind of the first I heard of it.
And Frances agreed that she would find out more about it. Tell her later. So she brought it up that night in the city council meeting.
I was on my way to the council meeting, and I decided that I would ask them about it, and I did.
Kind of curious, especially since people are starting to ask more questions.
I told them the reporter asked me, and I said, what happened? What was this object that went over? It was total silence.
Thank you. Councilman Siebert.
And it was like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Something big flew over Arizona that was an unidentified, humongous thing, and nobody's talking about it.
Which seemed really strange to Frances, because to her that was a completely logical question, but for some reason it seemed like everybody else in the meeting knew something that she didn't, and they basically gave her the cold shoulder.
It was astounding to me that they were told not to talk about it, and I kept thinking, why were they told not to talk? To this day, I don't know why they were told not to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting that everybody was told not to talk to you about it. It seems like everyone kind of got the memo. Why were you the only one who didn't get the memo?
I was told that if they felt that if they told me not to talk about it, that I would push it. But I did it anyway because I'm a curious person. Something big happens, it's like you don't sit back and say, oh, well, that was that.
The day this happened, Frances calls me up and tells me what she did with the reporter and at the city council. And she's looking for a response from me after she tells me what she just did. And I said, well, how bad could it be if you're just asking for the truth?
It was interesting because there was one staff member that came to me after the council meeting and said, I'm not supposed to talk to you about this, but you need to know that something really big flew over Phoenix, and I hope you find out what it is. And unfortunately, 2 weeks later, he passed away, so I could never ask any more about that.
The next day, news of Frances Barwood's interest in UFOs hit the newspapers.
How did he
and
pass
the media,
away?
who had stayed silent for months,
What?
had a field day.
What happened? I haven't heard that. He passed away the next day after telling her about it. What?
With her reputation. But despite what the newspapers were saying, the witnesses who were hungry for any updates finally had an outlet from someone in a position of power to listen to what they saw.
There was a lot of people that called my office because they saw it on TV, the whole council meeting.
By the end of the weekend, they had so many people calling. Her office filled up her phone, filled up all the other council people's phone.
I had a list, it was like 800 people called. I wrote them all down, I had it all secured.
Within a month, we had a library of UFO stuff that was sent to us. I couldn't believe this was happening.
And it was like, wow, all these people saw this object. I didn't, but if they all saw it, then obviously something big happened.
And it was around this time that Frances and her husband, Mike Savelis, would themselves start personally showing up to these town hall meetings that were being held every month at Village Labs in Tempe, Arizona.
There were groups of people that got together and invited me to be there, not to speak or anything, but just to listen to what they saw.
At what point in this timeline did Frances Barwood get involved and start hanging around Village Labs?
As long as Jake doesn't drop that egg in our face tonight, that's all I care
Village
about.
Labs. She was very appointment driven. Then Mike came just to make sure that his wife wasn't hanging out with crazy people.
There was a place called Village Labs at the time. They're doing all the research on the lights, trying to figure out what kind of a vehicle this could be from the lights.
He had a friend that did image analysis, forensic image analysis, that he brought with him to inspect our place and see if we really knew what we were doing.
And what did Mike conclude?
We passed the audition. He hired us to play band the next day.
Today. Hi, Bill. We're having a secret meeting. Okay, Jim.
Mike, I guess, concluded that we were people in the know, at least about some things.
We didn't even know there was a UFO society.
Mike Savelis felt that joining up with Frances and us would be a good thing for both of us. She could give some credibility to the fact that government people might be looking into it.
There was people that came to some of the meetings that were also military, and the one lady came up to me and they were standing in the back and she was in uniform and she said, "You didn't hear this from me, but you're on the right track." And then she walked away and it was like, what do I do with that?
Former Phoenix City Councilwoman Frances Emma Barwood is the only city official to try to look into it.
Probably some
The whole thing
narcissist.
doesn't make any sense to me. Not only the fact that it seems nobody wants to talk about this, nobody wants to deal with it. At the very least, we should look at it as a public safety issue. And if it is military, shame on them for coming over solo and risking so much.
And then suddenly on June 18th, for whatever reason, front page USA Today article came out. And for the first time, people were hearing it outside of Arizona, that we had this massive mass sighting here. We didn't have social media at the time. It went viral. The next morning, it was on every national morning show, Peter Jennings, Dan Rather, you name it.
Are we alone? No, I don't mean just you and me. I mean
this Earth. The buzz is very big in the desert Southwest.
We were deluged overnight by media from all over the world. And once they started talking to the witnesses, their stories were so detailed and so heartfelt that they too were asking, why isn't there an investigation? Why isn't there an explanation?
Those strange lights over the valley we've been telling you about, nobody knows exactly what those lights were.
We checked with the FAA today, we checked with Sky Harbor, and we checked with Luke Air Force Base, and there's been no official explanation.
The people that saw that believe what they saw was an alien spacecraft.
The very next day, the 19th, suddenly we get an announcement, public announcement, that then Governor Fife-Symington was calling an unscheduled press conference for that afternoon.
Today, in a surprising move, Governor Symington got into the fray, announcing he was going to get to the bottom of the mystery.
Now Governor Symington himself has launched an official investigation.
What were those lights up in the sky back in March? Today, the governor said he was going to find out.
Fife-Symington came on and said that this event had happened with the lights, and he was going to put together an investigation and get to the bottom of it.
Many of our citizens have been very disturbed by this. In response, I suggested that it was time to end months of speculation on the question and investigate the matter once and for all to clear it up.
I thought that was great.
People took it seriously. I took it seriously. I was looking for any logical explanation.
Fife-Symington would then go on to do something that nobody,
Then he
even
brings
Francis,
out Skinny Bob.
I
brings
believe
out
it
the
a
A.
serious offense for anyone, human, space alien, or otherwise, to engage in mysterious activity in our nighttime skies. That is why I will personally ask that the perpetrator be prosecuted to the fullest for the havoc wrought on our entire community.
He comes marching out one of his aides.
Brings him over and says, well, the guilty party will come over and expose himself.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party.
Brings out his chief of staff, tall man with a giant rubber alien mask on.
Don't get him too close to me, please. Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
Takes off his rubber mask and everybody goes, ha 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 ha.
In what was promised to be a serious press conference with real answers,
Just laugh
turned out to
at
be
it.
nothing but
Yeah,
a
just dick
practical
swinging,
joke.
just
Which
fucking.
was really disconcerting.
Just debated.
Not only for the witnesses, but certainly parents. There were children that saw something 2-3 malls wide, and he's making a joke out of it.
Everybody in town shows up, pens, pads, all at the ready, and it turned out to be a joke at the media's expense.
You know, it's important to kind of approach things in life with a little bit of humor.
And he says it's just his annual summer joke.
That's right.
Okay, thanks, Michael.
For me, it wasn't a joke. Okay.
Well, I'm going to be as polite as I can. I was really infuriated with the joke.
I just hope I don't meet him face to face.
How dare you do this and dismiss us like that?
I just didn't have time for that kind of stuff. When you see something like that with four other
very
people
serious,
that are
yeah.
all pretty intelligent, and then you hear that and you see that silliness.
A lot of people started laughing at me. Oh, that's what you saw. It's a guy in a rubber suit.
Again, I'm not in a club. I don't read UFO anything.
He did.
I just know
Yeah, or
what
sorry,
I saw.
Fife, Aaron.
You know? And
That's what I
it
was
was
talking
not
about.
something from this earth.
First of all, if you knew Fife, he did not have a sense of humor like that. So it was obvious somebody told him, you have to do this and make it like it's a joke.
What a valuable lesson that was to learn the power of shame.
I'm just
and the
watching
power of
Skywatcher. See, they post the
intimidation,
video.
and how that can make you shut up.
You quit talking about it. You quit sharing. You know, even my family, my dad did say to me, it's already been debunked.
And I did. I shut up for quite a while after that.
We felt, the pit of my stomach, and all of us there at Village Labs felt like betrayed, but it wasn't his job to protect us. He didn't even know we existed. We just felt like awful things were going to be being thought about us. That we had done all of this testing and analysis just to get on television.
Then, about a month after that, Captain Eileen Benz of the local Air Force came out with an official statement in the Arizona Republic claiming that she had finally found the actual explanation to the Phoenix lights. They were military flares. Case closed.
The Maryland National Guard has claimed they were responsible for the Phoenix lights. They say
They were dropping flares from A-10 jets during a military exercise.
In that article, she even referenced Village Labs and the videos that they were storing as proof that they had to be military flares because the way that they faded out is explained by the fact that the flares were dropping behind the mountaintops of South Mountain.
Our A-10 Thunderbolts that are right behind me were on a night illumination exercise over the very Goldwater Range complex southwest of Phoenix, and they were dropping high-intensity flares, and we think that those flares were mistakenly called UFOs by the folks in the valley in Phoenix there.
Which is a very ironic statement to make because Jim Delatoso of Village Labs was already publicly on record saying that these lights in the videos were anything but flares.
They cannot be flares. Their optical characteristics, their motion pattern, and the geometry of where they physically are located, none of those match up with flares being discharged at any military base in this state.
So what about some of the videos suggested they weren't flares?
Their relationship to each other. There was no movement. The light color of the
Still
light
not
was
posted.
wrong.
You see, with all the fancy computers
7
at Village
o'clock,
Labs,
boys.
they had analyzed these videos using a technique called spectrum analysis.
Not spectral. That's different. It's spectrum analysis to categorize lights by the amount of red, green, and blue that's in every light in the frame.
Which essentially compared the unknown balls of light against other known balls of light already in their database.
So we were matching images to see what they were in a database. Like fingerprints. Got 1 million fingerprints in file. You get an unknown fingerprint, see if you get a match. If you get a match, you know what it is. If you don't get a match, let's see, what's that called? It's called an unknown.
Jim Delatoso says the lights do not fit the spectrum profile of any known object, including flares.
And in the Phoenix Lights videos, there was hundreds of lights on the ground, and airplanes and street lights and car lights that we had to categorize and index every single one of those.
On this image, we have the flares that have been shot by a local news crew that went down to the gunnery range. And you can see up here the red, green, and blue components of this flare light form kind of a cluster. Now let's go over here and just look at another one of these lights and see if they have any characteristics that are similar. This is a really messy one. See, the red, green, and blue are way out of alignment.
We analyzed all the different choices that it could be and came to the conclusion that
the
it
evidence
was
in blender.
very mysterious lights, not flares. We didn't know
Almost
what it
done
was.
rendering.
We knew what it wasn't. It wasn't flares way over there.
Now let's go over to the light from the Mike Kristen Moon Valley shot down here. Now the most obvious difference is that the light from the unknown shot by Mike Kristen is a clear wave shape where the components, red, green, and blue, are graphs that are right on top of each other. When we compare all the different light sources to each other, we find that only the unknown objects in all of the video have this purity of wave shape.
All of those principles are applied to street lights and car lights and airplane lights and the Phoenix lights and flares, and comparing them all and say, well, what properties do each one of those have over time?
It's
over
up.
10 seconds, over.
It is now time. Look at those guys. True operators. They don't fuck around. Is it up? No, I don't think it's up yet, is it? Is it up? Is it on their YouTube channel, Mike? Or is it on their website? Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh my God. All right. Okay. Let me mute the fucking audio again. Let's go.
In part 1 of Skywatcher, you heard a lot of very believable people making truly unbelievable claims. Skywatcher's objective is to use the scientific method to validate or invalidate these claims and hopefully usher in a new understanding of reality. For Skywatcher Part 2, our focus is on data. In this episode, you will meet James Fowler. James runs the technology team here at Skywatcher, and over the past few years, he has put together what I consider to be, by far, the highest quality private repository of UAP data in the world. For the first time, James has agreed to be interviewed on camera, and we will be releasing the data that he's collected over the past many years. So we're out here in the desert, running our second Skywatcher event of the year.
Beautiful.
As you've heard about, we're focused on two different types of UAP calling. We have machine calling, and we have psionic calling. We've had success with both of these different types. But over the past few days, on the machine calling side, we've witnessed a lot of spectacular things. Every time we have an event, we have things happen that I truly cannot explain. We and the rest of our team are doing our very best to collect a robust set of data to share with all of you. But I hope you can understand that it's not as easy as it sounds. We're talking about objects that seemingly are able to appear and disappear in real time. We're talking about objects that seem to evade our sensors. They seem to actually turn our sensors off at times. And I can say firsthand that crazy shit keeps happening. I consider myself to be a very logical, rational person. This rabbit hole, the rabbit hole of UAPs and consciousness, has been hands down the craziest experience of my life.
Fuck. Brother. All right, let's see it. Show us what you got.
So today we had a class 7 come in about 3,000 feet, 135-degree heading.
Quite a vehicle.
It was pretty low to the ground. We saw it visually with our eyes. We had it on radar as well.
We've been collecting UAP data for more than 5 years with electromechanical signaling, which we call our dog whistle. Generally speaking, we see 3 to 5 different classes of UAP per day during operations. After we turn on the dog whistle, UAPs literally come to us day after day. To make sense of our data, we had to define a lexicon, and we based it on flight characteristics. We've broken the UAPs down into 9 classes or types. Some of these classes may be the same UAP under different flight configurations, but at this point, given their behavior, we're confident they don't align with conventional or terrestrial explanations. Each UAP class has different characteristics. Some shimmer, some tumble, some spin. Some look like they're alive and they just fly like a living object in the sky. UAPs are extremely hard to image. What is seen with the naked eye is generally not what is seen under camera. The class 1 often spins, tumbles through the sky. Craft looks like a black body. It appears to flash, pulse multiple times per second. There appears to be some kind of cloud or vapor around it. We've seen class 1s in formations up to 22, 23, flying in different flight formations, different
sausage fast, Asdermare.
The class 2 is the classic tic-tac. We've seen it in groups of 2 to 3, often flying very erratically. We've seen these a couple years in a row, and usually we see them in groups. The class 3,
zoom, I couldn't fucking even see it.
A pulsing, vibrating cloud. There's something, maybe perhaps a cylinder kind of in the middle that has a different light like a flame, and then it vibrates and pulses as it moves through space. The class 4 is your orb. We've only seen it in infrared. The class 4 seems to only come during certain activities in conjunction with perhaps the class 1. We don't have enough data yet to confirm. The class 5 we call the manta ray. It seems to tumble and rotate as it moves through the sky. Class 6 is bright star. That one vibrates very, very fast. It literally looks like a crystal in the sky. The class 7 is the jellyfish. It's probably about 2 meters across. The head is purple and black in color. And then it has tentacles.
Yeah, the balloons, what I was thinking
class
too.
8 we call the hornet. It looks very similar to the class 7, the jellyfish, except for it's bigger and it's almost like a jellyfish carrying something. And then the class 9 is the egg. The class 9 isn't something we have a lot of data on. It's very limited. We have it as Skywatcher during our California event. It's an emerging class, and we have strong evidence that it probably exists, but we don't have data to concisely describe it.
Okay, up close, zoom in on the fucking things, guys. Zoom,
We have
zoom,
our
expand.
sensor team up on the hill, actively collecting data. We have our psionic team actively operating both day and night, and we have 2 helicopters on standby, ready to be deployed.
Yeah, so the nice thing about having helicopters available out here as opposed to drones or airplanes is essentially helicopters can hover for hours at a time, and we can put people on board. You know, our drones are limited in altitude and also in just time on station because of their battery life. We like using the helicopters. We can put multiple people in the helicopter with a number of observation equipment, cameras, etc. So it's a really useful platform for us.
Oh, the sun is to the east right now. We got that little bit of shading
Not
right
yet,
there
Brad.
on the lower left
You've
of the
yet to
target.
see it.
Which, if that's
These motherfuckers better not
actual
debate us again.
shading, that means the sun's coming from this angle.
So the usual question I get is, where's the evidence? Where's the data? In science, just having data doesn't mean anything. So the reason there is a scientific process is because it works and it's replicable. And it's a standard upon which all science is accomplished. So by doing and using those kinds of approaches here at Skywatcher, we're going to be able to collect the data, get it peer reviewed, not because the peer review tells you that the conclusion is right, but because that allows others to look at what it is that you did and determine whether or not you did it right. So that hasn't been done anywhere yet. It's been done in bits and pieces here or there, but this is now a comprehensive framework for accomplishing the goal.
I didn't huff any hopium, and I'm not going on the copium, so we're just gonna fucking...
My name is Marek von Riddenkamp, and I have been covering the UFO or UAP topic for The Hill on the opinion side for about 4 years now. I am excited to have a discussion today with James Fowler, who leads the technology side of Skywatcher and has collected some very, very interesting data that we are going to be taking a closer look at today. James, thank you so much for joining me.
Happy to be here. So we stumbled into this pretty much face planted right into this topic. We didn't want this topic to come into our lives. I'm not a ufologist. I don't believe. I'm not Fox Mulder. I have no faith in UFO, UAP stuff. I have no belief in off-planet anything. Frankly, we follow the data, and the data we have indicates that there's probably 3 buckets. There's probably a blue bucket, American-made. There's probably a red bucket, made in China. And there's probably another bucket, which I don't know where that bucket comes from. This isn't a spiritual activity for us.
Not from
this
here.
Isn't emotional. This is strictly facts and data driven. And we've tried very hard to keep it that way.
So how did you end up out here in undisclosed location in the desert, looking up at the sky and looking for UAP?
Well, after my career, I started several companies and started running different projects for the government as a subcontractor. And through those activities, we started noting anomalies. And one thing led to another. Now we have what we believe is compelling data on UAPs.
Is there anything else that, at a high level, that really stood out to you that you have observed, you and your team have observed out in the field?
Yeah, sure. So the Class 3 is very spectacular. We've seen the Class 3 as soon as yesterday. We didn't see any today, just Class 7s. But the Class 3 looks like a blob. Looks like a Pepto-Bismol colored blob in the sky. I don't even know how to say it. It pulses and vibrates.
Saw another blob.
I don't know what that means. I don't know why we're seeing that, but it's definitely in the sky. And we believe we're able to dog whistle the UAPs to our location. And when we do, we get different observations, and the Class 3 is quite spectacular.
So, James, could you explain just a little, go into maybe a little bit more depth on this dog whistle, this apparent capability or technological element that potentially appears to attract UAP?
We have turned on our equipment that we've customized and created what we believe is a dog whistle, and UAPs show up. So through that process, we started a systematic cause and effect, if you will, experimentation. And we've arrived at some very custom capabilities that when we deploy these capabilities, we get different UAP responses. Every time we turn on this equipment and do the things we need to do for the right amount of time, we get a response every time. And we've also experimented with not using the equipment and seeing if we see things, and we have not, which is interesting because all of our data has been daytime. We have no data from night. None of our data are lights in the sky that you have to squint your eyes and put your finger on your nose and hope you see what you want to see. No, our data is broad daylight, often well lit like this, maybe in a desert, data that's very, very viewable. We've had over 300 sorties now of UAP incursions. into our airspace where we're working.
Can I quickly interrupt a sortie just for the benefit of the audience? That's an individual flight over that you tracked with your sensors. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so I call a sortie when we have an observation of a class of UAP moving through our airspace. That class might be in a flock. We've seen flocks of up to 20 plus. And we also have singletons that move through. Like today we had 2 Class 7s move through. So each one by itself would be a sortie. So we've seen hundreds of UAPs.
Give me a
Perhaps
blob,
we're running
brother.
an event and we have 200 sorties in a day. We don't know if that's one aircraft seeing 109 times more, or if that's 200 separate airframes or aircraft or UAPs or whatever they are moving through our airspace separately. So we just call it a sortie and accept what we don't know, and accept that, hey, as an observation from a technology perspective and science perspective, this is one set of data.
So I'd like to maybe turn now to and acknowledge the skeptics out there. It's good to be skeptical. You want to be skeptical. And we learned quite a bit from the New Jersey incidents that a lot of what people were seeing were just normal planes in the sky, right? If you turn on the news, almost all the footage was commercial airliners. We know that, right? Anybody who's seen a commercial or knows what they're looking at can say that. When you're doing your analyses or you're tracking an object live, are you accounting for wind? Are you accounting for, let's start with wind.
So yes, we do look at the wind. We don't look that hard at it. A lot of these objects are moving faster than the wind. A lot of them will do maneuvers such as the tic-tacs. We see them come straight down as if from space, tumbling and spinning, at Mach 2+. It's important to note that all of the classes, every single one of them, we have characteristics that are unexplainable with current human technology and our current understanding of nature. So it just so happens that to track hypersonics, to track stealth, to track drones in non-ideal conditions or aircraft in non-ideal conditions is the same technology you need to track UAPs. By building the system net new and calling it Skywatcher, that's what we've done. We've architected, designed, and are building and soon integrating this next generation technology. So we're actively working with and seeking more third-party, non-ufologists, physicists, scientists, academia. We want them to come and analyze our data and produce third-party independent analysis.
And to be clear, James, these individuals would be privy to the sensitive data that you're discussing.
They would get full access to our data. It would just be in a controlled environment where they don't take all the data with them. They just produce the report and anything redacted for release.
That is an insightful and I think a very important element to highlight.
Why can't they take the data?
Turn this into a public service announcement that anybody watching who may be an expert, an academic, who has an interest in this topic now after watching this, to reach out to Skywatcher and to, if you have the bandwidth and ability, to lend your services. I know the team would very much appreciate that and respect that, and I think an objective third-party analysis would really move the discussion forward.
An operation like this, I think, is a pretty unique operation. It's giving us the opportunity, one, to collect data on this phenomenon, the reality of this phenomenon. It's also giving us the opportunity to test out some theories.
Show me the fucking blob.
I would say the most significant encounter that I've had here was probably interacting with the jellyfish.
Psychic had the jellyfish.
Day, we've identified some form of jellyfish UAP that seems to be attracted to our machine calling system. Every day, the jellyfish has gotten pretty close to the radar, and yesterday, it was so close that the team there could actually see it with their naked eye.
It looked like a cylinder, but when we got under some power with magnification, it looked more like a Class 7 or jellyfish. Typically being super, super bright and reflective, and whatever was hanging off the bottom of it was, not really easy to see, but you can see that there was something floating beneath it.
Video of this shit, brother?
135 heading, Class 7, northeast.
It's a game of chess, right? They're actually probing us to validate our capabilities.
Fuck.
If this is an advanced species and is smart enough to do what it's doing, they have the upper hand, and we are the little ants under the magnifying glass. We had a Class 7 UAP. We went ahead and launched the helo to pursue it. Before the helo got here, it actually came and hovered right over us. For the first time, we saw a Class 7 with the naked eye. It was very glinty, looked metallic. Through our optics, we've always thought it was purple or black. Frankly, the reflections look like chrome almost color.
Looking to the east, Check heading around 68 degrees.
It's probably 4,000 feet above us, about maybe 1 kilometer out, horizontal distance above the ground. And it looked like 8 meters total in distance from top to bottom.
What the fuck is
the top?
Like
looked like a mushroom, like a big jellyfish. It was very, very, very bright white and vibrating.
Look at the fucking tech this guy's got. Holy shit!
There was like 3 flashing panels, like equal distance going down it. I've seen some the last couple of days through a sensor, so I'd seen them before, so it wasn't like awe-shocking, but it was, kind of taken back to be like, oh wow, really am seeing one, with my actual visual eyes, right here, right above me at 4,000 feet. It looked like a jumper under canopy at 4,000 feet, which is the same distance when they pull. So that part is crazy. Then I knew, like,
hold on,
I'm not seeing stuff there.
Hold the fuck on. Yeah, I mean, like, to the aliens. Like, someone could say that's just a balloon. I mean, how did it leave? Did they document when it arrived on video until it left? If that object took off at like Mach 3, then clearly it's not a fucking balloon. So what you'd want to do is you'd want to show the documentation of it arriving and then flying the fuck away at high speed. And then we would know it's not a balloon. Saying, oh, here's the video. Yeah, it like disappeared. It flew away really fast. It's like, show the video of it. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Hire Jim. No, they don't want me there.
Sensor.
They don't want me there.
And all the characteristics, were consistent with what a Class 7 should look like.
Oh, fuck. Jellyfish.
The Class 7 is a jellyfish. It's not the jellyfish you've seen on TV. It's a different jellyfish. We think the head of the jellyfish is about 2 meters in size. We think the tentacles hanging down are about 3 to 5 meters in size, varying and depending on which one you're looking at. You can see these stills are taken from different jellyfish. You can see this jellyfish, the tentacles look very, very long. On this one, they look shorter compared to the head. As you can see, the nodules on the tentacles light up. And again, this light appears to us to go from head to tail and pulse and light up the nodules as it goes. Also, sometimes it looks like an automaton or something with like an alien movie where it's got like the tail kind of hanging out, like it's seeking something. And sometimes it looks like it's a jellyfish in the sky. It seems to undulate as it moves. We have seen these take direct flight paths. Even yesterday, for the first time, we had 2 in formation. We've never seen that before. We chased down one of those 2, and it deviated its flight path as we approximated, and then it elevated directly straight up, as in directly vertical. So the Class 7 is very hard to image, and at distance, it looks very similar to the Class 6 and also the Class 8 at distance. So what you're going to see is it's kind of, I'll call it swimming in through the sky. There aren't a lot of exotic colors. There is reflectivity. But that color you see right there is very akin to the Class 6 when it's not emitting high energy or whatever it's doing. So when it's not vibrating. So we don't know what that means. And you can kind of start to see now the tentacles hanging down as it moves. In IR, they're very obvious. They're less obvious.
Okay.
So we have multiple indications that this is a real object, that is not man-made, and that it is flying through our airspace and does want to avoid us.
At the end of day 2, our psionic team made a bold prediction. That the next day, we would see an interaction between 2 different types of UAPs in the sky.
Okay, so, hold on. Who fucking told them that? Who told psionics that's going to happen? Like, who were you talking to? Right? If I was there, which they would never bring me there, I would pin those guys into a corner of one of those trailers. And I would say, who fucking told you that? And I'd say, can you relay a message me to them, please? and I would tell them, I'd say, can you come like fucking 500 feet closer to where it can become somewhat discernible, right? Because at this point, it's just a fucking balloon, right? Like just tell that to the Galactic Federation of Light or whoever the fuck. Please, Christ.
The Class 7s, we believe, are aggressive.
Why don't they do that?
They appear to want to encroach on us and get over us. The Class 5 we saw yesterday seemed to put itself between us and the Class 7, and the Class 7 then egressed to the north and the east. Let's do like an 11-pin startup.
The Greer pit. Oh, fuck.
How long can you idle on the ground?
Oh, no.
Like 20 minutes? Okay. Done.
On day 3, around noon, our radar started to detect a Class 2 Tic Tac.
We had our SIs who had just finished doing their thing, and one of them had brought up the fact that something was going to come from a very specific direction. He had a really good feeling about a specific location.
There have been multiple instances of the psionic team predicting when the machine calling and the radar team will actually sense an object.
The Class 2 is the classic Tic Tac. We have had laser rangefinder returns on them to give us distance. And through that method and the optical zoom, we are able to measure. We think they're about 40 feet in length, and they appear to be traveling supersonic and hypersonic. A very interesting thing, which you'll see in the videos, is when we do see them, they're at the edge of our sensor capabilities. You'll see like there's striations around these stills. And sometimes it almost looks like it bends, almost like it's not a solid mass. So when it's spinning, when it comes out of the spin, for a second, it looks like part of it, like probably a third of it is bendable and it bends.
And at this point, is it dropping rapidly?
Yes, the only thing that's changing is the angle that we're looking at it with.
The elevation angle, is that right?
Yes, and we're moving in a downward fashion. The system operator is having a very hard time keeping in frame because it's falling so fast.
Dropping fast.
So you can't zoom in, and our servos don't move that fast, so our equipment can't handle that zoom factor with the speed. You'll see multiple UAPs in these, as in they're flying together. I don't know that they're in a formation. You know, if you go frame by frame, you can see their cylinders.
Wow.
So that's the Class 2.
Fascinating.
Holy fuck, fascinating. Brother, what the fuck did we just see there again? Like, they're not providing any of the data along with this either. It's just a problem. Like, holy fuck.
We sent the helo out to intercept the Tic Tac, but the first attempt failed because our radar was being jammed by the Class 7 jellyfish.
Where were we in the sky the first time you saw that? That was when we were 7 kilometers or so out to the northwest, 340 at that spot that we went.
So the jellyfish, the reason we couldn't get any good data on the Tic Tac is because the jellyfish showed up, and the jellyfish decided to jam our radar. We didn't see the jellyfish. We just assumed the jellyfish. We know the jellyfish can do this. So that's why this just looks like a bug flying around on the camera.
And he kept trying to climb, and we just
like
our helicopter launched, and about a half mile out, the helicopter stopped moving. Engines running, blades are turning, but it would not go forward. It would not go up. It would not go left or right. It was stuck there.
So we're kind of imagine like a blanket above us, which is like pressing us down.
So maybe we were in proximity to it. It was saying, don't come any higher. Yeah, because that was when I told you guys elevate, right?
As soon as we turned, controls were resisting.
That's fascinating.
We were called out to intercept an object that was found on radar. We went to the location it was supposed to be at. We circled a couple times, and were requested to climb another 1,000 feet. The instrumentation started to bounce, and the collective basically was frozen. I've never experienced anything like that before. I've got over 4,000 hours of flight time, and this has never happened before.
So we don't know how they're jamming us. We don't know how they're turning our equipment off yet. Best guess would be a microwave signal. We're not seeing it on the frequencies we're using for our collection equipment.
Yeah, this is north, but it's not giving a reading at all. It's off.
Either it's moving supersonic out of here with noiselessly, or it's flipping a switch, and now you see me, now you don't. And I kind of feel like it's the second one. So it's really looking interesting that we're seeing multiple classes, 3 classes today, 2, 5, and 7. We saw them all with binoculars and or the naked eye, which is really new for us. We've not had that experience in the last 5 years. And the fact that the class 2 and class 5 seem to be putting themselves between us and the jellyfish. We don't know what that means. We don't have enough data yet to say that conclusively. And I'm not quite sure how many times we have to see something like that till we understand that that's probably the case. Also interesting that the class 5 and class 2 took 3 or 4 days to show up. The class 5 we call the manta ray. It looks to be like is written a manta ray. It has round everywhere. I don't think there's anything straight or nearly straight. We actually went frame by frame on this because it was tumbling slowly and derived a 3D model of what we think it looks like. Here you can see it tumbling and spinning on multiple axes as it comes through the frame.
And you said this is going perpendicular to the wind and faster than the wind.
Yes, it was on radar. It was on imagery, multiple bands. And the interesting thing is the radar shows this vibrating as well, the same heartbeat signal, which is really a boost in our analysis because only UAPs appear to have the vertical and horizontal heartbeat. Manned aircraft, balloons, birds, drones, they don't. They have a flat line trajectory and also a flat line radar signature. So that's the class 5.
They do look like balloons.
After every event, it seems as though we leave with more questions than we do answers. Our mission in our investigation is truly just getting started. We're quickly learning, in fact, how many things that we still don't know.
Skywatcher will release full modules for each of the 9 UAP classes on YouTube and our website in the coming weeks. Please understand that this is a live operation unfolding in real time. We are doing our best to create a taxonomy of these objects based on the data we've collected, but we need your help.
Part 3 of Skywatcher is going to be about psionics. It's going to be about the team that we've assembled. You're going to hear from some of them directly. You'll hear about their experience, their background, and how they found themselves here alongside us today. And if we can validate the existence of these abilities completely and scientifically, then that information necessitates an entirely new concept of reality and our place in it as human beings.
Hype check for part 3. Holy fuck. I'm just not. You just want to cry. Holy fucking Christ. You know. Did they post any other data with this? Like on their Twitter page? Okay. This is better than expected. Outstanding. Nah. The fucking balloon. The fucking balloon. No, yeah. Yes. I mean, I love my scientific evidence of the cinematic letterbox. Guys, where's the fucking data at, though? That's the fucking problem here. I mean, some of this stuff...
Line trajectory.
I mean... There's so many videos of balloons over the years that I've seen. And yet they look a lot like balloons, but the question is if they keep seeing them, we would need the data to rule that out. They installed the helicopter, supposedly. They had a live image from the helicopter. It reminds me of Skinwalker Ranch. This is literally, to me, personally, this feels like Skinwalker Ranch. Because Skinwalker Ranch was going to be some data-driven project, and history's just there to document it, and then it's all just a fucking show now. They launch rockets every fucking episode. Where's the fucking data? Like, that was the whole idea, right? To corroborate visual evidence is you have data to back it up, right? Don't go on our guy Train Beast, just one more podcast, Jim. Oh my fuck. I mean, I guess he's there and asking for any money. They've already got all their money, so they're just out there just doing their thing. But like, what is their secret dog whistle technology? I haven't shared it, man. That's the thing. Yeah, we could be out here replicating all this shit, right? Yeah. If it's real, I'm glad they're doing the work, even if it's not much data. So yeah, same, Mike. I mean, where's the equipment? You don't see no scientific method. Well, supposedly within the analysis of the data space, they're subjecting it to that, right? The inductive deductive method, right? It makes up the scientific method, and they're going to try and subject their findings to peer review. It feels like LARPing. It feels like reaching to me. It feels like they're reaching a little bit where, what the fuck is going on? I mean, if these are balloons and this isn't just all coincidence, which if time and again, they're seeing the same objects. But I mean, this is what I would have done. I would have got a compilation of like fucking 50 videos then of this manta ray or the jellyfish. Where's 50 fucking videos or every time they've seen it? And then I would document it arriving and then leaving. And then I'd show some radar data and be like, this thing moved at like Mach 2. Okay, that's not a fucking balloon. That's crazy. What the fuck is this? All you presented to people essentially now is something that just looks like, where the fuck is it? A goddamn balloon. Where was it? The jellyfish. Right here. Like, there was that zoomed in photo they did of it. Hold on, the jellyfish. Right here. Like, brother, what the fuck is that? I don't know. What is this shit? Yeah. Fuck. Like they said it was jamming the helicopter radar. They can't find the 30-foot crab because it was tiny balloon. No, it was jam the controls, Asdamir. They said it jammed the controls. They couldn't move the helicopter, physically move it. Yeah. That's what they had mentioned, yeah. Guys are too skeptical. I saw something I couldn't identify. UAP technically, they're padding. They don't have enough data yet. Yeah, military drones pick up UAPs all the time and they get clear video of them, or so I've heard. So why can't these guys get one decent pick? What happens when they shine a high-powered laser at it? That's a good question too. Why didn't they do that? Blind the fucking skinny bobs. Fucking, maybe, I mean, this is dark, but maybe take out an eyeball or something and the fucking thing comes down. Start taking everything you can off it, And that's what the aliens are afraid of. I think it's one thing to have an experience, which is very valid, but putting on the scientific head and using those scientific methods, everything being a positive result is not the T, yeah. Well, that's the thing, and I think that's what people came for. People were excited about this because they were going to be subjecting it to these in-depth methods, right? So I was hoping that we would see this presented to the public. But a comment that this gentleman had made was that he would allow them to come and see the data, but they would not be able to leave with any of the data. So they would expect people to come look at the data that they have on their computers, but they can't actually take the data and analyze it. That's suspicious. I mean, why is that? Just release the videos in their original unedited format. I mean, what the fuck's going on? Like, why is that a problem? Yeah. Fuck, is there a Mylar factory? Well, I mean, fuck. Shining lasers to UAP might be a declaration of war for the A's. I mean, fuck, I mean. Dragon from Skinwalker Ranch would have shot a rocket, yeah. Oh, Dragon. Yeah. It's I hate to say it, but I mean, it's looking like it seems like kind of a similar production to Skinwalker, where you've got these anomalous incidents that are recorded, right, with camera. So it's a visual incident, but then they don't really have any interest in providing any other corroborating data because they have the capability at Skinwalker to do the same thing here, right? But it's always so anomalous and there's never enough, or they're unwilling to be completely transparent with the data collection methods. Because people will go and ask them this. They'll ask what that fucking guy who does all the data stuff for Skinwalker, I forget what his name is, Eric Bard. They'll ask Eric to be like, okay, well, give me the fucking raw video, give me the raw data, like post it, let's see it, and they won't. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why not? Like, what's the issue here? It just comes across as sus. So it's just not a good sign. If that's how they're going to handle things too, where they're going to be very uptight like that, and they're not going to just share the data in its unedited format, or they're just going to give it to people to analyze freely, I don't understand why they wouldn't do that. Some trade secrets here or some shit? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, yeah. Pen laser right to those big old eyes. Yeah, so they took them down. Yeah. High-powered laser pointer, right? That's true. It's fucking, they got big eyes. It goes right through the sunglasses. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. They started off so strong, categorizing objects. Great start, but what happened? What happened as Jameer is they hit the wall that all peoples hit when they have experiences, which is that ultimately, I think this isn't really for us to get to the bottom of. I think there's only so much we're going to be able to do. I do genuinely think we're contending with something that's very anomalous and probably NHI. But like, are we going to be able to document it properly? Are they going to allow us to? That's a problem. There's so many anecdotes of this. There's so many anecdotes of people seeing something, even fairly up close, and then trying to take a picture of it. That nothing shows up in the photo. You know, the phone turns off. All this fucking horse shit. And listen, I don't doubt that they shared that anecdote from the helicopter pilot there, that when they tried to approach or whatever this was, the helicopter like pretty much stalled. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are they so hellbent, if this is what we're dealing with here, on just restricting us from getting any further with it? I don't know. Maybe the A's don't want us to know. They don't want us to have this proof. I don't know. You think when Jake showed up, the whole thing went off the rails? He's a serious man, the Baba Yaga. You know, like Disneyland in the desert. Yeah, yeah. They want to control the desert, control the data, man. Well, that's the concerning part, right? You can't tell me they want to prove anything to mankind standing in the desert with smartphones and one guy with a camera. Man, yeah, they should locate themselves in different places and put the people calling the UAPs in the center so they could get closer. Maybe. I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, I mean. It just makes me think it's futile, but the problem is that supposedly, according to some people, that the U.S. has recovered craft. And so why is a military-industrial complex, why were they able to get undeniable proof, but why is the general public struggling so hard to get anything? Really? I mean, why has it been such a struggle? I don't get it. I really don't get it, yeah. Was it one helicopter stalling or was it a repeated occurrence? I think it was just the once, they said, as from this little clip right here, where a buddy approached this Tic Tac, I believe, and he said that the instrument interference occurred where they couldn't maneuver the helicopter, couldn't move forward. So it stalled. It interfered with the instruments to where they couldn't actually move. It just stalled in the air, hovering. And I could chalk it up to a giant coincidence, I guess, if you wanted to be cynical. It's all of that together, but again, there's other bits and pieces of data that could be sharing with people to corroborate that these things are more than just a balloon. And it's not helpful. And it doesn't help their image. The general public is just going to be completely, we're all suspicious of this. I'm suspicious of this. Now, I don't know. Not that I had a lot of faith to begin with in any of these efforts personally, but you know, we have a method to track them. We need your help for more info, but we won't tell you that method yet. Well, that's true. Yeah. What are they doing? Well, one of the methods, I guess they've already told people how they're doing this, which is through CE5 essentially, which I hate using that fucking word because it goes back to Steven and his grift, but, it's psionically contacting the DAs and just making some kind of connection with them to facilitate some kind of a craft appearing. But then, you know, anybody that's ever done that, and it's not true. I have spoken with some people. I know some people who've done it and actually saw like fucking crafts, but they didn't get any photographs of it. But there's a lot of anecdotes of people seeing weird lights in the sky dancing around. It's like, we're just past that point though. I don't get it. Like, Should have an alien summoning in the desert with a high-powered laser and lots of altered states with a new age alien praise and worship theme. Holy fuck. We'll get a big stew full of all the best stuff. We'll stew it up and we'll all get like these ceremonial cups and we'll have sips. And then we'll light a giant fire, like huge, like we're talking like gallons of gasoline, huge fire. And we'll sit around it and we'll all psionically connect to another Phoenix Lights 2.0. But we'll try and get picked up is the thing. We were watching through Missing 411 not that long ago, right? Like that guy that got picked up by the aliens and they said, hey, like, do you want to come? And then they brought him up and they said, sorry, we can't use you. You had a vasectomy. But those people said, where are those guys that just like literally pick people up? Like we want an actual experience. Yeah. Human centipede, I'm out. Fuck. No, we're not gonna connect. We're not gonna connect like that. Yeah, I'll call it CE4.5. Wonder if we get in trouble with Steven. Yeah. Then we paint our bodies to map which orifices to probe. Yeah. Put a big fucking you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Where's the other shapes, for Christ's sake? Where's the fucking shape thing at? I'm gonna go through this. This is, oh, here they are right here. Okay. Tetra Tic Tac Blob. Man, when he said the fucking, that's when I lost faith in this, I think. When the blob came up. It's like, if we saw a blob, I was like, oh, fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Chanting like a mantra, A Lamau, droning it. Yeah. If I ever see one, that's the first thing I'm gonna fucking say. I'm just gonna say, hey! Just give it to them. But that's probably never gonna happen, right? They don't want to play ball. Somebody up there doesn't, if they're up there, actually, which I think they are, someone doesn't want to play ball. Someone's jerking Jake and Co around bad. Like, really bad. And I don't know why. I don't know why they continue to play these games with us. I don't know what it will take, right? I mean, maybe it will take a mass summoning ritual. Maybe we need to get everybody involved. Do some kind of mass summoning ritual. Maybe it doesn't need to get really shamanistic. Maybe it does. Maybe bring the machine elves into it. I don't know. Whoever's going to fucking peel back the veil, right? Yeah. Can we generate a selfie? Stylized icons did me in. Yeah. Smells show me the money. Yeah. Did they show the Hornet? I can't remember. Yes, they did. The problem is it was all shown so quickly. I don't know if I can even isolate, like, frame by frame where it appeared. They just kind of like ran through. That's the manta ray. Oh my God, man. Like, you know what I was literally saying I'm done with blurry fucking photos and shit. And then look what we have here now. This is man, there's so many photos like this online. There's so many photos like this online. There's endless amount of photos like this online. Normally, like, if you saw this on Reddit, you'd be like, oh, bro, fuck, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't have fucking time to sift through all the pixels in this goddamn picture and be like, balloon? No, maybe UAP, yes. UAP, not balloon. NHI, UAP? I don't fucking, yeah. It reminds me of those ghost investigation shows that share moss on a lens and still publish it because they need to crank out episodes. Yeah. It could be a moth on a lens. It also could technically be your grandpa from the other side, or something. It could be somebody else, right? It might be. It might look like a moth. It might sound like a moth, but it still could possibly not be a moth. Yeah. Yeah, we're just getting cocked. That's really it. Yeah. 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 Someone else it's fake because they do see a lot of balloons. There's tons of, like, I think a lot of people will be writing these off as like balloons, because the weird thing is that the objects are moving. All of the objects seem to exhibit this strange characteristic, which is something you find with balloons kind of in the when you're getting to the upper atmosphere. It's windy as fuck, and they're getting blown all the fuck around. And all of the objects they showed are getting blown all the fuck around. And so that would lead one to then assume that this object is being influenced by the wind. Because in some of the more interesting anecdotes we have, what makes these objects truly anomalous, right, is its propulsion system or lack thereof, right? And how it's not really subjected to anything like gravity even. It's in like its own little bubble and it's not moving. These objects, almost all of them, seem to be subjected to the wind. They're like blowing all over the fucking place. That would lead me to think that this is probably some kind of fucking trash that they're picking up on. That's what it would lead me to believe. Right? So, until there's data showing otherwise, that's really the only conclusion the general public can come to logically, is that this doesn't fit with the, this prevailing narrative that we've had in ufology, that these things are anomalous and they exhibit anomalous characteristics and flight patterns and they're not really affected by the atmosphere and etc. So, I mean, that's kind of it. Yeah. I mean, the movement is balloon-like, and not talking about movement or wind direction, no negative controls or positive controls. But look at your blood boiling. I've just learned to just be disappointed, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Yes, UAP, it's unidentified. Let's try to identify it, maybe. I think we just did. I think we just solved this. I think it's balloons. I think it's balloons until proven otherwise. I guess, because that's all we have to go on. We're just going to speculate, and it's going to be balloons, because I don't see anything that they've shown us that looks truly anomalous or is behaving in an anomalous way. Really. It's just, they're behaving like fucking something like trash blowing around in the fucking wind. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't fit with Jack's narrative. Where's the egg they recovered and brought in? If they can get that, why need help? Well, I guess it's sitting in a hangar somewhere in Lockheed, supposedly. I still think, personally, that the government is not going to ever say anything. I don't know if we're ever going to successfully get fuck all trying to go and look for it. I think maybe the only thing that's really going to move this forward at some point, other than people who are on the inside, they're going to bring out actual evidence and risk themselves in doing so. It's whatever the phenomena is decides to just what's the guy's got a shirt called "Stay Strapped" or "Get Clapped"? What the fuck? The phenomena itself decides to reveal itself. I mean, that's really it. Finn, what? Finn, what do you think about this, Finn? Oh fuck! Yeah. I don't know. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough for me. Not good enough right now. Release some of the data. Release some of the deeper analysis. Show us that some of these objects are moving anomalously. Jesus. Show us that they were moving at high speeds. If the jellyfish thing was moving at Mach 2, then probably not a fucking balloon, right? Give us that data. Because right now, this is all we have to go on, so. Chip said, weather balloons move along, yeah. Here's another thing. If they're seeing multiple objects constantly, why not bring someone else out there to confirm with better equipment? Well, I thought they had good equipment, though. That's the thing, man. Like, they're supposed to have had really good equipment to begin with that can corroborate what they're seeing visually, like radar, for instance, is one of those systems that they could use. So, which would pick up this object moving at high speeds. So, if this jellyfish just shows up and then blips off at like Mach, whatever the fuck, they'd have radar data to corroborate that. So it's like, it looks anomalous. It showed up into nowhere and then it flew off at high speeds. It's not a balloon. All they showed was this thing just bobbing around like, dressing up in a damn suit to tell me it's a jellyfish creature is a good thing I'm not there yet. And you can see here from this blob on the screen that this is absolutely one of the blobs. $5,000 designer suit. Yeah, Ladies and gentlemen, you can see here clearly this blob on the screen is clearly one of the blob UAPs. This fits perfectly into our blob category. You see here, this is 100% the Blobians from Blob World. Yeah. How are they reeling up balloons? I don't think they can. All these vids look like tumbling balloons. The Tic Tac one could be a one. The jellyfish looks to me like countless examples of balloons with strings hanging underneath. Yeah, nothing but the clips is inconsistent with countless previous balloon UFOs. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a conclusion I think we've all come to here. Yeah, man, yeah. Well, there you go. Finn has analyzed many balloons that people thought were UFOs or aliens and turned out to be balloons. So there we go. I mean, that's what I thought too, man. I thought the way it moved was consistent with something that was being affected by the atmosphere wind. Yeah, thousands, yeah. So, I mean, you know, Jake, brother, I don't know. You don't trust him? You think he's grifting? Yeah. He said 4K video of the egg, and it wasn't. Yeah, it was Ross and Jake said that, yeah. Listen, we've been debated multiple times now. I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty much, I mean, is there any other interesting, I mean, there it is again. Where was right here. Like, man, I'm just so done. Like, this was somewhat acceptable in like, maybe like 2007, right? That someone would catch a picture like this and post it onto Facebook. Like, what the fuck is this? We're like, bro, like people they got new iPhones, new smartphones, whatever, new BlackBerry. Be like, oh my God, bro, what the fuck? Like, if this was 2007, I'd be like, yeah, man, that's what the fuck is that? This is 2025. Like, we've come a ways now. This just isn't cutting it anymore. I've seen too many of these fucking images like this. This just isn't gonna cut it. We need high resolution captures. Is it the A's themselves doing this? Fuck. This is exactly what I predicted. Classic low information zone vids, because if the UFOs were closer, we'd be able to see that they're balloons. I mean, man, yeah, it's always disappointing, but I wonder what their wives and husbands think. This fucking another day at the office, fucking we saw another fucking jellyfish. Fuck. Oh, the tragedy if some of this stuff actually turned out just to be trash too, though, right? But I mean, I think, you know, I couldn't imagine they'd still be out there. I couldn't imagine this would blow into view and just slowly blow out of view, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, that was a jellyfish UFO." They must be exhibiting some anomalous characteristics for them to still be out there taking it fucking seriously. That's my problem. So there must be some more data that comes along with this that backs up that this is something anomalous. I can't imagine. I don't even want to imagine that they're all out there with all that military equipment just capturing fucking videos of balloons and shit. Like, there must be more to this. And that's what we're missing here. So, 2007 fake balloon UFO vids for all the rage, brother. You just see shit like that on Facebook all the fucking time. I would, where people be constant, like Mexico, man. Like, I remember, like, on Above Top Secret and the forums and shit. Like, you'd see so much weird shit coming out of fucking Mexico, the Jimmy Masson videos. Like, I remember it vividly. And so, here we are. Not much has changed, honestly. Yeah. Fuck. There we are again with nothing in our hands. Use some Guinness. Oh, fuck. There's a bunch of guys trying to tell others there are aliens on a daily basis on Reddit, and more or less resulting in nothing, absolutely nothing. Prove me wrong, brother. Well, we're in the same boat, brother. This is the same bout. We're not any closer to the truth here. So, yeah. I think in the coming weeks, yeah. It's a learning moment. This fits perfectly the unambiguous pattern of big claims of evidence resulting in basically the same old fuzzy shit we've been seeing for decades. It's predictable once again. You ignore the hype and the cope. Yeah. You put the hypium, you put the hopium down. Don't you fucking reach for the copium. All right. That tank has been long dry. We don't even go near it. All right. I refuse to go near it again. Ross, I gave you the last fucking hit of my copium. And here we are. But I mean, this has been a long time for me. So I've met many of us here. It's been a long time. We suffered much. Much suffering. Yeah. Old dropium. Fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, anyway. I mean, I'm not really surprised either, honestly. As much as I humor this stuff and cover it and meme on it, I'm quite cynical when it comes to us ever actually getting any kind of truth out from efforts like this or the government. I really think that there's only one way we move this forward, and I don't think we're in control of it personally. Whatever the fuck is going on, right? There's clearly something very serious that's going on, but I just think all of these efforts always end up just being futile. And it's obnoxious because it seems like, from the anecdotes we've been given, that the government has had success in retrieving craft, or at least had success at some time in the past. It still has in its possession craft and materials, potentially, and biologics even. And so they, again, are still the gatekeepers, and the general public is just left to fucking flounder. So here we are floundering. Yeah. Maybe this is just foreplay. Maybe they have the good shit, but they're being gentle. They don't want us to panic, right? I mean, who was that fucking... Oh, the Michael Herrera guy was on Jesse Michaels, like a couple weeks ago. And he said that Jake brought him somewhere and showed him something, but he couldn't talk about it. I can't imagine they would be warming us up like that. That's... Give it to us, guys. Just give it to us. It's been long enough. We're ready. Just, Jake, stop beating around the bush with it. Right? You got something big that you're keeping secret somewhere, right? Hiding something. Like, just give it to us. We need it raw. Just get, like, what the fuck are they doing? Michael Herrera said this, that he showed him something. What did he show him? Took him somewhere and showed him something. The Baba Yaga showed him something. The boogeyman. Fuck. I don't know. Oh, God, yeah. Looping us off. I mean... Holy fucking Christ, yeah. Something's going on, but nothing significant to change my life somehow. That's what we all want, man. We just want the fucking cycle to just be broken. We want them to come down and give us free energy so many people... Well, I got laid off from my job a couple months ago now, but... So most people fucking can just be like, fuck this, and then we can move up with the A's and the Galactic Federation of Light and live off of whatever the fuck they live off of. Glorp or glop or... some kind of manufactured food, but we can have endless amounts of it. It could taste like whatever we want. You know? Chicken nuggets or something. Delicious that isn't going to kill you and give you fucking colon cancer. Something like that. Some great future that maybe they can help facilitate. I don't know. You know? 2 more cases of baby oil and we'll be ready. Oh, fuck it. Oh, Christ. Maybe Diddy was onto something. I mean, psychopath, but yeah, fuck, I don't know. I mean, you know, anyway, people I'm sure will be looking through this, and everyone on Twitter will be using this to generate content, and oh my God, what could it be? What is this? I mean, yeah, I think many of us, and I'm in this camp, I'm just done fucking even like humoring this level of quality. This is just so fucking... What are we even looking at? What is... This is a Tic Tac. What the fuck is... This doesn't look like a Tic Tac. This could literally be almost fucking anything. Bobbing around, flying around up in the wind. I mean, what was Lou Elizondo had his, was it his 5 observables? Of these 5 like what did this exhibit? Like what do we have in these observables? It just appeared randomly. But like, they should have gone through and used his system maybe. I don't know. Just gone here. They released anything good or just more blurry bullshit? Judging from the photos, nothing. You're pretty much on the point there, Train Beast. Yes, this is pretty much it. Yeah. So are these guys all just gullible? They just went full Greer. Somehow that doesn't feel plausible. Could it be a grift, a huge psyop? What the fuck? Well, the grift, it can't be a grift because they're not asking for any money from anybody, I don't think. So they're independently funded. That buddy who was presenting it from the SALT, he hosts the SALT conference every year. He's an independently wealthy dude. I think he's a hedge fund manager. But some of these guys have a lot of money. So this was supposed to be a passion project. So the question is, why are they, and this is the biggest problem I had with this, is this guy's claim right here. Where the fuck is he? This dude, James, whatever the fuck, who's in the head of their technology division. They aren't going to be sharing any of the data freely, openly with some of these other scientists, academics. So when they say they're going to be subjecting it to peer review, he was saying, well, we'll allow them to come to our facility and look over the video. It's like, brother, you need to give them the raw fucking data. So that was the most concerning part, where they have no interest in sharing any of the data or handing any of the data out to anybody. It's like, that's really important. You have to do that. So that's like red flag number one that I've honestly seen. And then obviously all the other red flags are just the quality of the fucking photos. Like, I mean, this just isn't like up to snuff. Yeah. But in like full Greer, I don't know what to see. I mean, they're already wealthy, so they probably got a big house and they got nice cars and shit like Steven does. I mean, if they start, claiming that the government's trying to assassinate them by fucking, tampering with their bike seat, I mean, then we'll know, right? If we see video footage there and there's no bike seats in any of the bicycles, we'll know. We'll know. Ever been scammed on Kickstarter? It sort of feels like this a bit, dangling a carrot until they take your money. Well, yeah, I guess maybe people have donated to them. I don't know if they even got that set up on their website. I think it's completely independently funded. So it's more like they promised people there was going to be a genuine effort here, a collaborative effort as well. And that's one of the things I didn't like just hearing a minute ago, where Buddy was saying they're not going to be free and open with their data. They're only going to allow people to actually come to the site, on site, to do some of this analysis and testing and perform this peer review of the data. Like, that's not good. You can't expect people to fucking do that. Come on, that's ridiculous. Yeah. Raw data is not the solution. Well, I mean, raw data would help, right? I mean, that would help people analyze this stuff, at least. And we're talking radar data, whatever kind of fucking other instrumentation they have there to collect, that they're using to collect this. They got visual, obviously, data here, and I'd give it a more detailed breakdown what the fuck they're doing. Yeah. You didn't suicide yourself, by the way. Fuck. Anyway, I don't think they released anything else in regards to this. Like, where's their website at? Did they put anything on their fucking website? They got this on Twitter. So they're going to be releasing... okay. The release of these materials is entirely separate from our upcoming verification process. Skywatcher remains at level 3 analyses. Okay. Their intention with this video is to help the community understand the experiences of our team in the field, not to present finalized scientific conclusions. So we read this through earlier. So they didn't share any of the hard data. They're going to still share the data. Yes, they're going to still give us this. I don't know. Yeah. I see people are chiming in. Literally all the stuff he's showing are balloons. Uh-oh. That's not good. It's running around in my mind. 100% Mylar balloons flashing in the light. I'm scared. Okay, this is much better than I expected. Props to the team. Will we ever be told the dog whistle consists of? No. I'm just seeing whether they're replying to anybody. The map. Oh. There we go. Cosmic Blob. There's Skywatcher 101 there. That's what ChatGPT, it seems. Yeah. I may have to have a brief word with you. I don't know. What is this? Don't know what the fuck this is. Incredible work. Cool video. Outstanding. Great job. Awesome episodes. Well done. Incredible moment for Earthlings. Interesting watch. Yeah, I don't know. For people that are new to this, maybe this would be... Yeah. I would just say, without some of the hard data, this just looks like balloons. But I'm not going to be a dick, obviously. And I don't like injecting negativity directly onto someone's post. I'll just meme on fucking Twitch. But, I won't be a dink and be like, oh, those all fucking balloons, you idiots. Like, they're going to be releasing the hard data, I guess, soon. So, yeah. The analysis has not reached a level yet, bestie. It's on the floor. It's in the soil. We've got to dig for it. I wonder how many billionaire whales are out there who are big into UFOs who hear about stuff like this and offer big funds. The whole Mummies of Peru thing is apparently partly funded by gullible whales who buy the bodies in the black market, fully believing they're adding a real alien to the secret museum. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see, well, so this guy is one of them. This dude right here.
He's collected over the...
Whose name I forget, but he runs the SALT conference. Here, let's find who he is. SALT conference. Who runs the SALT conference? Salt.org. It's here. What's the fucking guy's name again? These are all the people. I forget his name. I think he's involved in hedge funds or something. But as he was mentioning before, he's been involved in supporting consciousness research as well. So I don't know what that means exactly, if that's parapsychological research. I'm assuming it has to do with that, which is interesting. I think it stuff is interesting. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see the Salt guy, yeah. I could definitely see some of these people be getting involved that were probably just independently very wealthy. And probably genuinely, though, they wanted what a lot of us have wanted, which is an actual effort to go and try and collect quality data on UAPs. And anyway, this was just kind of a teaser, I guess. If they're going to release the hard data, then fine. But I mean, I don't know what that's even going to consist of. It's not my area of expertise, honestly, in analyzing that, or even the methods of capturing it or whatever. But yeah, Logan Paul money, that prime money. Maybe Logan's been involved. Logan was there with Jake Barber and fucking Jesse Michaels interview, right? I mean, I think we all remember that. He probably bought himself a seat there, right? He's got that big money now. All it took was being a dink on the internet for fucking 5 or 6 years, and look what you can do with yourself. Have no shame. Walk into the suicide forest. Have no shame. Anyway. Man, yeah. Watching the norm is slowly beginning to realize, question their fragile reality. What the fuck? No, man, this was not. I mean, I don't know what I hate more, though, is just the lack of corroborating data that comes along with some of these presentations, or people coping on Twitter. Like, the ball licking and stuff that goes on. It's so frustrating. And like, not to go and like put negativity out, because I don't like doing that either, honestly, as much as I meme. Like going out onto Twitter and just like be harassing them or putting negativity out in the world. Like, I don't like doing that. But it's like, just kind of silently, just, like, don't just be like, I just hate that it's all just some giant circle jerk. And it's sad to see this happen on Twitter, because this kind of like a new ufology on Twitter, really, is what's happened with like people like Ross Coulthart and Gary Nolan and all these people getting involved. And we've seen this happen before in other circles where it just turns into a giant circle jerk. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Like, I can't participate in another one. I just got wrecked in the last one. I just don't have it in me to sit through another one. I just can't. I can't. And I'm not gonna be a dick about it, but we can find the edit of this video and ask him for the raw videos. Actually, I don't care anymore. That's how long it took. Yeah. One guy on Twitter asked, "How are you ruling out balloons?" And the guy responds, "They're not because they can't." Yeah. Well, but that's a valid question, though. I mean, a lot of the UAP, a lot of the, how did Lou put it again? However he identified all of the different anomalous features of these UAP, like, they didn't really match up with any of them that we saw. Like they were just flying around. I can't talk about this endlessly. It's just one of those things. It's like go in circles. It's going in circles. If they don't put out longer raw versions of the videos in a couple of days, it's unforgivable. Anyone familiar with UAP hype cannot pretend they don't know we need the raw originals or just useless. Yeah, exactly, man. You should comment on it, Finn. You tell them you've got like a presence in UFO Twitter. Fucking tell them the fuck. Tell them this. Try and get them to listen. I don't fucking know, right? That's the thing. It's like, it should be common sense at this point, though. They've got people involved with them who are involved in this and know this and know what people need to see and know what people want to see moving forward. So supposedly, again, they are going to do this. Oh, this is their website here. So did they release anything else? So, this is new too. I haven't seen this website. Integrated coherent sensor deployments, long-range optics and image analysis, active and passive telemetry, electromagnetic emissions analysis, anomaly validation protocol, kinetic performance analysis. Holy shit. Well, I mean, like, okay. They'd rule out a balloon pretty fucking quickly. I mean, if it started throwing off some of these other readings. I just hope this is one of those like fucking memes, like like some guy's LinkedIn profile's got all this like hide fucking, oh my god, this guy's got the craziest profile. He's been at so many places. He's such work experience and he's been fired by every fucking place. Just a complete dank, like completely incompetent, like just made the profile look really great. Like, you know, hired somebody to like set it up just right. It's like, holy fucking Christ. Like, doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. I think we are also used to the formulaic History Channel produced programs that the payoff wasn't there. It produced professionally. This would have had more footage. Yeah, that's exactly it. I think that's what we wanted. Even all the talk, like the sick helicopter fucking shots, like we don't really want any of that. We would just want the raw, unprocessed video of the jellyfish coming in, showing up, and then flying off. That's really what's important. 20 plus experts, 400 plus years of combined and highly unique experience. Okay, well, listen, I mean, you know, whatever, guys. Whatever. Research. Oh, here's a good visualization of all this here. View details. The living taxonomy. Coming soon. Coming soon. So this is where it will appear. Report generation in progress. Feels exactly the same as the type of the hyper on Skywatcher Ranch, where there's this back and forth with Mick asking for raw data. As soon as he gets it, he debunks the claim. Well, that's kind of what it's mentioning, Finn, where similar kind of, yeah, they reminded me of the Skinwalker scenario where Brandon Fugel bought the ranch, and his intention was to do just this, where he wanted essentially a way, before it ever became a TV show, they wanted someone involved who's Eric Bard, I think his name is, who's a technologist who has all these technologies set up, the data collection. So if anything anomalous happens, they'll just get the raw data and they'll feed it out to people who know what they're doing and they can interpret it. And then we can subject all of these analyses, even mixed debunkings. You subject it all to peer review, right? Is what you should do. And then we'll come to a conclusion. Other experts will look at it and we'll figure out what the fuck it actually is. But if you're missing that first part where you're not actually giving us the raw data, then that's other part too. They mentioned where they were saying that they want to bring people in. It's like, no. There are lots of people who don't probably want anything to do with you or this. All they work with is the data. So they don't want to come in with you and have your mushroom tea and fucking, you know, or whatever the fucking, the tea that Jesse Michaels sells, the fucking coffee stuff. They don't want to sit down with you and they don't want to get wooed and lulled into this world. And then after you hang out with them, you know, and have a couple drinks, and then the next day you've got to go and you be critical of their data. And they're like, oh, well, this looks like something anomalous, doesn't it? This doesn't really look like a balloon, does it? You know, Jake breathing down the back of your neck, kind of whispering in your ear, like, remember him, the Baba Yaga. Right? He's fucking got his black belt on, got his gi on, maybe. That'll be how it goes when they come in to analyze the fucking the footage. Jake will just be in the trailer with his gi on, black belt, they're just covered in sweat, just like breathing down their neck the whole time. What do you think this might be? Something anomalous, right? Like, is that how it's going to go? You don't want them fucking there. You want them to send the data off. You want them to do this shit like completely disassociated with them. You want someone objectively looking at what the data is. So anyway, memes aside, check out a hackerspace near you and how they solve problems like reverse engineering a circuit board or so. In comparison to Skywatcher, there's an action movie with completely arbitrary shit in it. Looks like pure entertainment. That's just my superficial evaluation. I think that seems to be the consensus, Pampo. It seems to be the consensus here, man. This is pretty graphic, though. Tetrahedron-shaped UAP, which tumbles on multiple axes while on a stable flight path. Often appears in groups of 3 to 20. Birthday party? Oh. Okay. Appears to tumble at high speed across multiple axes while maintaining a stable flight path. Typically descends from high altitude below 2,000 feet. 1.5 to 2 meters. And they appear in groups of up to 20 plus. I mean, brother, that sounds like a fucking bunch of helium balloons, but what about this one? The Tic Tac. I guess they don't have any. Oh, they do have some. No, they don't. Seen in groups of 1 to 3, observed with the manta ray in proximity. Bright with white cylindrical craft that shifts shape during flight. Capable of vertical hovering with oscillation, rapid descent from high altitudes, assessed as 60,000 plus feet and Mach 1.5 plus. An abrupt arrest of motion midair. Frequency tumbles while descending and stabilizes before resuming flight. Uses terrain masking and performs independent, unsynchronized maneuvers in proximity to other craft. The Tic Tac that Dave Fravor and co saw was not tumbling around. That's the only weird thing. It did, well, I think it went up, yeah, it was up around those heights and descended rapidly, almost instantaneously down over the ocean. But it wasn't described moving like that. That sounds like a fucking balloon, for Christ's sake. The fact they labeled the jellyfish and don't even mention its resemblance to a balloon, whether it's a craft or a red flag for me. I want these guys to succeed, I really do, but I'm seeing too many red flags, yeah. There's a fleet of them, just fucking... Holy fuck, yeah. Every news nation has a story arc and delivers a better story. Holy fuck. Oh, the blob. Here we go. Well, now, to be fair, I mean, what was that back in November or October? There was multiple airline pilots that supposedly saw over like Ohio or somewhere one of these kinds of objects, although they called it a red orb, orange red orb up at around 40,000 feet. And this was shared around, and interesting. It was moving anomalously, supposedly. Orb-shaped UAP that exhibits pulsing internal light, horizontal oscillation, and erratic point-to-point movement, capable of extreme speed and rapid flare-driven expansion, observed exclusively as singletons. Singletons? Okay. Red cloud-like orb with a pulsing light-bodied core. The central element flares in size and brightness. 3 to 5 meters, exhibits rapid, near instantaneous jumps between positions with no observable transition or acceleration. Interesting. Okay. So simple, yeah. It's just a red ball, just a red blob. A beam. Size unknown. Prolonged hovering. The manta ray. Tumbling and rotating on multiple axes, capable of hovering in place and rapidly shifting altitude. Okay, yeah, all right. Bright star. Reflected tetrahedron-shaped UAP that oscillates horizontally, flashing light. Team has experienced sensor disruption apparently caused by directed energy. The jellyfish, we've known that. We saw that. The hornet is what this... That looks like 2 jellyfish stacked on top of one another. Okay, and then there's the egg, the famous egg. Yes. If you know sculpting, that would have been less than a minute to make. Man. Visual data is limited to single low-quality recording, no observational propulsion. Vapor trails or aerodynamic control surfaces, EO visible, IR and other multispectral sensor coverage was unavailable during observation. Flight behavior undocumented. Well, they can mention too that fucking Jake picked one up for Christ's sake and flew around with it, and then had a spiritual encounter after he picked it up supposedly. So had some kind of connection with it emotionally, which is an important thing to recount. I mean, yeah. Well, there we have it. Just finished my next witness animation, Jim. I'll send you a link once I've done the interview with the witness. Oh, fuck yeah, man. One of his sightings is a blue orb that hovers a few feet away from his balcony then zigzags off at high speed. The whole point of the unambiguous UFOs is that nothing about them is comparable to a balloon in the wind. Well, that's exactly it, man. Holy fuck, huh? Oh yeah, 100% send that along. I love to fucking watch it, man. Yeah, I mean... Man, I don't know. I just fucking... Yeah. I guess we'll just wait. I'll wait anxiously until they release... When is this coming out, though? It's entirely separate from our upcoming verification process, the release of these materials. So, they are going to release these materials. Yes, anticlimactic. Listen. We thought maybe tonight would have been the night, but it wasn't. But guess what? There will be tomorrow night. There will be another day. It's not you, it's me. I mean, listen. I'm so done being debated as myself. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. We just continue on. We continue on just living our lives, and you never know, you might even have... Listen, this is the most important thing to come out of all this, I think, which is this conversation around psionics and the idea that there may be some way to facilitate contact on kind of an individual basis, right? Where we can maybe reach out. Now, maybe that's something we should all be doing and taking much more seriously. Maybe I should be actually practicing doing this more. Maybe I could finally have that meeting that I've been longing for, right? They'll probably be from a distance. They're probably like, no, you stay right there. Don't come fucking near us. But they'll just show themselves, right? Yeah. Fill up the slop bucket. That's true, though. There's always more slop in the bucket. Yeah. And maybe this is something, I think just having that conversation is important. And having it be distance yourself from Stephen Greer. Or having this phenomena distance itself from people like Greer and maybe be taken a bit more seriously is important, because I think there is something to this idea of consciousness and this phenomena, and consciousness is in and of itself an anomalous phenomena. We don't really understand it, and we don't really understand this UAP NHI phenomena either. So playing around with this is still, I think, a good idea. And that's the problem, is we're relying always, and I'm guilty of this too, from these other third parties to verify this phenomena for us. And I think to make sense, because I'm not a hard scientist. Like I'm not going to go meticulously collect data, and I don't have the background in doing so. So you rely on these experts to go and do this for you, so you know with complete conviction. But if we work at this other stuff, I mean, maybe there's another. Although we won't have complete conviction, we'll at least be more convicted that there's something going on. And maybe this is ultimately how we all make contact, is through singing Kumbaya and psychically connecting. I don't know. I'm going with a friend this weekend for a summoning sesh. Wish us luck. Oh, fuck yeah, man. We're doing it old school, full Greer, no tech shortcuts, just our minds versus Galactic Federation. Let me know how that goes, man. Please update me, brother. Just post in my Discord. Just fuck how that goes. I mean, I genuinely am going to do this myself. And I've been telling people that. It's been the winter since I've been telling people that. We're coming out of the winter now. And I probably will stream it. And the problem is streaming, it's kind of obnoxious because this could be a prolonged process where nothing happens. And it'll probably be at night. But I would love to give that a shot myself, because at the end of the day, like we may not need to rely on these third parties to bring us this truth. I mean, this may be something that we can individually reach out to ourselves. I'm skeptical that I'm going to get what I want out of it. right? Where they're gonna like pick us up consciously and like go have an alien tea somewhere at the Galactic Federation of Lights headquarters. But you never know what might happen. You could see. Listen, I saw something anomalous. I don't know. Maybe it was some kind of fucking drone tech or something. I have no idea. But I saw something very strange. If I could see something like that after doing a session of CE5 or this psionic practice, it'd be pretty fucking profound. Now, that's obviously not objectively worth a lot for people that want to prove this to everyone else, but it's subjectively important. And it seems to be how it likes to present itself. It likes to present itself to people when like you don't have your camera on you. And again, this might sound crazy to some people, but depending upon what we're dealing with here and how advanced it is, we shouldn't assume that that's just all nonsense. It could very well, and they're very likely very advanced, and they could very, very likely be that involved where that might be what we have to deal with. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. But anyway, it's do a multi-stream with you. You mean we'll all do it together, Bones? We could do a multi-stream together. Yeah, we could, everyone could come on and we can all just try and psychically summon this shit. I mean, at the end of the day, what do you have to lose? I mean, the only thing you'd have to do is like, I'm not the greatest at meditation. You'd have to even just like yell, be like, hey, come on down and let's see us here. Like, show yourselves to us. Yeah. Yeah, man, we could do it together. Yeah. Yeah. If you try and prove it, it's a balloon all the way down. It's got to be a personal thing for a big triangle to turn up 100 meters away. That's my hunch. Well, some of us here have had those experiences where there might be something to that. I genuinely think that, I don't know this with conviction, but my going hypothesis is that we're in a fucking playpen. And that goes for dealing with this phenomenon. It goes for things like remote viewing, like anything where we're kind of pushing the boundaries. I think we're running up against the fucking playpen. That's my personal hypothesis. I think that's what we're in. I think that's what we've been in the entire time. And I think that's what we have to understand when we're engaging with this, is that we're in a playpen. And so, now, where does that leave us? I mean, that leaves us essentially in someone else's hands, ultimately. When it comes to moving forward with this topic or even other consciousness topics, researching consciousness type topics too, or when you're doing things like woo stuff. When you're dealing with anything woo, that could dramatically, like if you're looking for evidence of it, that could dramatically alter other people's perception of the reality, which involves UAP. I think absolutely someone else is in. I would bet that we're not in control of that. Unfortunately, as much as we would like to think that we are, and that it's a wild, wild west everywhere, we can do whatever we want. I'd place a bet that we're not. So we'd have to approach it in that way. And if they don't want to be on camera, then fucking leave the camera. But that's shitty because I fucking stream. So I feel like, guys, can you make an exception for me this time? But maybe we'll do the CE5, and kind of like that Buddy's incident that you interviewed Finn there a little while ago. He kind of did his meditation, saw a black triangle, then went downstairs, fell asleep, and woke up to one of these little fucking people standing at the doorway in his basement. And then it's real all of a sudden, right? When it's 3 a.m., right? And you hear him again. And you sit up out of bed, and then he's standing right there in the doorway. And you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like, that's when things get really exciting, and when I get very excited. Right? I've been waiting for that. Day, that night. Oh, did you? Almost home. Holy fuck. Are you in the flight right now? God damn. Did you get the Rongo tablets? You smuggle them out? Fucking Christ. Yeah. There has to be something psionic already out there as a guided med. The gateway tapes, yeah, probably they would, Finn. Yeah, Aaron, they probably would be pretty close, yeah. Have you never heard of the gateway tapes, Aaron? Yeah. That's related to people who've looked into remote viewing and stuff, or do stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Gateway tapes guided meditation. Yeah. I fucked around with them. I haven't had any success. Yeah, we're invited Vancouver, but to fly over the Rockies for the second time today. Oh, fuck. You did get the tablets in. Yeah. Yeah, there's tons of them. For people that are curious, yeah. How was the Skywatcher slop, Golf? Slop, as per usual, yeah. Yeah. As per usual, slop. It wasn't anything really that, earth-shattering that came out. Could be balloons. Could be the blob class is what I'm most excited about, actually. I can't wait to reach out to the blobs. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. But yeah, fuck. Anyway. Yeah. Grifter's gonna grift. Well, I mean, they're not asking for any money. So, to be fair to them, they're not really grifting. It's just, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's performative at this point, I think, is one way of putting it. And I think they're trying to catch people's attention. And I just look forward to any of the data they are supposedly going to be releasing. That's really what we need to do. Yeah. Yeah, we've had to go through the please off the trail. I'll let you know when I'm home safe. Holy fuck, you got it, huh? Oh, brother. Goddamn. That's a big deal. Slop was so thick, like I got stuck in amber, yeah. Fuck, we all got stuck in the amber, yeah. Not directly, but convention tickets cost money. That's true, brother. Actually, he does run the Salt Foundation, doesn't he? Bring people out, yeah. Who knows? Will I pay for it all? Did you out, brother? Yeah, safe travels, did you? Safe travels, brother. Yeah. When I first learned about the Gateway Experience tape some years ago, I've read warnings on Reddit that flying orbs would follow you after listening. That was literally years before all that New Jersey orb shit was a thing. So, what the fuck? I had no idea what was going on. Oh, yeah. Well, this is the thing about it, right? It's kind of like the Ouija boards that I brought up before. I think people that weren't here last night, I told this story about this guy I used to be friends with. Actually, he was like my best friend, but we had a falling out. Ouija board. Anyway, when we were younger, one of the girls I dated, she was big into all like this woo shit. And I mean, I like UFOs and stuff, but when it came to like Ouija boards, I was like, oh my fucking Christ. My take on like psychics and stuff like that back then, I hadn't had experiences at that point, so I was a little bit more skeptical. Anyway, so they wanted to go fuck around with the Ouija board, and I was trying to think this preceded another incident he had, but they were fucking around with this Ouija board in his basement or some shit, and I'm not trying to necessarily connect the two things together, but this is maybe just an anecdote. But he was there too, like he didn't take it seriously, and they were trying to talk to they were trying to summon anybody who's around, you come in here and talk with us. And then they thought that they got like an answer, and how fucking teenagers fucking around with this shit. Anyway, so I don't know how much longer in between doing this and his experience was. I feel like it wasn't, maybe like within a year or something. But then he had a really weird experience in his basement where we did this. We're at his mom's place, where he came around the corner. This is at like 3 a.m. And this guy isn't into any of this like woo stuff. Like he watched basketball and played Halo or watched UFC. Like that, this guy's life. He knows nothing about any of this shit. No paranormal stuff, nothing like that. And he called me one night, and I didn't answer it because it was like at 2 or 3 a.m. But he came back around out of his laundry room, and he looked down the hallway, and the computer chair where he was sitting at was now facing him, and there was a man sitting there, a Native American man with long black hair, and he was like white as a ghost, looking at him through his hair. like just hunched on sitting at his computer chair. And he stared at him for a little while and like couldn't believe what he's seeing. And he kind of just like rubbed his eyes and then he was gone. So, now what the fuck was that? I mean, no idea. Was he just hallucinating? I don't know. He's never hallucinated like that before in his life. It doesn't mean you can't just not have hallucination, but the whole point with that, and with anything like a Ouija board or even things like CE5, is that you're putting an intention out into something, whatever this ether is. And the idea sometimes is that something might answer back, and we don't really we understand very little about objective reality, right? We really do. We're just beginning to wrap our heads around a very small fraction of it. And so we don't really understand consciousness either. And so do we really understand what we're doing here? No. But same thing with remote viewing. There's a protocol they've formulated to try and like figure out what the fuck is going on with it. Something's going on with it. Quite similarly with CE5 or even maybe some of these other methods people used in the past. Ultimately, aside from all this horse shit, really what it is it's an intention to communicate with something. And what are you doing when you put that intention out there? Like, what are the consequences of that? We don't know. Bro, Ouija recently fell down the facilitated communication rabbit hole. There you go. That thanks to the recent telepathy tapes hype. It's a fascinating rabbit hole that has links to Ouija. Yes. Have you seen my most recent animation on my YouTube channel, The Witness Practices, the gateway tapes that sees a black triangle and orbs close up? Is that was that the guy in Ontario fan, or is that another one that you just put out recently? The buddy who saw the alien? Yeah. Yeah. Listened years ago, the first track on the Gateway Experience, fell asleep, and it really had a strange dream. Yeah. Interesting. It's really interesting shit, you know. Okay, you're replying to Pambo. Okay, yeah. I was just wondering if that was the same one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I personally think there's something going on here with this stuff. And that I've relayed my own experiences that I've had with a psychic is really the main one, which freaked me out, like, and still does to this day, where there's so much more going on here. And I think these things are interesting because, again, yeah, it's this whole facilitated communication meme, and it's very interesting. It's very fucking interesting. And I think it's something we should explore. I mean, how the fuck do you explore it is the question. Like, and that's, you know, honestly, somebody that me and a buddy of mine used to kind of meme on him, but I do like him. But Tom Campbell, Big Toe. This is Tom here, my big toe. I don't know why the fuck he put that as the foot cover. Is it the Audible cover? Anyway, Tom is a physicist. He's worked with NASA, but he was full blown open to like the woo. He was like with Bob Monroe, the Monroe Institute. Like Tom was doing full blown channeling and shit. Like some of it I don't know what to think about because you know I do tap out at some stuff a little bit, but he's all in that. Well, we're in a literal fucking simulation. And, well, Tom thinks he's just about proved it. He was doing these variations in the double slit experiment. I don't think they were really successful. But anyway, that's how he interprets some of this more woo type phenomena, is that it's just consciousness tapping in with these other consciousness fields, and the aliens or more advanced civilizations are more proficient with this. They understand the nature of the game. We don't. But this goes with people who passed away, where technically their players are still around. The avatars are dead, but you can still connect with the player, and it's all explained with this big overarching theory. his big toe. And it's my big theory of everything is what it stands for people that don't know. So this connects everything together. As he says here, the trilogy unifying philosophy, physics, and metaphysics, which is the big daddy, right? So, which is, you know, philosophy asking the questions, physics going out and finding the answers to those questions. And metaphysics is people usually in philosophy posing these metaphysical questions, like quantum physics is its background in philosophy and metaphysics. But it explores that in the nature of consciousness one. For no one that's gone through, I've gone through this book. I guess he does have a couple other books, I believe, as well. I get the gist of what he's arguing, I guess. So, but anyway, it's really interesting shit. So, for anybody that hasn't explored Tom's work, honestly, man, $9.99. You know, the format I like is I do like listening to podcasts. Our audiobooks are great too, but people kind of get the gist of what the fuck they're trying to argue. I mean, it helps if you're trying to argue this more professionally to understand like all the nuanced details and intricacies involved with his theories and the arguments and whatnot, to read the work. But like he was on Joe Rogan recently, and I watched through most of it. And I would recommend people, if they're interested, just listen to a Joe Rogan appearance. You kind of get a top down too of like all the crazy shit he's been involved with too. So you can kind of understand like where this guy's coming from. Like he went out like and put his head under the water in the swamp. Like, and I don't know if he's come up since. Like he's been down there for a while. He's been down there for a long time. But hey, listen, whatever, brother. Project Contact, technology assisted consciousness exploration. But you know, again, just to tie it together what it's talking about with fucking this. The fuck is it? You start doing some of this shit. It's all fun and games, and it's all woo and nonsense until you start fucking around with this. And Skinny Bob, you wake up and Skinny Bob's standing in your doorway. And the next thing you know, you pass out again, wake up and he's gone. And what that does to you psychologically is it fucks you up. So it's all fun and games until that happens, right? And then you start having weird dreams about being pulled up into a craft, and you have that experience, right? When you open that doorway, and then it doesn't close, and it's a subjective experience. It's not something you can prove to somebody else. It's maddening, probably at times, to contend with. And now it's no longer a joke, and now you're just like thrown through a fucking loop. So it's one of those things. It's like some people say with a word of caution to fuck around with stuff like this, because it could be life altering, literally, to play around with these kinds of things. And I think some caution, people should be aware that weird stuff could start happening. Start hearing knocking in the walls. You know, things start sliding around under your bed. Things start getting thrown around your room, and it's those little things that anybody else who hears it is going to be like, oh, well, there's probably a logical explanation. But you, in the moment, know that that shirt was on the couch and that there's no fucking way that it flew off the couch and onto the other side of the room from you walking up and downstairs. So it's those little experiences that'll start to kind of pick at you. And you're like, fuck. And it's obnoxious. So don't download the PDF then. I'll try and get the Gateway Experiences later at some point. There's definitely some mystical thing I have to find out in my life. In Germany, all the esoteric stuff was big until like the late 2000s. You can still run into them, man. I mean, you know, I found it here where I am in fucking the goddamn woods. Like, there is a psychic that I met. She was very good. She was from Toronto. And, you know, again, like, I wasn't real fond of like that whole side of things. As much as I love the abduction phenomena, I just didn't really take it very seriously. I probably just had some prejudice just from hanging around people like in academia, and the guy I studied under, philosophy, was just like very patronizing about this kind of stuff, and he thought it was all magic tricks, and you know, I get where he was coming from though, but you know, that definitely influenced me a bit. And it wasn't until really, and I was always a bit more open to this, and maybe some of those people were, because I thought, well, maybe there's something to it. But and I sought this woman out, and for other reasons, honestly, it had nothing to do with what happened to me, which was her channeling someone who had passed away that I knew. But it was weird that is what happened, because, that was the only thing probably that could have happened where I knew that she didn't know who he was. And like those little details that she got out of him, like the kind of speech impediment or slight kind of lisp and impediment that he spoke with that she used, it took me a while to process that, because I was trying to attribute it to any other thing I possibly could about, like, maybe it's just me looking into this too much, but maybe it's just, but I knew what had happened, and it was weird too. And, not that I've had many really mystical experiences in my life, I haven't. But I remember the feeling too that preceded it. Things changed. Like, it was weird. It was paranormal is how I felt. It was a very paranormal experience that happened. But it was something that just shifted kind of my perspective on that phenomenon, psychics at least. I was always open to some woo, but like, man. Anyway, I still get like a chill even talking about it now, honestly. And I was someone, I was reading through like Michael Newton stuff, and I was someone who's interested in consciousness and simulation theory, but it's one thing to like humor those ideas and read about them and hypothesize about them, but to like face it like that is a whole different thing, because that's literally what had happened. Like, I'd faced someone that I knew who was dead, and it was unbelievable. And it wasn't even like very long, but like, holy fuck, it just, yeah. And it wasn't like creepy, but you just feel like unsettled. Strange. You have to seek it out though, I think maybe. I don't know why. I went there looking for other answers to things. I was like came at it like probably a little bit condescending, where I was like, okay, you're psychic. Like, well, okay, well, can you get me answers on this, this, and this? Like, what can you get? What can you channel? Like, that's what I was looking for. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I left there just feeling like someone like bitch slapped me like 30 fucking times in the face. That's what happened. But anyway, yeah. I'm a member of a local paranormal group. It's fun, just an interesting crowd. I'm the resident near-death experience or afterlife expert. There you go, man. Fuck yeah. You really can't argue when presented with truth. Well, man, it's like, what did your friend that they channeled say about the afterlife? Oh, well, he didn't say, well, I will say this. I mean, so I mentioned this before. He took his life. So we were musicians together, and he was just crying. She broke down crying. She was like a complete wreck, and he was just saying, I'm sorry. And I'm trying to recall precisely what he had said, but he was just essentially saying things along the line of, because I had always talked to him about these kinds of things, and he had essentially just told me that you're right about all this, like, I'm okay, like, but tell the other people, he didn't necessarily mention their names, but I tell their friends that I'm all right, because they don't believe that I'm here anymore, and didn't get too specific about it, didn't really mention any names, but it was speaking like with his voice essentially through it. It's a weird thing to describe, but it's very heavy. It was very, very heavy. She was kind of fucked up after it too, a little bit. She had to take a couple minutes because she didn't anticipate, according to her, that was going to happen either. I didn't tell her that. I didn't tell her anything about it. It just happened. And that's also what shocked me, where she was perfectly cheery person, and you just felt the room change. And like, it was just a shocking thing to have happen, where this had been, 2.5 years after it happened, I guess. And I wasn't really looking for closure or anything in that way. And it just happened. So yeah, that's what happened essentially. It was very traumatic. I honestly, at the end, more for her, because I mean, she communicated to me supposedly that she had felt the whole thing, and she was like, how, like, she hadn't dealt with something like that before in her life. And it was pretty brutal. Yeah, but that's essentially it. But yeah, I still feel like I can still feel it now. It's very, it was a heavy thing, obviously, but it, just the whole, like, I feel creeped out even talking about it. Yeah. But it's all a mystical thing that I've had happen to me, really. Haven't had anything else mystical happen. Unfortunately, I wish that I had more experiences though, like that, really, because they're just so profound. It may, as dark as it is, that whole thing was incredibly dark, but that experience, it made life just so much more interesting after that, where I was just like, holy shit, like, fuck, like this is, like, I kind of knew, I was like, this is, there's something going on here. Like, I think we're in a fucking game. I was all in on simulation theory, but after just knowing that there's no way she knew that experience and his voice and all that stuff and how he spoke, I was like, holy fuck. Like, I was just all in that this is all just a simulation, 100%. And I've been that way ever since, honestly, but I'm obviously after ways in following arguments to like prove that or make stronger arguments for it. But my friend who died a couple of years ago has visited me in dreams on several occasions. Yeah, that's happened too, man. Yeah. A little hyper vivid, very real. Yeah. But I would still want to find a psychic like that to confirm things, as I still could be my brain dealing with subconscious grief. Yeah, that happened to us too, man. That we, like there's a whole kid, he was a very social guy, so he had lots of friends, but me and one of my buddies on here, who I used to do a little podcast with, we were very close with them. We went to school with them, kind of grew up with them. We're the same age, hung out together all the time, like every fucking day. And we both had an identical dream after that. Right after it happened, we had the exact same dream of him coming to us and telling us it's all a joke, because he was kind of like a jokester. It's all a joke. It's all a game. I'm okay. Like, it was all a facade. He, like, verbatim, the dream was the same that we had, which is very interesting. So, you know, and honestly, not to like talk about this heavy fucking grim thing for too long, but the other kind of, I would say, mystical type experience I had was unfortunately on the night that we had to go and find him, and we couldn't find him. And it was when I found his phone. Is the other thing that happened, where there was no way you were going to find that. Like, he had thrown it and it broke into a bunch of pieces and flew, like the battery flew, the case flew, everything flew everywhere. And I had just had an intuition to go and walk into the woods, and I just looked over and I kind of walked off the path for some reason, and I happened to just walk right onto the phone, and all the stuff was just, it had been knocked and thrown and fell in there, but I found it and put it together. And anyway, yeah. Sorry to hear about your music friend, dude. It's a rough experience. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's life, man. Sometimes, you know, it's a dark thing that people go through, and lots of people, but there seems to have been a lot of young men that have gone through that. And there was, and hopefully it's a bit better now, but for a while there, man, there's like an epidemic of young men just killing themselves. And it's, you know, I think it's probably still going on. It's just one of those things. It's hard. Life's hard. Yeah. This is a game. Folks who die go to the lobby and eventually move on as they join new games with new people. They still remember and love us, but everyone always moves on, but memories last forever. That's true though, man. And that's the currency I think we really trade with here ultimately, right? Our experiences and memories, especially if it's some kind of a game, because, you know, these kinds of things, maybe that's what we might trade in. The player might trade in at the end of the day in a simulation. Are those experiences ultimately? You're not going to take all that money in your bank account with you, but those experiences may come with you, honestly. And that might be one of the brilliant things about coming here is having those adventures. And that's really, yeah, that's what I'm all about. Yeah. When I was 18 or so, I did once in a lifetime experiment with a friend and hit 1 in 727 chance guessing the right number. Everything was completely random. Numbers were written before my guess. It sounds like intuition, brother. My friend that died was a militant atheist, and he came to me in my dream and said he was wrong, that there is an afterlife and there is so much to do, and that he wouldn't be attending his funeral and he would be moving on and wouldn't be hanging around. After that dream, I no longer felt his presence, even at his funeral. Interesting. It's profound stuff, man. And this, in the age of reason and rationalism, people just tried to throw all that stuff away. But I really think some of the experiences are so profound. There are some people that are just a complete ignorance that won't take any of that in, and they just try and attribute it to whatever psychological phenomena. But the problem with that is there's a lot of psychological phenomena we don't understand either. So, I mean, it's just don't be ignorant to mystical experience, I think is probably the best advice that I remember Carl Jung had given. And it's so very true. And that's a heavy thing, because Carl had many people who he got to view their entire life story from when they were young, very young people, to when they died. And so those kinds of people, he was a true mystic, really modern mystic. And I think that's why those are wise words. Yeah. Yeah. I just lost my best friend over the weekend, liver failure. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Really? How old was he, Lemon? That's fucked. You know, I've heard someone else that they were in their probably mid 30s, but Jesus. Yeah, man, that's fucking terrible. Yeah. It's hard, man. It's hard to lose people like that you're like close with. Like, he was one of my best friends too. And we played music together since we were in early high school. I'd known him since I was like 11. And, you know, so many days we played music together, and he was just always there. And when you lose someone like that, it's weird. It'll be 10 years this August, 10 years ago. And it's still, I still think about it every day, and I always will. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to cope with when you lose someone that close. Yeah. He was just 30, man. That's fucking young. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. You only have so long here, right, man? That's the thing. Like, you never know how long you really have, right? So it's one of those things. You know, you just kind of, and you never know how long you're going to have people for, is the other thing that I realized. So you just try and enjoy the time you have with people when they're here. And then that's all you can really do at the end of the day, right? As hard as it is when they go, you just kind of think about, you know, I wish you had more time with them, but you just kind of cherish the time you had at the end of the day. It's kind of how I've coped with it, where that was just how long he had here, I guess, at the end of the day. And that's all we had. And, you know, yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, more drinking, you know, I mean, yeah, not to dox people, but you know, so, you know, yeah, that's exactly it, man. That's all you can do. You just remember the good times. And that's with all these people that we have in our lives that we end up losing. Yeah. Man. Yeah. Shit happens. Say your friend died at 33 years old, liver failure that cascaded into multiple organs failure that was starting by sepsis. Really? Holy shit. Wow. Tell myself this every day. That's why I'm so upbeat about shit. Life's too short. Love to be loved, make people smile, goodbye, make the most of it. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. Because you just never fucking know, right? Never fucking know when things will change. Just along for the ride, right? I remember that was a Bill Hicks bit that he did. Right? That, you know, it's just a ride, essentially. There's ups and downs, but at the end of the day, life's just a ride. You just have to, for all its hiccups and its stresses and the obnoxious portions of it, it is just a ride, and you just have to kind of learn to enjoy it. And not everybody's along with you for the entirety of it, but you just have to enjoy the time when they were there, right? And so, yeah, that's essentially it. That's what the therapist had told me. Trying to cope with all that shit, but yeah, it was really good. It was really helpful in therapy, actually, going to that. It took me many years. It wasn't until my partner, she convinced me to actually go years later to go and actually talk with somebody about it, and it did help. It helped a lot. Now, I've had therapy with people. I mean, I talk like this with people all the fucking time, but having somebody sit and kind of analyze you, and then at the end of the day, she said, "No, you're okay." I was like, "Oh, that's good to hear." Right? But anyway, yeah, it's good shit. Yeah. Yeah, I've never seen a ghost, but I believe I've witnessed possession. Watching people sleepwalk around is freaky. And talk. I used to sleepwalk when I was a kid. I remember that. Yeah. Everything I've read, though, pretty much says if you choose to opt out of life, that they tend to make you go back to try to overcome similar things in another life, or even repeating the same life in another parallel reality until you prove through it. Others say it generates karma that needs to be balanced. Well, I mean, unfortunately, yeah, man, when you, it's one of those weird things, right? When people talk about fatalism, and that's one of the things that I always had a hard time with, where I just do not think that people are fated to end their lives. I think maybe some people may be predisposed to things like depression or mental illness, where maybe there may be a risk of that, but I cannot imagine that people have a predisposition or are predisposed to just have to go through that, or put people through that too. It's one of those weird things where, and I don't necessarily believe in fatalism, but there might be some deterministic element to the material universe but we may not be completely material either. What we're interfacing with here may not be completely material. So I think it's a decision that people make personally, to give up. And as obviously, it's unfortunate in some people where there's a chemical imbalance there and it just goes untreated and it just gets worse and it gets worse. And the dark thing with it is that the people that end up doing things like that, unfortunately, end up being very courageous, strong people. And I think it's kind of sometimes the dark side of courage, where the people that sometimes they go through with it, it's that dark side of courage where they push through to that point and actually successfully end up ending their life. And, if they had only just addressed those issues with courage that they had and humility maybe, and it just by maybe had people around them who recognized it more, who knows, right? You live with that. Yeah. But yeah, it's, maybe, right? Who knows? Yeah. What time of day is the release up to today, Jim? What time do you need to go back? What time is the day release up to? What's the day release? I think that it might be like choosing a life on hard mode for the lols. Well, man, yeah, literally. I mean, there's some people out there, I remember the stories, I'm very fortunate in my life that I had like a very good family. But man, there's some people that some kids that come up in some environments and it's unreal. And they still hang on, and, so you're crazy. Kind of the conclusion that suicide is an off switch, but it's also a cheat. And the creator doesn't like people cheating the system. Who knows, man? Yeah, who knows at the end of the day, right? I mean, maybe like a risky investment where if we gamble, it pays off. You get 10 times experience in a single life and level up faster. At the end of the day, I think it's never a good idea, right? Because you don't really know what waits for you on that other side. And so you think even metaphysically, right? You think you're escaping your problems by doing that. Or do you think the suffering is going to end? But it's possible that the suffering will not end. And you will instead bring that level of suffering onto everyone else around you that you love. And you may even be subjected to that suffering too. You don't know. You have no idea. And that's why I think, and it's one of those things where sometimes challenging people's ontological beliefs, it can be important, where if they believe there was nothing, right? And that can be kind of dangerous at times, is atheism, the age of atheism. And it's funny because my friend that passed away kind of believed that. He thought there were going to be no consequences and he was just going to rot in the ground. And I hate to say this, but I think that ontology may have affected or played a part, I guess, in ultimately him going and making that decision. Because if you convince yourself or allow people to convince you that there's nothing else, or there are no consequences to your actions because there's nothing else, because there's no proof of it. I mean, it's just the smoothest argument. And I would try to argue against that with people to no avail usually, right? That absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, but they didn't want to hear it. They get caught up in this new age atheism and they think, there's no afterlife, right? There's no afterlife. It's all just silly stories and it doesn't matter. There's no consequences for any of this. You don't know that. No one knows that. You have no idea. And actually there's a lot of anecdotes to suggest potentially that there are, right? It's a bit ungrounded, right? There's no physical proof of it, but it's a metaphysical thing. So you're not going to find any physical proof of it. So anyway, yeah, I think that's important. I think it is important, how people look at the world. I think it does influence them in those moments where they become desperate. And that's something I think that in our current society that we live now, we're very pampered. I mean, people obviously still have their struggles, but I think a lot of people, we haven't really had to face death a lot, unless you're in the military or you've been put in situations in more brutal places in the world And people have been kind of able to escape facing their own ontologies, their own beliefs. And they've been able to kind of get away with some of this faithless kind of attitude towards whatever metaphysical shit, where they're like, well, I don't need that. You know, I don't really need that anymore. I don't really need to have that. And, you know, I'm obviously very kind of skeptical person too when it comes, and I'm no fan of organized religion, but in times past, people were subjected to like absolute horrors, and that kind of faith there was something else was but I do think drove them through those times. And it's the death of God. What are the consequences of it? You know, what are the consequences of the death of God and this new age atheism on young minds that suffer? And I do think that played a role to some degree. And my friend's passing, because I knew how he thought. I knew what his orientation was, and I knew what his attitude was about it to some degree. And it can, it's just important not to be ignorant to mystical experience, which is another reason why I say that. Yeah, for that reason, I guess. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, man. Essentially, anyway, metaphysical talk, fucking all the woo. Who the fuck knows, right? Technology-assisted consciousness exploration resources. Modes of entrainment. We watched the movie Everest again the other day. Some of the stories on death on mountains like that are absolutely wild. Oh man, I know. I saw some of that recently, man. All the bodies up there are fucking crazy. You don't realize, and the garbage and shit too. On top of that, and the corpses, it's unbelievable how polluted it is up there. All the people just trying to go for glory, and they fucking die on the way up. Like crazy, crazy shit. I've heard story. I didn't hear. I watched a video on people who have. You can get really bad, like legitimate hallucinations up there, because of the like oxygen deprivation that some people go through, and people like even like hearing the dead bodies talking to them and shit while they're up there. And they've attributed this, and it probably has something to do with the environment. But like, holy fuck, imagine like being up there in that environment and you start hallucinating and oh my fuck. Terrifying shit. I like, fuck that. How is that worth it? I knew a guy, actually, I remember when I was a kid, he came and talked to our class. I still see him at the gym actually, here locally, but he's climbed Everest. He went to the summit. He lives in this little small town, but he's fairly renowned like climber around the world. And I remember thinking like, why the fuck? Is it worth it really? I guess to him it was, and now he's known as that guy. But man, fuck that. I'd rather like play a game. Like give me the VR and I'll go up that high. But like, no, just subjecting yourself. I'd be that guy fucking dying up there. I just know that. That's probably why. I'd 100% be that guy, just tapping out and be like, nah, fuck it, bro, just leave me. Just leave me here. I'm just fucking done. Be tapping out, fingers all frozen off. Fucking Christ. I'd be that guy. I don't know if everyone ever watched Top Gear years ago, but fuck, I remember they did, this is like one of the early episodes, they went up to the Arctic Circle and they were doing our Arctic training. And there was this story one of the presenters told them, and like they started cracking up. I still remember it. But the guy was getting frustrated with them because they weren't taking him seriously. So he told this story with this guy who took a piss, and it was so cold that he became delirious. And he forgot that his dick was hanging out of his fucking pants. So he was walking in these freezing Arctic conditions with his dick hanging out of his pants. And then he showed them an image of the frostbitten penis. He had to cut his fucking dick off, because he's left his dick hanging out of his fucking pants for multiple hours. I remember thinking like, that'd probably be me up there delirious as fuck. Like, oh, my fingers would be out. Fucking, I was like, fuck that. Fuck that shit. Yeah. If anyone's never seen that fucking episode, that was funny as fuck, man. Oh my God. The whole, I love Top Gear, but the start of that episode was just fucking mint. Like, oh shit. I think they see it as the ultimate mental and physical challenge. I could see that. Got to have incredible willpower to keep walking up a big cold hill and every part of your body's shutting down. Yeah. Man, it's not for me, I guess. Fuck that, hats are available in the merchandise store. Oh man. Please share a moment of silence for my favorite pipe. My neuropathy caused me to drop it. Oh, brother. Was it a nice one? Wasn't like a bubbler or anything, was it? Just a regular glass pipe? Fuck. Or just have someone warm up that popsicle. It's too late, Astromer. It was all like, oh my, I think they showed it in the fucking video on the episode. It's black. It's completely black. Like, but like, you know, the guy was Caucasian, right? So like frostbitten to fuck. Just gone. Yeah, fuck me. Anyway, I'll rewatch that at some point in the fucking episode. Fucking Christ. Some of the situations people get themselves in. Like, man, like, was that worth it? Probably not for that guy. Maybe it was though. Fuck, maybe he doesn't care. I would. Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck. Frostbite is probably the worst physical pain I've ever felt. The warming process. Is it really? I never really had it that bad. Like, but you can't feel frostbite. That's why it's dangerous. I think, well, you can, when it warms back up. I didn't really do like, cause here in Canada, obviously, like winter sports are like a big thing. Like in New Brunswick, all over Canada, really, snowmobiling's a huge thing. So like people will go out and snowmobile, and I never fucking liked it. I mean, I like the cold, but I don't know. I wasn't really my meme, but I know like guys who've gone out and got really bad frostbite in their hands and shit. And their face too, snowmobiling. Like you can get, because they're also fucking idiots and they go out drinking and snowmobiling. There's been so many people that have been literally beheaded because they're flying through trails drunk at night on snowmobiles. And these fucking guys put up these chains to like cordon off the properties. And then they fly through this chain doing like 100 miles an hour and their head comes right fucking off. Yeah. But they go out and they get all frostbitten to fucking shit. So, Christ, it's fucking nuts. Yeah. Where did you post the pic, Bones? Fucking, just in general? Yeah, just let me know when you fucking post it. Fucking tragedy. Look up Everest 1996 disaster. One of the survivors lost his feet, fingers, and a fair chunk of his face. Oh my fuck. Just on Google? Man, I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, was this the movie? Was this the one the movie was based on? I saw a clip of this or some shit. The fucking movie. Oh God, probably, should I put like frostbite? Oh shit. All his fucking toes. Oh, fuck that, man. Yeah, that's what that guy's dick looked like. I'm pretty sure they showed it in the fucking film. Maybe I went and looked it up after. I don't know why the fuck I would have done that. It meme cancer. Oh my God, man. Holy shit. You know what's fucking crazy, man? Wim Hof climbed that goddamn thing in goddamn board shorts. Now, mind you, I think his toes are pretty fucked up by the end of it. Has anyone seen that? I think he went to the summit. Where's the fucking picture of it? This motherfucker climbed in fucking shorts. I thought he went barefoot at one point when he was doing it too. Because he almost lost his toes after he did it. But you fucking imagine, have you ever seen the, if no one's ever seen this, go fucking look it up. This motherfucker climbed up there in fucking board shorts. Just board shorts. Because he wanted to show from these fucking, because he went and hung around these like Tibetan yogis and shit. And they figured out that if you jack your, whatever, your immune system up, or you can keep your body perpetually really hot. And you're just burning a shitload of calories to do it. And he's the Iceman, but he figured out through doing hypoxic breathing that you can put yourself in this fight or flight, your body in this state, and you can keep yourself really warm. And so that's how he would do these feats. Like he swam under Arctic ice for, oh my God, he set a world record. His eyeballs literally froze. Like the retinas like froze, but he was able to do all these ridiculous feats. And it was through doing these breathing techniques. Like they injected him with E. coli at a university in the Netherlands. And, you know, normally that would fucking kill somebody, just about. And he body fought it off in a couple of hours. And he got 10 or 11 people to do the same thing. And they all did this epoxy breathing, and they jacked their immune system up. And their body fought it off. And they've got these studies online. It's fucking insane. I mean, now there's been people that have done this and things haven't gone quite as well for them. So I don't know if it's for everybody, but man. Oh, fuck, bro. Oh, that looks like a nice one. Hold on. How do I fucking... Oh, fuck, brother. That was a nice one. God damn. God damn. Was it a bubbler? It's nice. It's some nice glass there. It's like a proper wizard pipe. My wife was pissed because the kitchen smelled like bong water. It was, yeah. Fuck. God damn it. That sucks. Fuck. That's why I just roll joints now. Glassware, fucking breaking it and shit. I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself. Although I haven't really smoked weed in a while, but god damn. God fucking damn it. Yeah, anyway, where's the picture of him? I'm pretty sure he summoned it. Anyway, he also has this huge scar on his belly because he was at a local fountain in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. He was in Amsterdam at a local fountain, and he thought that would be a good time for him to give himself an enema. So he sat and put the fountain, pressurized fountain thing in his asshole, not realizing that periodically every couple minutes, the fountain actually bursts and releases a pressurized gush of water. And it did that and actually blew out, I think, through his belly button. It's had to be rushed to the hospital. And that actually fucking happened. Anyway, quite an eccentric guy. Yeah. This guy's a muppet. Holy fuck. A little 5 points here in ATL is a place called Junkman's Daughter that is great glass. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, they don't have any audio. UK man almost falls to death on Mount Blanc. Look at that, man. Like, why the fuck would you... The risks some people take, man. The adrenaline junkies, though, right? Like, they just love it. I just don't get fuck all from it. I just, like, feel sick. I'm like, man, fuck this. That thin little strip is all that keeps them from fucking complete death. Oh my god, man. Like, holy fucking Christ. Unbelievable. Oh man. Well, that and like all the weird stories of people disappearing on them, but then you see shit like this, you're like, yeah, I don't know where those guys went. They just disappeared. Like, just fucking slid off the side, probably launched like 600 feet into another fucking canyon. Like, literally. Oh, man, you'd be fucked. I remember, I don't know if we watched that on here, if I watched this on the fucking TV. But we've been watching through Dave Politis' Missing 401. And there was an incident of these two guys that disappeared in Yosemite National Park. And they were expert climbers. One of the guys was like known to all the park rangers. They knew who he was. He knew them. And anyway, they had like a They had their backpacks. They had a tow with them too, like all their supplies. And they disappeared off the face of the mountain. I can't remember if we watched that or not, but they both just completely vanished. And they never found them. And even the governor, I think it was the governor or the chief of police in the area, I can't remember, made a statement essentially saying how fucking weird it was that they couldn't find them anywhere. And they looked for them for weeks. Couldn't find them anywhere. No scent, nothing. Completely vanished off the mountain. Right? Maybe they just fell down some chasm. Anyway, supposedly the route they were taking wasn't treacherous up in Yosemite. It was in the winter, but anyway. Fuck. But those stories, man, I literally will never go into deep woods in a national park again because of Dave's story. I should write Dave a letter and tell him that, Dave, you've ruined all national parks for me for the rest of my life. I will never go to a national park ever again. You literally did this. Yeah. There's a must-watch doc called Touching the Void. Guy falls down a crevasse and his climbing partner leaves him for dead. Oh my fuck, man. All it takes is a freak rock slide or avalanche and you're done. That's true too, though, man. You're just gone forever. But you think the dogs would find your scent in that? Yeah. Once at a reserve opening in skydiving. You said you do skydiving, don't you, Pambo? Yeah. I'm mixing this bub with the rest of my mushrooms. I'm sad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck yeah, brother. Man, I just fucking, oh God. Holy fuck. Wasn't there one guy falls in crevasse? There was a video, maybe it was on Joe Rogan. I fucking saw this. This is it here. This is it here. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yes, this is it. Fuck that. Oh man, what the fuck? Look at this. Oh my God, man. And then he somehow manages to get out of there. How the fuck did he get out of there? Fuck skiing. Fuck skiing, man. Look how fucking deep that is, man. Look how fucking deep that is. It just keeps going. I think they said he had an ice pick or something and he literally climbed out. It just kept on skiing. Like, what the fuck? I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah. God damn it. Don't smoke mushrooms and you get spores in your lungs and it'll make you sick. Oh, fuck. That's good advice. God damn. Mario IRL. That's literally what it feels like. There was another one too I saw. This is a different one. Man. Well, there's that movie that Buddy was in years ago he was a hiker in Arizona. Why the fuck? Why do people do this shit? Oh, bro, why you just... Let's go! 20 minutes after his fall by a group of skiers. But, was it James Franco that was in it? But he had to he got his arm stuck. And he had to saw his arm off with his keys or some shit. Remember watching that? Holy fuck, that was gruesome, yeah. Yeah. Fuck. It's just passed through the hollow earth, yeah. He almost found Agartha, yeah, literally though. Man. No, fuck that. No thanks. No fucking thanks. It's like the cave explorers and shit. Like, there's a fall in the Himalayas. Oh my fuck, man.
I fell through that hole. Thankfully, I didn't keep falling that way.
21 meters inside a Himalayan crevasse. Alone, one broken arm, a dislocated shoulder, and broken ribs.
Oh.
The prospects for Professor John All were dire.
I got trapped here instead of this ledge, my arm I can't use. I'm gonna have to somehow climb out that way.
Using his uninjured legs, that's what he did. Armed with only a text-capable phone, and with the rest of his team asleep at a second base camp, John turned to a platform that he knew would gather global attention: Facebook. His messages read, "Please call Global Rescue. Another I'll try to survive tonight. Bleeding inside feels better.
Please call Global." You imagine people commenting on it like, "Oh, fuck off."
I couldn't move. My right arm was in piercing agony. My ribs were hurting very badly. It was difficult to breathe. And I knew I was going to die. I mean, there was just no way to get out of a crevasse like this. People who fall into crevasses don't live.
On fucking Facebook, of all fucking places,
climate's effect on mountain areas.
Man.
His team had moved to a second camp, leaving him in what he described as a safe zone.
Oh no, fuck that. The worst ones, which I don't even want to watch, and which creep me the fuck out too, are the fucking cave explorers. Man, that's a special kind of stupid. The guys that do like the deep cave exploring and like get down on their belly and start crawling through these fucking crevices and caves. fuck that. Like, and not just like going through these small claustrophobic areas that you might get stuck in and never be able to get pulled out of again. Also, what might be down there is what freaks me the fuck out, honestly. God, gee, I remember that green tech story Galen TV read out here fucking, oh my God, a couple months ago. But like that's enough. Like that'll do it for me where I'm like, fuck no, I'm never going to the cave again. But the story goes that this guy was exploring these caves with his friends and he slid down an embankment like pretty far, and there was another opening to his back, but he knew it went down deeper into the cave, and he tried in it. But his buddy ended up walking out of the darkness of this exit that he fell down at the bottom and saying, "Hey, like the guys are this way. You got to follow me. We got to go this way to get out." And he's like, "What? Like, what are you doing down here?" Like he didn't think that he fell down too. And so anyway, this guy was trying to convince him to follow him deeper into the cave, his buddy. And so then he says, come on. He walks into the darkness and he was about to go follow him. And then one of his other buddies yells at him and says, "Hey, like, what are you doing? You fell." And so anyway, they help him back up. And then he notices the guy that he thought was down there was standing up with all his other buddies still. And he said, "I thought you were down there." He's like, "No, I've been up here the whole time." And I was thinking like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? Like, who the fuck is this? Like, who was this guy down there if this is a true story? Demons deep in the cave. If anyone's ever played Diablo knows the deeper you go, the more fucked up things get. Right? So you just stay up at the surface level. Fuck, yeah. Cave diving disasters, so many to choose from. Man, I can't even. There's that one kid who ended up getting stuck and he went like face down into a hole and they couldn't get him out. He died. They were there with him when he died, but his blood kept pooling in his head and they couldn't get him unstuck. So he just fucking died. And I was like, fuck that. My nightmares aren't that bad. Imagine you get stuck in a cave, guys around you and can't do anything. Yeah, man. Just a kid, just, thought he could get through, couldn't, but he was deep in the cave and they had no way to cut the rock and they just had to let him die. So they were with him. His parents came down with him and he just died. I don't know how they got his body out. I mean, it's fucked up, but probably in pieces, honestly. I mean, I don't know how the fuck else you would have got him out, for Christ's sake. Like, you're gonna have to take me out, unless I'm gonna die here soon. You're taking me out in pieces. I mean, that's literally, or they just left him. I mean, which is even more fucked when you think about it. But man, yeah, Dogal, what's up, my dude? Yeah. Anyway, fucking Christ. Anyway, fuck, man. I just avoid all that shit. Just avoid all that fucking sketchy ass shit. Fuck that. Actually, speaking of which, this is kind of like woo-woo stuff. This is fucking, this is kind of similar to what we're talking about here. I had read through this article recently, or I'd gone through a book. There was an article that was detailing this story. And the story revolved around this Russian spy, diplomat of sorts back in the 1920s, who got sent, or Soviet at that time, I guess. He was actually in Tibet, And supposedly he was there working with relations, and he was kind of like, they were kind of like running the place. And anyway, he ended up getting sentenced to death in the early 1930s. But before that, there was an interview that he gave, supposedly. In the interview, he had talked about how when he was in Tibet, these Tibetan monks had walked him through these archives that they had of this ancient tech that was from this lost civilization. And they had these vajras, which it's a little device that a lot of cultures have talked about in and around Mesopotamia and Asia and those areas. And they had these other devices too that supposedly were from this lost civilization that died out. Giants, I think is what they referred to them as. Interesting. Anyway, I was researching these claims. It turns out that they're from a book that this Russian general had wrote in the early 2000s. Really what piqued my interest is he mentioned the word Nibiru in 3,600 years cycle, which I knew was from Sitchin and was not something that would have been Tibetan ancient knowledge. And so it turns out, yes, he was conflating these stories between Sitchin and von Daniken. But then this article supposedly does exist, I guess. It's one of these rumors in Russia. But supposedly, this guy had seen at the fall of the Soviet Union, this article had floated around and people had seen it. But it was an interrogation, and that he had described finding these powerful relics down in Tibet, and that this part of the story, at least, was true. Well, this was what the guy had claimed, right? So, this guy did exist. I found this guy did exist. The rumors of this, of his testimony do also exist, independent from this Russian general who wrote this book, and that he did actually live in Tibet and was involved with these areas, which is very interesting. So who the fuck knows? Now, I've heard these claims before, unrelated from this. Do Tibetan monks keep the secrets of acoustic levitation? So now, in this account, the guy claims that this technology they had to do with levitation. Now, it wasn't the acoustic levitation. It was some other kind of levitation that used gold, actually, and some other kind of electromagnetic pulse. But we've heard of this one before. A documented account from 1939 by Swedish aircraft designer Henry Kjolson described Tibetan monks using acoustic techniques to levitate stones. Monks just positioned themselves with drums and specific geometric arrangements and created concentrated sound fields that appeared to nullify gravity's effects. We know sound can actually have this effect. Now, can a bunch of fucking boys with horns levitate giant stone slabs? Probably fucking not. Yeah, this Jay going down a fucking rabbit hole here. I've gone, I know this story. This guy went so far as to say they were like launching stones and shit with this sound tech. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's a bit much. Now, you'd have to invoke some kind of ancient advanced technology that they had to be able to fucking do that. So, anyway, thought I'd pull this up. Dogo, thanks for the follow, man. Oh, so many memes, so many emojis, good lord. A collector of sorts, I see. Yeah, it's not anti-gravity as much as it might be perceived. It's a pressure differences in the atmosphere. Yeah, and I think that's the problem. I've heard someone go over this where Grok plays analyzing detail and give me your take. Grok is dumb, bro. No, fuck, Grok's pretty good with this stuff. The claim that Tibetan monks used acoustic levitation to move large stones lacks scientific support. You wouldn't have enough pressure there to do that. It's the problem. Yeah. It's fun, but no. He tries to fact check him with the AI. It's just Grok is dumb, bro. No, the Grok's absolutely what you'd use. I usually prefer ChatGPT to go over this. I wonder what it thinks. I'm just curious. I've been loving ChatGPT with the art lately. It's been doing so good with the fucking art. Where the fuck is it? It's still obnoxious as fuck to talk to you most of the times, but anyway, it'll probably find this in 2 seconds. It's widely regarded as more of a captivating anecdote than a verified historical report. No reliable scientific evidence surface to confirm the Tibetan monks used sand levitate stones. You'd need way more energy than that. There's no fucking way they'd be able to generate that much energy just with their fucking mouths. Yeah. As fun as that would be, as incredible that would look, but I forget what the guy's name is. Anyway, I was gonna do a deeper dive into it because the problem with this though is it's anything like that rumors of fucking classified documents existing in some fucking Soviet archive, and some people have seen it. It's like it's just hearsay. It's more hearsay. It's more fucking shit. The guy is real. The guy lived. The guy was in Tibet. There were rumors that the Tibetans showed him relics, but I don't know. That was the only one way to find out. Surprise you. This is the other thing too, though. This is a good comeback people have used when places on the planet who house supposed ancient relics, if it was actually there, the U.S. would have had a fucking rescue mission, or there would have been some story cooked up to where they'd invade the region, right? Like if the Ark of the Covenant was actually in Ethiopia, there wouldn't be much left in Ethiopia. It would look kind of similar to Iraq right now, probably. That's right. Because there were rumors that there was a raid of the museum in Iraq. Was it in Mosul? That there's a lot of precious artifacts that were in Iraq from Mesopotamia, from Sumeria and Assyria and Babylonia, and yeah. My mother-in-law can clear me out of the room with just a single tone. Holy fuck, brother! There you go. Just a whistle's all it takes. Just a little fucking whistle. Holy fuck. Anyway, yeah, goddamn. Oh my heavens. Edgar Allan Poe. I gotta turn dark mode off because everything is fucked. Who uses dark mode here? Like all the emojis, everything's all fucked. It's all inverted. Digi got me onto fucking using dark mode, and then it's all, I can't fucking see anything. Edgar Allan Poe too. Fucking Christ. Anyway, well, I'm going to conclude the stream, guys. Thank you, everybody, for coming around and hanging out and being disappointed with me with the fucking Skywatcher meme, which, again, more slop for the bucket, right? Just put it in the bucket, stir it up, pre-chewed, just more slop for the bucket. I don't know. I look forward to seeing if there will be any new revelations, new data that comes out to corroborate these sightings, but it is what it is. But anyway, yeah. I'll continue this tomorrow. There's a couple other things I wanted to go over and get a chance to go to, but the slop, the Skywatcher slop takes priority always. So anyway, until next time, everybody, sweet dreams. See ya.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys. The keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets. The keys, my dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. and he parts in the breaking dawn.